All right. Time to continue our completion run. And of course, in Yakuza 4, we're doing it a little differently because we completed our MSQ as a summary. We completed our MSQ on hard, and that is required to unlock legend. But we also need to complete it on normal. So we're technically not doing premium adventure this time around in Yakuza 4. We are doing our completion on normal diff, and we're completing it as though it was, I guess, intended to. Outside of premium adventure to cover up any loose ends. We'll probably use premium adventure if we miss anything. But what we did so far is we basically revisited Akiyama's chapter, which is 1 through 4. And we're right at the point of no return for Akiyama. And the last thing we did was the hostess thing, to make a hostess thing. And we picked up the lady in that's part of a band. I've got her name already. We'll get her name in a moment here. But she was in Bantam, and their band is struggling. And all her bandmates have jobs, and we offered her a job as a hostess. So I wanted to do this because this part is actually kind of fun in Yakuza 3, and it looks like all the usual trimmings is in Yakuza 4. There isn't significantly any noticeable difference between Yakuza 3 to 4, except maybe there's some trade-off stuff. So now skills, like some of the trading stuff, there's ups and downs, as opposed to just straight up or no faults. There is a Steam achievement associated with this, and from what I gathered, you can actually miss it. Oh, she's not answering her phone. I guess she's really stressed out. Kyoko is her name. This is still part of Yakuza 3 system too, where if she's too stressed, I guess, she just doesn't show up. So you just go out and then go back in. Usually that. Or not. Maybe it's an event type? Or reaching a milestone? Because she's not here. Bantam? Oh, and key finders are great. Glad they added the key finder, man. This makes it a little bit more interactive, in my opinion. It's probably up. Wait for it. Wait for it. We're getting cold. The key finder was not introduced until this game. Now, being the second technologically oldest game now. As we completed Yakuza 3 Remastered yesterday. What? Can it be inside this thing? There's no way, right? Yeah, it's not contiguous with the scene is, the instance is a separate instance. Alright, I guess we'll get it later. Oh. Alright. There we go. So we had to complete everything on Akiyama's thing before we proceed. As much as we can, and then we'll cover whatever it is in Premium Adventure. There always seems to be a slight variant, you know, between how we approach the things. It comes with a little bit of foresight. Maybe we go back into Bantam and see how she's doing? Maybe she's in here again? That doesn't look like her. I kind of want to focus on this task before we start doing sub-stories and stuff. We're basically doing everything. His mini-game, which his mini-games highlight is the hostess thing, and then whatever he has available. It's very compartmentalized in this one. Why can't I enter this? I'm supposed to look for her, I guess. Well, I guess we'll put that on pause and run around and see what trouble we can get into. I wonder if, since this game has the locker key radar now, I don't know if they have a trouble finder now as the thing, as opposed to having auto sub-stories show up. In Yakuza 3, it just you just have it. It is part of the... But in later games, a trouble finder is what you... It's a separate, like, perk you get in order to have the luxury of figuring out where... if there's anyone in distress. Is there a sub-story? Oh, there is a sub-story. Okay. So there are 3 active. So it tells you how many active. And I think there are like 15 or 16. I think there are 16 sub-stories for 3 of the characters and 15 sub-stories for Seijima, I think. So let's see. Lay off already. Wait, which one's Hana-chan? Oh, this is oh, Hana-chan? Hana-chan has a sub-story? Oh, are these the big ones? Taniguchi. What's Taniguchi? Alright. Let's do the supporting sub-stories. I call these supporting sub-stories is they're usually the sub-stories associated with the supporting characters. So let's go see. So what if I go back to the office? Hana-chan is a GOAT character. Goated. The girl we were training at least just disappeared, right? I have to find her quickly. Where would she be? Maybe where we recruited her? I just went there! Oh, wait. Oh, maybe she's not actually there, but we're supposed to interact with that lady who knows it. That's not what she looks like. Unless... Was that the last... That's not how she was dressed before we last played. It does remind me of the flashy outfit that we have. Alright. So, it's not showing sub-stories, it's because we're within a sub-story right now. That's probably why. A lot of times in the older games, they sequentially lock out the display if you're in a mid sub-story. So that's fine. Oh yeah, Akiyama's the GOAT. Massive kicks. Can I pick him up? Oh no, there's no down. I don't have any down technique. I could just kick people in the face and do this. Oh, Akiyama. That string is so long. It generates so much heat. Holy heck. Of course they can block the whole string. It's just a string of light attacks. But we're on normal. So, not doing our legend run yet. So we go back to Bantam. Maybe that lady at the bar know where she went. Or maybe it's her. Oh, maybe it is her. It is her. Oh, she does keep the outfit she last wore. I remember you had to get the hostess to wear the outfit because you have to buy all the outfits. That's the achievement we're trying to get. And apparently you can skip it if she gets to number 1 too quickly. So we're gonna like drop the ball intentionally to get all the outfits. So she is dressed. Interesting. I like that. They actually changed her character model to the thing she was wearing. Obviously, she's wearing some ridiculous outfit because it's a flashy one. What are you doing here? Oh, Akiyama-san. Hey, don't worry about taking some time off. If you feel like it's going to help, take as much time as you need. How are things going with the band? All the other members work part-time too, so we don't get the chance to practice often. I see. We can't work part-time jobs forever though. Not if we want to make decent money. But if we get real jobs, we have no time left for the band. Ain't easy trying to chase after your dreams, huh? Deep cuts. Don't worry about it too much. You never know. What'll happen? You'll never know what'll happen in life. Don't underestimate yourself. Maybe you're right. Thanks. I feel better now. If only it was that easy. Most of the time. Is Kyokyo-chan back? Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm glad it was nothing. Good. That's all for today. I'll see you when you return for Kyoko's next session. Alright. Alright. It's been like 2 or 3 days since I read dialogue like this. Let's see how it goes. Alright. These are just the rotation for this mini game. So we're just gonna drop the ball here intentionally. Apparently outfits are unlocked based on how many sessions you have, not based on your milestone. So you can inevitably have too few sessions before you complete it. So and we need to wear all the things. Oh no, I should have. She'll still get stuff, so I don't want her to do too well, basically, because if the milestone is reached too soon, yeah, like this, I don't want this to happen too often. So we're gonna have to maybe we'll get away with just wearing the same outfit, and at some points it doesn't perform well or something. I don't know. We can just get her to revert everything. Whoa. Does that? Oh, no. That doesn't do anything. Have to own one of every single outfit. Not the color variances, but let's see if we bought everything. Yeah, we tried out everything already. That we have so far, and there are a lot of them apparently. I don't know how, like upwards of 20 or something, and we only have what, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Holy, and it's every 3 sessions. 7. Let's assume there are 23. That leaves 16. 16 times 3, that's 38 sessions? Or 48 sessions? Whoa. Okay, so I'll just remove everything then. Like, just give her... Wow, the D-pad is acting up way more than usual. How do we default? Dude, please. How do we get her? Oh my gosh, the D-pad is like really acting up. I can barely like, please game. Usually it's not this bad. Are we able to like load? We can't load off something. So we have to go through and just remove all the accessories. The D-pad is definitely not cooperating. Okay. We're basically removing everything for the time being. Hey, Smoke. Yeah, we're doing our completion stuff now. So it's sub-stories and all the mini games. But this game is partitioned into quarters. Right now I'm trying to remove everything off this character. So then I can... Let's save this as a blanket. Blank. Okay. Alright. So now we just let her fail intentionally for like... So now we have to grind out this stuff. Okay. I have to fail until all the outfits are unlocked. Wow, you still get a lot of points for refine. Okay. Alright. She still manages a... Oh no. She might be too skilled. Oh no. She still manages to get a super service. That's not good. I gotta speedrun this. Okay. No super service, good. We don't want her to be number 1 too soon. How do I speed this up? Oh my gosh, no, she still gets super services. Oh no. This is because it's refinement. Her refinement's too high. Even with just a plain dress. With no accessories at all. Oh no. Oh no, her rank went up without trying. Wait, don't reach number 1 yet, please. She's number 2? Oh no. She went from 15 to number 2. Uh-oh. Alright. Yeah. So we need to farm this. She's just yeah. there's a disclaimer on this achievement. You have to get all the dresses. Like, you have to buy all the dresses. But the thing is, the dresses aren't locked behind progress. It's locked behind how long you play, like how many sessions you have. So I need to get the outfits before she becomes number 1. There are 2 others that I can recruit. She's the only one that I recruited. Apparently there are 2 others hanging around somewhere in the city that I could use to get it. So if she accidentally becomes number 1 before I get all the dresses, then before I get all the outfits, then I'll just grab 1 or 2 of the other ones. We need to own all the outfits. And to get all the outfits, they unlock every 2 or 3 sessions. I think it's 3. Oh my gosh, don't be too good. Come on. And so we have to like just basically chill so we can see all the outfits, and there are a lot of them. And that's the achievement. The achievement is to own all the outfits, and you have to wear the outfits in order to own them. You have to buy it and they're forced to wear it. So we can see all the outfits there are. It's way more than Yakuza 3. Yakuza 3 only had, or maybe I didn't even play it long enough. Maybe Yakuza 3 had a lot of outfits too. It didn't require us to get all the outfits though. But I only saw Yakuza 3 only had 6 or 7 outfits, which are already available. Like, we already have all the outfits from Yakuza 3 that I know of. But this game, this game has over 20. So we just sit here and rake in some passive cash and hope she doesn't do so well that she becomes number 1. If all your hostesses become number 1, they move on. So you don't like do anything anymore. You can't actually do this part of the game. So you can't unlock the outfits. Akiyama is a GOAT character though. He's awesome. So to describe what I'm doing now, just as a review, Yakuza 4, Yakuza 4's game structure or narrative structure is separated into quarters. There are 4 characters in this game, and they run in a series, so it doesn't bounce back and forth like modern standards usually do, where you do 1 chapter on 1 character, 1 chapter, or even have the choice of the sequence of the. It's 4. Akiyama goes first, 4 chapters. Then you play Saejima, which is Majima's brother, during his prison break and whatnot. And then you play Hanamura. Hanamura is a detective. He is a detective that works for the Tokyo PD. And then you play Kiryu. Kiryu is the last 4 chapters. And they run in chronological order, but it's implied that all 4 of them's events have some overlap. But they, instead of having all 4 of them play the same time period, the story moves forward, taking place at pivotal scenes stacked. So Akiyama has a series of events that go through, and there's some overlap of the other characters with what he's doing now, but usually it's a little after. And they all end on cliffhangers. And then there's a final chapter which introduces, they basically have a Avengers Assemble moment, basically. And all 4 of them ends up crossing paths. and they duke it out. And the final sequence is all 4 of them put together. Like the final boss fight, how do you top all the previous games? Have 4 characters fight 4 bosses, anteing it up every single time. And I actually think, because of how the order that I played Yakuza, Kiryu is the weakest part of this MSQ so far. Like, in the game so far, if you only play the MSQ, Kiryu is actually the weakest one, and it is super strong. Like, Kiryu has all the legacy and the baggage of Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, 2, and 3, and he is still the weakest of story-wise of this game. In my opinion, I'm a little biased towards like freshness. Akiyama's chapters, more Akiyama. I need more of the other 3 characters. But what I do know is I need to know a little bit that one of the 4 characters are not returning. Hanamura is not returning for Yakuza 5, but Akiyama and Seijima is. And then they introduce another character. So these games are incredible. Like, it doesn't get old. It's basically variety. You don't get a... I would say... oh, she's not doing very well, actually. Because she's probably stressed out. Because we don't train anymore. Or ask her to relax or anything. So her stress is probably building up. Which helps us, actually. Oh, the characters are amazing. And I'm gonna probably feel this way every time as we play, that I want more. Like, I want more story. But they keep going bigger and bigger. I would say one thing I would characterize is RGG kinda entered, going from 1, 2 to 3, like the originals. They were entering a Ubisoft phase where more is better. So they just keep going more. Keep going up and more. But just so happens it works out very, very well. But then they trimmed and refined. After Yakuza 5, there was this talk about like, there might be a little too much of everything. Like, there's just too much of things, but not enough refinement or like depth, right? So then they went back to the fundamentals. Took what they learned and created Yakuza 0, which was the prequel to their first game. Kind of like a back to the basics fundamental stuff, and see what they can produce in terms of quality, but lower in quantity. And I would say Yakuza 0 has a really long game time, but ultimately it does have fewer things operating. It has fewer characters, a more focus, and it works because, like I mentioned yesterday, it's up to modern standards. Modern standards favor, right now, like contemporary standards, favor more focused game. Like, singular characters, maybe 2 at most, 1 or 2 antagonists, less intrigue, less complexity, something easier to follow, and then very refined and highly lots of depth in very specific systems. So Yakuza 0 had 2 mainline mini games, and they were way bigger than any of the mini games in previous games. And then it had 2 characters, 2 basic villains, and a slight third party. And it was incredibly emotional, lots of set pieces. So there's like a lot of time without dialogue, just lots of set pieces with fancy action happening. So it is easily regarded as the best so far, the most balanced, streamlined, refined version that RGG Studio has put out. But to me, unfortunately, I don't really go along with modern standards right now. I'm more of an old standard now. So when games were still messy and experimental and stuff. So generally, I'm an indie gamer. This is the most mainstream thing that I've done in a while. And this is not mainstream. Yakuza 3, 4, and 5 are not mainstream. Yakuza 0 is barely mainstream. But the more recent games that we're approaching soon are mainstream. They apply a lot of the stuff that makes them very popular, and so that's great because it means RGG is doing well financially and they have a much bigger fan base and whatnot. But now I'm more like the hardcore, I guess. So I'm more of a gatekeeper now. Like I have characteristic gatekeeper behavior where I would say I want this stuff. I want the old school stuff where it's just so much volume because that's how it feels to be in this lifestyle. The lifestyle is hodgepodge. It's like all over the place. It's messy. And that's kind of how I felt. But I still like modern standards. So I'm looking forward to playing I call it the post Dragon Engine days, which is post Kiwami 2. That's well, actually post Yakuza 6. Yakuza 6 is the first time they truly entered the modern standard, which they also updated their in-game engine, which is remarkable. Kiwami 2, like the first time I booted up Kiwami 2 and looked around Kamurocho and Sotenbori, which are two cities that are featured really, really well in Yakuza 0 on this engine right here. It looks really amazing. They milked it as much as they can. And when I hit Kiwami 2, I spent like the first 2 hours just looking at the city because it was unbelievable. It was so amazing looking. Am I not getting outfits? Sorry, I thought I could just do this loop cycle and have a conversation down memory lane while I do this. Typically, like grind loops like this, I enter, but I wasn't paying attention if I was getting new outfits, now that I think about it. Maybe I'm already stuck. Maybe she can't be number 2? Oh, her rank gone down. Did it have something to do? Okay. Okay, so her rank can go down, which is good. Because I need this to keep going, I think. Here's a deep cut about my attachment after 3 games, right? After Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1 and 2. SEGA, like RGG Studios, is one of the mainline developers for SEGA, the in-house developer, right? And just 3 months ago, when I was still starting my journey, I was on Kiwami 2 already. They dropped a trailer for Yakuza 8, or it's called Like a Dragon now. So we're moving over to the Japanese, the official title of the game. Yakuza was the Western localization when there were 2 versions of the game. So now Like a Dragon 8 was announced, and the trailer was like a minute or 2, and it was a CG trailer. All it showed was the canonical like walkway with the gateway thing in Kamurocho, and you just see the previous protagonist Ichiban, which is Like a Dragon 7, walk out and then you hear all these voice clips, and the only voice clip I recognized outside of Haruka was Kiryu's voice, and you just see his silhouette as Ichiban's like walking towards you, like the goat, like Sigma style, right? Kiryu just walks right out and joins Ichiban, walking down towards you with blinding lights of Kamurocho and the gateway, and I got goosebumps. Like, I was like, yes. Because Like a Dragon 7, which is after Yakuza 6, or Like a Dragon 6, Like a Dragon 7 does not star Kiryu. It is the first in the mainline game that does not feature Kiryu. So a lot of times this lined up with the changing of leadership. So the person who made the director that was involved in all these games, he's moving on to a different studio and he's moving on to a different project. I don't know if it's still with SEGA Publishing Group, but with that came a baton pass, and Ichiban became the protagonist. And most, during that time, like 2 or 3 years ago now, when that game was released, it was understood that maybe the Kiryu saga ended with Like a Dragon 6. And he just walks out, and that's like, yes, Kiryu saga is not over. He is joining the protagonist, and they're resuming the classic dual protagonist. And it feels like the MCU thing too, where like you have an origin story, right, of a new character, and then they bring back legacy. So you have Iron Man, basically. Iron Man picks up, you hear about his story, and then the next movie, like the next game, bring back Captain America. And now Captain America and Iron Man are together. That kind of thing. And I only played 3 games so far, and when Kiryu walked out and he looked incredibly different, I was already hooked. And I don't know anything about Ichiban, because he only has 1 game, and that's Like a Dragon 7, and I'm not there yet. So I'm looking forward to that. And not only that was announced for somewhere in 2024. They were like, well, we're gonna release another game, and it's a supplemental series is what I'm gonna call it, and it's called Like a Dragon Gaiden. And they were like, Kiryu just doesn't just randomly show up. We gotta figure out how we're gonna explain what he was doing between the events of Like a Dragon 7 and Like a Dragon 6. Well, we're gonna release a game called Like a Dragon Gaiden and explain what Kiryu was doing between that moment. So they keep adding on, like they do. Their RGG is doing the thing where you do a prequel to a sequel, a pre-sequel, in between sequels. So to get you that idea, like, nah, we're gonna throw it back. And that makes me excited because it leaves opportunity on the table. It means like yesterday when I was finishing Yakuza 3, it means there's an opportunity for Kiwami 3, Kiwami 4, or in between game. Like, here's the events of the 3 years that eclipsed between Yakuza 3 and Kiwami 2. Like, we're filling it in or something. So they go back and forth, and there are enough characters, enough craziness to have just all that. And that's kind of what universe building is, metaverse building. No jokes about like Meta and Facebook and whatnot, but metaverse building is a modern standard. So when you build a micro universe within your IPs, so you build an IP universe, right? And it's popularized, without going into much, Disney is the top financial holder of one of the most lucrative media universes, but RGG has created a substantial one too. That's predicated on content, like on story and character building. It's not predicated on mechanics, which I like because I'm a sentimental person. I'm not sentimental to mechanics. Mechanics restrict and limit a person's ability to take in new ideas. So I'm not the guy that's like, oh, I can't wait to find out how the next game plays. It's still important to me, but it's secondary to what is the story that they're going to tell me. Am I going to make new memories? And those memories aren't just my personal memories, as in, oh, this game played so good. This was my favorite game because it played so smoothly. My memories are the stories that the people create that I can't possibly create on my own. I can definitely create how I feel, how I react, how I problem solve. That's just me. It's not as exciting to me as that excites others. I'm not a very inward-looking person anymore, so. Oh, okay, we got more dress. Okay, here we go. We farmed out some dress. So let's buy this. Ooh. Ooh, this is a nice dress. Let's just buy the white one. Actually, nah, the black one's good. Alright. So we got some extra dress that we can start collecting. Off-shoulder dress, huh? I like the asymmetry. It's kind of nice. Anyways, that's a little bit of a filler while we are doing this. This is more like B-roll territory right now, where we have to do our grind loops, right? Our grind loops for the completion. So I have a lot of stories and reflections. It's a classical thing that I do quite a bit to fill in the time. You'll probably find that to happen most of the time when I play, because completionists gotta fill in the time, make the memory meaningful and connect everything, I suppose. Yeah, man, the characters in this game though. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. GTA 5 heist, huh? Rockstar Games is a great example. I haven't gone down that rabbit hole yet. Like, I might, because I've done this, and Rockstar Games is going through their what I call the cyclic remake happenstance, like legacy recycling. They've already started, right? They already started on the OG GTAs and stuff. I might go down that series too. Like, what I mean is do the thing, because GTA is Rockstar Games is the, with as much respect as I can of not comparing apples and oranges, the closest descriptor of Western society, like US specifically, but a counter culture studio that focuses on this type of gameplay right here, like this type. The last standing one for Western culture is Rockstar Games. The Rockstar Games that I have played, the closest one to the current date is LA Noire. It was a standalone, so I didn't have to enter the legacy of GTA, right? But I might consider it. It will be tough to do completionist stuff for that too. But yeah, it would be, with as much respect, it is the RGG of the West. Like, if you wanted a Western style setting, right? So like RDR as well. So RDR, right, is Rockstar's Ishend of RGG's Like a Dragon. So Like a Dragon has an old school feudal spin-off. It's called Ishen. And Rockstar Games also has a Western style, like literally Western. So they also went back, and it would be considerably spiritually a spin-off. It's the Rockstar style development style with the context of old times. And then Rockstar had a few spin-offs that were 1 takes and maybe 2 takes that didn't quite spawn something as much. And RGG also has one. It's called the Judgment series, and it has 2 games, and there's no necessary plan for a 3rd one either. So these 2 companies represent, in my opinion, they represent a non-competitive development cycle. They are the 2 companies that dramatically took different settings on a genre that most people don't really want to touch, and because it requires a specific amount of backing, investments and confidence and legacy in order to do this genre. It's a really high fail genre. Like, what I mean is the minimum standards that they must meet in order to produce a product, and then the risk they have to take against the modern standard. I know that from the popularity of GTA 5, they would be like, oh, just release GTA 6 already because, so and so, everyone wants that. But as much as the gatekeepers, like as in people who are really passionate, we have to understand that the modern standard, right? If I was an investor in Rockstar Games, I would keep on recycling with low loss of investment on existing products, because it is a gigantic financial risk to release these types of games in the current standard of trends right now. They have a really high chance to fail. And there are companies that are still rapidly investing a lot into these types of games, and they do not give back enough financial costs to develop these games, like these types of games, because psychologically it's not a very compelling format. Who suffers the most that are like Rockstar and RGG, the 2 devs that are buying their time and slowly using their legacy instead of constantly reintroducing a bigger, and it's Ubisoft. And what happened to Ubisoft? Ubisoft is like batting against, like cramming over and over again, trying to figure out how to make their games more psychologically appealing to the current social norm. So they're trying to reinvent their universe in order to create it. Is Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed is the closest thing to these 2, but they're trying to do it by offsetting quality and going for volume. So they're trying to reduce the cost of making those games to break even, right? To like at least make a profit that's sustainable. Meanwhile, Rockstar Games and RGG are doing their classical lifestyle, and they're releasing it every once in a while in hopes that the idle period, right? The idle period and the self period doesn't saturate that niche market. And while Ubisoft is doing the other thing, they're doing the brute force method where you just jam as many iterations as possible, and you do get diminished returns, but it's a consistent one. What Rockstar, in my opinion, what Rockstar and RGG is aiming for is they want to hit home runs. They don't want to go quantity over quality in order to meet demands. There are companies that are really successful in that, and Ubisoft is leaning towards that. Koei Tecmo with like Dynasty Warriors, the Musou games, that's a great example. You just keep printing them out. EA Sports is a great example. You keep printing them out and they get consistent returns, but they don't hit home runs, but they're the consistency game. So they're more like the grinder type, which as a lifestyle person, I resonate more with a grind style of lifestyle, like just persistently keep making more stuff, slightly iterative over and over again. But I think Rockstar and RGG is less about iterative and more about home runs. So they're buying their time. It's kind of like asking people like, oh, where's my Elder Scroll 7? I forgot what number they are. You have to understand, like, one has to understand as a gamer, as a psychologist, or as a consumer, that stuff isn't very popular. So the answer to your question is, why didn't they release it? It's not necessarily because they can't, or it's more the consideration of the timing of the release of their products. Although I do have to say, the case is getting really great for a game like Elder Scroll, because Western RPGs are hot, really hot right now. But the format of the game is not really that popular. Like, not as popular as one want. Wait, do I own one of these? Yeah, I do. So strapped with stress. Okay. So timing. And I look forward to Rockstar's next game. I love watching people play these types of games because it's a roller coaster of emotions. And as much as I like to see people always in Cloud 9 and having the time of their life with video games, having downs and ups in a video game makes it really memorable. Having consistent feelings tend to be less memorable. Like, oh, I wanted to keep getting better. Well, things can get worse before they get better. Like, in fact, a lot of the memorable things tend to be, you know, when you're frustrated. But then it becomes nostalgia, and nostalgia is really powerful. So my love for Yakuza RGG games like this, like doing something like this, doesn't come from always being happy or always feeling enjoyment. It comes from everything. Like, my appreciation for Kiwami 2, the Dragon Engine, comes from playing Yakuza 3, 4, and now 4. Like, the appreciation for something comes from experiencing it when it didn't exist. So games like this really highlight things that you take for granted, things you might not take for granted, and you know, it's a great mixed bag in my opinion. But anyways, that's another topic. When you mentioned GTA, I have a lot to say about a lot of things, because typically whenever I do something, I try to be as active and intentionally engaged in the thing. I'm usually thinking about a lot of, even more so, more things when I'm doing loop cycles like this for completion. Wait, she's too stressed to be in. Okay. I don't know how much farm I have. I don't know how many more loops. We have to do like 30 plus loops of this to get all the outfits. So it's always story time. But to highlight other studios that are still doing this type of game, which is extremely risky right now, lucratively risky, so pro business stuff, outside of Ubisoft, Rockstar, and SEGA. I think Rockstar self-publishes, so it's Rockstar Games and both publisher and stuff. But RGG is SEGA, and Ubisoft is Ubisoft. It's Ubisoft's primary studio. Who else do games like these that has some selective success? Hold up. I need to find a dress that I don't own. Two-piece dress. Yes, we don't own a two-piece dress. This one kind of looks nice. Ooh, I like this one. Huh. I would say it's a Ubisoft actually has two series. One is even worse off right now. I'm pretty sure it's Ubisoft, right? The hacker thing. What are they called? Watcher? No. What was that series called? That involves hacking. They just released a game subtitled Legion. Oh, why am I drawing a blank now? I want to say like it's Watch something. Why can't I think of it? But you probably know what I mean. Watch Legion, something like that. It's about hacking. Hey, Worm. So Ubisoft has a couple of them. Their entire franchise, actually, most of their main IPs deal with these type of games, and it's really risky. I mean, Konami technically still has MGS, right? But, well, it's Kojima-less, but, you know, Kojima-less. Watch Dogs, thank you. Watch Dogs, that's it. So Ubisoft's like portfolio is struggling. They're struggling financially when in comparison to other games because their IPs are largely these types of games, and it's rough. It is really rough going. Heck, even CDPR didn't hit so hot, right? And CDPR is one of the bigger self-published studios, and the last one was Cyberpunk 2077. It is a really risky business to make games like these, and there's a lot that can go not favorably emotionally for the buyers. So typically you want to be really focused. If I had to name some characteristics that drive the current standard, it may change in the future, absolutely, but for now is character driven narration, choice matters, protagonist projection, so usually a blank slate silent hero is sufficient, lots of customization, core gameplay only, probably want to avoid any deviation from core, so very hyper focused refinement games. And I would say it's a detraction if the game is too long. I know how that sounds, but actually I would say there's a very wonderful window of 20 to 30 hours. No less than 10 at the lower end, no greater than 40 at the top end. And it has to be a really super tight, centered around one core mechanic. And all the auxiliary stuff has to be centered around that core mechanic. So if you had two core mechanics, right, or a separation of character or narration, or any bifolding of the narration, as in there's a split in continuity or any type of jumping and stuff, that's really not favorable. And also world building is on the down low. Like, if you get sidetracked by sub stories, which is inevitably these games are effective. They are going to be evaluated based on the focus. So if you have a bunch of auxiliary characters, too many of them, they will be a detraction from the main events. So main event games is the type of philosophy that really rolls well in this game. What's a great example
of main event philosophy games that are super refined, hyper focused, that are running the gold standards. Naughty Dog. Last of Us, right? Naughty Dog's Last of Us. Even Guerrilla Games is for Horizon series, hyper focused. Singular character-driven novels with supporting characters. FromSoft, you know, silent protagonist, a projection of self, everything revolves around you, right? Now there are niche games that may seem popular, but it pales compared to the statistical drivers. Yesterday I was talking about Yakuza 3's narration, right? Like RGG's narration. Like there hasn't been too many mainstream games that have witnessed this web storytelling device, but there are a niche game series that are coming up that are getting there, that has a cult following, like a very modern following. And a great example of that is Octopath Traveler. So JRPG games that introduce, which happens to be also Japanese storytelling, so that type of thing. And those games are on the rise in a sense that they're on a rise in a smaller collection. So they represent like 4, maybe less than 5% of the gaming industry, right? And they're kind of on the rise, and I like those games, and I do actually play those games. Like, but I would still consider them the most mainstream indie games there are. Like, they are the indies of the major publishers. Octopath Traveler is Square Enix's IP, and it is the smallest IP of the thing. What is the mainliners? The mainliners are the single character driven story games. Final Fantasy Remake, right? So while JRPGs at a point back in the day, they're called more like character collectors, where you had like multiple characters and all the stories somehow intertwine with each other. It still represents a really small market, like a super small market. And I do like the character driven stuff. Actually, I prefer to watch them, like watch other people play them, because you get people who relate to the character a lot or not relate, and then it's a very, I almost want to say it's a very black and white situation with those. Meanwhile, for me, the types of games that give me the most value, balloon dresser, are the games that make me feel everything. Like, I want to be upset. I don't want to like a part of the game. Like, not getting me to dislike a part of the game makes the game better for me. Like, I'm not here to constantly feel, I don't want a developer forced lucratively, which that's what happens right now. It's developers are forced lucratively to get business. They have to understand their client, and then they make a game for their clients. That some people would call that selling out, right? But to me, that is great business practice, and it is what the modern audience is like now. They are given what they want. They are algorithmically familiar with constantly being met with expectations. Like, their expectations must be met. For me, I buy a game hoping that I can meet the expectations of the developers. As in, I want a developer to be interested in seeing if they were able to get the point across to me as a player. It is their point to make, not me making a point about the game. So, like, I want them to know if they thought we should put in Mahjong in this game and all of the games, and I hope all the players know how crappy they are at Mahjong and get frustrated with Mahjong. And if that was their intent, 10 out of 10. Like, I don't want them to be saying, oh, we should include Mahjong because The gamers might like mahjong. It's part of the no. It's not about my feelings. I want to know their feelings. I want to analyze the product, right? Because there are people who created the product, and I want to nail what they are doing or what they want to do. And it's not as interesting for mainstream games, personally, because in order to understand the developer's perspective, you just have to understand what you want in a game. And that's kind of boring because I obviously know what I want in the game. But the more interesting thing is when a developer can tell me what I didn't know I want or what I didn't know I didn't need, etc. So it's like going to the movies. That's what makes movies exciting. Reading a book, living life. What's exciting is there are things you don't even know you're going to look forward to. There are things you don't even know you're going to hate. I think as an old guy now, like I'm a lot older than most people that play video games, right? The vast majority. I'm an aging person and I'm no longer interested in my own self-interest. Like, I don't want to buy a game because I expect to like it. I want to buy a game not knowing what the heck I'm going to experience. And that makes me nervous, makes me scared, all that stuff. But when it comes to like mainstream games, they are mainstream because they understand the statistical average of the time. That's what makes them mainstream. Something is popular because it represents the vast majority's psychological requirements at the time. And games like these are not. Why is this not on the top of Twitch? Because it's not mainstream, right? And I don't think when I say mainstream, I'm saying it as a positive thing, or I mean, it's up to your interpretation. But for me, the things I love, maybe I have guilty pleasures, those things are not mainstream yet. But if they become mainstream, you bet your balls I'll be a mainstream person, right? But right now, I just happen to don't have personal preferences that are mainstream. And the irony here is, the paradox here is, the thing I like most makes it inherently not mainstream. Like, variety doesn't provide consistency. You need consistency to be mainstream. So it has to be a consistent game design. The only situation psychologically that the thing I like could become mainstream is that everyone likes inconsistency. Is that even possible? It is. I can think of a few situations. But is it a business practice that someone who spends their life making money off video games and building games and stuff would do? Heck no. Like, who would ever say, I want a job that is going to be inconsistent in results? So inherently, I will probably, if I had to gamble, I would probably live the rest of my life being a hipster over time because I like inconsistency. I want, and this is a selfish request, obviously, I want other people to creatively risk inconsistency for my own selfish entertainment. Like, I want, it sounds as bad as it sounds. Like, my favorite things are enjoying inconsistent things in creative arts, right? But to do that, the people who make those products have to risk their careers every time they make something. So they have to take the creative risk of doing something different every single time and hope their job survives. I don't think I can blame anybody like FromSoft or anyone to just iteratively design something that people like over and over again, because their job is at stake. There's only going to be a rare period, and it's very temporary. There are a few periods in developmental industry, and it's the beginning period. It's the startup period. When you are in the founder's effect, as in unprecedented territory, that's the territory when unpredictability and inconsistency is mainstream. So the beginning of things. So when the internet was new, everything was inconsistent, and that was accepted and normalized as social norms. So it was okay websites are all jank and not like each other. But when time matures, iteration takes over, because iteration creates consistency, and humans are very consistent people, right? And then when a new thing comes up, it'll usher in another period of, I'm gonna say, when it comes to the internet, like 1 or 2 years of inconsistency. And that's when I myself as a person intellectually becomes mainstream temporarily, but then refinement happens and it becomes consistent again. Then I move on to the next thing. So it would be great if it was normalized in that way, where business and the creative arts can find a compromise in a model that can sustain creative liberties. But generally speaking, business models are at odds with creative liberties. And hello, Crazy and gang. Sorry, I was going over like this while I'm grinding this hostess loop here, where we're talking about the gaming industry and how certain types of philosophy is not very lucrative. But I really hope that somehow companies like the developers of this game and like Rockstar Games have a place where they don't feel like the business side of thing is squeezing their creative liberties. So as much as people say, like, I'm a creative person, right? And I like creative things. You have to consider yourself. What does that mean? All right? For me, I want games to make me feel uncomfortable. As in, if you ever feel that thing like, here's a way to test if you're someone who's at the other spectrum. It's not a good or bad thing, because personally, being a consistent person means if you're happy already, you can be consistently happy, right? But for me, I prefer to get angry sometimes. Like, I don't feel much a lot of times now. So when I play video games, I want video games to make me angry, make me cry, make me frustrated and stuff. But that's not how games are designed to make money anymore. Like, if you're asking a developer, like, hey, can you give me an experience that I could never imagine ever to have, but still guarantee that it's happy, like it's a happy experience, and somehow meets all my expectations? To a game developer, actually to the person who owns the business, the answer is no. You have to ask, would they take that risk? That's not gonna fly. So I don't want to go out and say that they don't have to balance business in pursuit of creativity, right? So how do the gaming industry reconcile this? You do something like Kojima does. You do something like, I'm so sorry to RGG, but I forgot the director's name of the Yakuza series. But what they do is they leave their parental developer behind, let that developer continue to iterate and refine their product at the cost of creative freedom. And those individuals go on to go back into the indie scene where there's less financial risks, smaller projects, so they can experiment creative liberties. So, and the cycle continues. So whenever you see like someone, like, here's a hot take, a super hot take, and it can happen, Miyazaki leaving FromSoft at some point to make a secondary studio in which he experiments with a different type of game. It doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't continue to work with FromSoft, but generally speaking, when time comes and the business takes hold of creative liberties, it's a balancing act. Business means you have to be consistent. You have to meet expectations. It also stunts creativity. The more consistent, lucrative stuff is taking less and less risk financially and creatively. But in order to get the freedom of creative liberties, you have to jump ship to not have the financial part cover that. And a great example in technology is Apple, right? Apple, Nintendo, when it comes to hardware. I mean, Nintendo as a whole, their entire IP catalog, it's iterative design. Iterative design creates consistent payback. Even if it's less well received over time, it is consistent. So you always get the guarantee of the baseline return. So it's rarely ever a failure, right? Like for example, if you're a great runner, you don't just magically become a sprinter and assume that you get the same benefits as a sprinter than a runner. If you spent like 10 years running, you don't just magically assume sprinting is like the GOAT, because it's non-transferable. Like, there are some transference. It's enough transference that you're willing to sprint, but sprinting is a risk compared to running more. Like, you know, like just regular running, not like non-sprinting running. So it's kind of like that. And it's kind of ironic, but I make myself sound like I'm not a demanding person, but I demand the one thing that most people would not engage as a career. And my 10 out of 10s are the ones where they tend to be the games that are like the artsy fartsy games. What I mean by artsy fartsy is the games that no one else is doing, and somehow it randomly was successful in that small window. It's not lucratively going to knock the socks off of people's charts or anything, but somehow they made it successful in a time when really no one cares about it. And for me, Yakuza 0 is a great example of it. No one asked for Yakuza 0. RGG just made it. It's just a vision they had, and they took the risk, and they're continuing to take the risk. But as I said about completing Yakuza 3 yesterday when I'm reminiscing, yeah, it's hipstery. So artsy fartsy means like I'm that guy that liked Shape of Water, and like the most mainstream thing I can think of that became mainstream after the fact, I'm the guy that likes the before the fact kind of thing. So for example, if you ever watch the Academy Awards, right? A artsy fartsy movie from nowhere takes picture of the year, and it suddenly becomes mainstream temporarily overnight, right? That's me. I'm the guy who liked it and was surprised it won something. That's the stuff. And the only thing I can say about it, I don't follow through with the gatekeeping. Usually I'm happy that something becomes mainstream temporarily, even though I liked it beforehand. However, I'm also someone who's antagonistic to gatekeeping, where if you like something beforehand and it becomes popular, gatekeepers tend to be like, oh, now like there's gonna be filthy casuals liking our thing, even though we already knew it was cool to begin with, that kind of thing. That's when I stopped too. I kind of stopped there. I'm like, I just want more people to get a chance to like it, even for like a brief moment. And for me, Yakuza 0 would be a great example in this great game series. Yakuza 0, I want people to enjoy at least one of RGG's games, and it would probably be Yakuza 0. A gatekeeper would be like, nah, that's weak sauce. You have to do all of it, you know, that kind of thing. And not so much about that. We still didn't get the rest of the dress yet. Or basically, in case anyone curious what I'm doing, I'm farming I'm farming dresses. Basically, I have to fail and then keep doing sessions to get the dresses. So I'm kind of ranting to fill in the time, the B-roll, while I'm grinding. But yeah, and in my life, I prefer the grind. Like, I prefer habit forming, healthy habit forming, consistency, because your life is much longer than a product, right? So I like to be entertained by inconsistency because my life is completely consistent most of the time. And when I approach things, like for example, I'm not saying what I want is what I would do. Like, you know, kind of like practice what you preach kind of thing. If I was a game developer, I would be the person who's iterating the design at FromSoft. Like, I would be that guy who makes a slightly different Call of Duty game every single 2 years. Because I am a consistent person. I do not gamble on that I can knock it out of the park every single time by doing something remarkably different every day. I am a realist in the sense that if I didn't practice something and I keep doing something new, I won't necessarily get refined or better at specialize in anything. And the trade-off for that is it will provide with very, very inconsistent business. It doesn't guarantee investors that you know what you're doing, because you're always constantly doing something different. Now, with that said, there are indie companies that do that, and they've successfully done it to a point until they become mainstream. And there's one such developer, indie developer, that I absolutely adore that just broke that mold, and they are entering into the mainstream. And what was the first thing they did? They announced an iterative sequel for the first time in their history. And it behaves psychologically as what I was discussing about the risk of iterative design versus creative design. That developer and self-published group is Supergiant Games. When I saw that they were announcing a new IP, it ended up being the sequel to Hades. So for the first time ever in their like 10 plus year tenure as an indie group, established that they always make new IPs. Like, just drop if they hit a popular game, which almost all of their games were, actually 3 of the 4 were extremely well received, but in a small niche group like the artsy fartsy games, right? They were all critically successful, but one was lucratively powerhouse, and it was Hades, their latest one, and it entered the mainstream, like for an indie company. So the first thing they do is they announce a sequel. And what is the sequel? It's an iterative design on Hades 2, or on Hades system. So yeah, I will still play Hades 2, right? Like, absolutely. But now I have very realistic expectations as to what that game is going to play like, what its target audience is, and how far out of the box they're going to go. They're not. Supergiant Games, if you ever play their games, Bastion, Transistor, Fire, and then Hades, you'll come to realize that the 4 games are very different from each other because they were still an indie group. They looked at their vision more than who they're catering to. But because of the lucrative success of Hades, it's a great time to get some money, to make money, to have assurances. Because a group like that, they have to reinvest all of their stuff, right, back into the next game and gamble that their new game isn't going to be too dramatically different that it just falls apart. it's not to say that there aren't risks for sequels. There are risks for sequels not meeting expectations. Another indie group that I largely play indie games, so I follow mostly indie games. An indie group that fell apart because they changed too much on a sequel. Red Hook games. Darkest Dungeon 2 just came out. Like, full release came out, not early access. They exited EA, early access, and they changed too much. And they got the slam hammer on reception because they wanted to still behave like an indie group, but they made a sequel. And the sequel departed away from the first game. So you psychologically, in my opinion, as a developer, failed to understand what it means to have a sequel and what it means to just have a different game. In fact, I would probably even argue psychologically, if they labeled their game as something else that didn't carry the Darkest Dungeon title, but in the Darkest Dungeon universe, like just call it, I don't know, like even a subtitle or something, it would probably do better psychologically, and it would stop drawing comparisons to itself. What's another great example that it didn't go far enough? Callisto Protocol. Callisto Protocol is a great example. Wolong is another great example where it's iterative design, and they attempted to, it still was received better than if it was called Neo 3, but with a different setting, right? Because you're psychologically setting up your audience to meet expectations when you iterate for a mainstream thing. But it's tough because when you become mainstream, you become known for that mainstream thing. Now the question is, do you have a crew that prefers to stick with that mainstream thing? If not, it's a gigantic financial risk to introduce a new IP. And that IP is a departure from the mainstream the creators are known for. And FromSoft, a lot of people might be thinking they're taking a big risk this year with Armored Core, but you have to remember that actually Armored Core is older than the Souls IP, but it's been a really long time. So the first thing you think of is, oh my gosh, it's really exciting, but it's exciting in a sense that it is also FromSoft's first risk they're taking in over a decade of game design. Why am I not getting more dress? It's like it's every three sessions I'm supposed to be getting more dresses. I'm excited for it to, I'm just excited to see FromSoft take a risk. It's not every day that you get a publishing group that's willing to be like, hey, we haven't released a game like this in forever, or people don't ask for this. Would you be willing to pay for this game's development? It's definitely from a business standpoint. Like if I was a prospective investor, right? I want to invest in a AAA game. My first inclination is someone would pitch me the title. They'd be like, oh yeah, this and this. And the first question a business person would ask is, what evidence do you have that will convince me that this project will be successful? And usually evidence is based on something that is already happening, unless you can generate enough converging evidence. So what does that mean in a creative process? It means they have to convince me enough as a businessman to invest in enough characteristics that already exist, put together in a product that guarantees its return on investment. A businessman would be very unlikely and unconvinced by someone who says, hey, I'm going to make a game like no other game that exists right now. Would you care to place $1 million on me? The answer is no. Like, most of the time, you have to have a really rich businessman that have not, like, just $1 million is nothing to them. That might be a convincing argument. Like, you know what? Sure, we'll take the risk. Like a trillionaire or something, or like a multi-billionaire. But in the gaming industry, that's not gonna fly. So what do? You self-publish. You go to crowdfunding, and you hope you get enough money. And you know what happens with crowdfunding? It fails a lot of times. But it's not because the product failed. It's because the people who invested felt betrayed that they were buying a product, and they, buying the product, had an unnecessary amount of expectations and loyalty to the product. Crowdfunding, the reason why crowdfunding works is because it comes from the source of non-business practice people most of the time. Those people are not businessmen most of the time. They are people who give money on faith. And what do you get when you get faith money? You get emotional responses, incredible emotional damage, potential emotional damage. So a lot of times there's all this naysaying about crowdfunded games, like all of them fail and stuff. It's like, who determines if they fail? The crowdfunding source determines if they fail. So is it really a reflection? Is it more a reflection of the failure of quality of a developer's vision, or the source of the people, the source of the evaluation? So that's a really super deep cut that I probably won't go into because it'll probably take like 3 hours plus, but maybe a subject for another time. The balance, the driver between voluntary funding on faith and business pragmatism, like funding based on pragmatism, right? Call of Duty could still rack in all the mediocre scores, but it has consistency and business practices backing it, so it will be a consistent performer. It's not predicated on faith and people's loyalty or something. It's predicated on science, really, which is conditional behavior and constant feedback. What is another great model that illustrates that, and it doesn't operate on emotional or sentimentalism? Live service games. You could hate a live service game so much, but when you normalize your behavior, you're still gonna love to hate to play it. There's something elegant about that. So as much sentimentalism comes from risky stuff. So if you're artsy fartsy like me, you're probably gonna be very emotional. And for me, unfortunately, even that isn't enough for emotional things nowadays. So I seek emotional things, like when oh dang, she angered a customer. Oh dang, I didn't even think that was possible. She must be really stressed out. Sorry, I'm deliberately like hurting my hostess because I want to get all the dress. Kyoko's having a bad time because her stress level is off the charts. Yeah, she just left. Wait, does that count? I wonder if that counts as a completed session. Anyways, lots more about that, but that's a good hot take. The balance between meeting people's emotional investment, or just, oh, she's not here anymore. Oh no, did I lose? I can't. I hope I don't think I can lose a hostess in this game. Right? Okay. Yeah, I can't. We're fine. we're gonna continue our loop. This part takes a long time, so it's just me walking in a circle and then going into the thing 3 times, and I had to do it 3 times to complete 1 session, and I need to do 3 sessions to unlock 1 outfit. So, and there are 23 outfits, so that's at least 90 times of this loop cycle. And it's also assuming I don't accidentally loop twice while I'm like digressing about the gaming industry. I'm only talking about gaming right now because I'm playing a video game, but this is a human condition thing. It's understanding psychology quite a lot, like the intersection between pragmatism and the human condition. Lots of human conditions: habit formation, evaluation of your investments, right? Value, the perception of value, and conscious and not subconscious conditioning, probably. I mean, it's still a habit technically. It's related to habit formation. But like what I'm doing now, whoops, I accidentally cycled twice. What I'm doing now, the way I enjoy these games and stuff, is a particular habit that I formed intentionally. So there's also the balance of self-awareness and an intentful habit formation versus subconscious habit formation or non-conscious habit formation. And live service games is a great example of that. What makes you want to log into Honkai Star Rail even knowing that it's a live service game, right? Why is live service game one of the highest turnovers in how can something be both popular, lucrative? How can something be really popular, lucrative, and successful while appearing unsuccessful or being unpopular, negative, and criticized often? It's cognitive dissonance. It's the difference between a model. It's one of the biggest drivers is the unconscious nature of habit formation versus how much self-awareness someone has, and then applying those things together. So the reality is live service functions as a form of habit formation, and that habit formation is forming without the awareness of the critics. So like the individuals who are like have already formed the habits, irregardless of what you see, like, oh yeah, this is bad and all that, but habits don't really obey that. You don't break a habit by knowing it's bad. You have to break the habit by consciously breaking it or substituting it. It takes a barrier. So one can participate in a habit not knowing they were conditioned to have a habit if they lack the self-awareness to integrate any new knowledge into substituting that habit. So that sounded really verbose and esoteric, but I want to simplify that a little bit because I haven't really organized my thoughts for this. What I'm saying is a game, maybe even something you enjoy, a model or something, can create a habit and you may not be aware of it. And then when someone comes to make you aware of it without being self-aware that you have that habit already, that it applies to you, whatever new knowledge you take in is not actively applied to it. So for example, if you like to bite your nails, right? But you don't consider yourself as a nail biter because somehow you already formed the habit before you became self-aware of nail biting, and you watch a video about nail biting, you might become aware of it, but without applying that knowledge, you can't break the nail biting, and you continue to nail bite, right? I would use something a little closer to home. The classical thing is, why do diets fail? Like for weight loss, or why do training programs fail? It's the trying to get the person to reach a level of self-awareness to be able to identify if they accurately have a habit to break, and then developing a program that resonates with the self-awareness that encourages the person to actively apply that knowledge to break the habit. And this can be seen with games. Your desire for games, your emotion for games. I mean, we're just using games and diets and like other contexts to explain the habit formation. Why am I running around in a circle trying to get a Steam achievement without feeling like I'm wasting my time? Because I'm aware of what I'm doing. I'm deliberately doing this. The difference between someone who feels like they're wasting their time and someone who's not wasting their time is how intentionally they're doing it. So when you say you're wasting your time, you're doing something that was unintended, is the most likely case. It may not always be the case, but it's most likely the case. So like, you failed more than you intended. You wasted your time. Well, if I knew that I was gonna have an undetermined amount of time invested in the activity, I can't ever feel I wasted my time, because I am not arrogant enough to understand my perception of I have an accurate expectation, and that accurate expectation prevents me from feeling like I wasted my time. So how often you say you wasted your time is a construct of your own self. However, if you're happy with it and it's sustainable, you don't really have to change that mentality. You don't have to break that habit. A habit becomes an addiction or a chronic problem when it's no longer sustainable and it's destroying your daily activities. So for me, is doing this going to destroy my daily activities? It's not. So I intentionally engage in something I'm willing to sacrifice, plus or minus whatever. So when someone yesterday I met Smoke, right? Yesterday when I was doing Yakuza 3's final run on Legend through the MSQ, right? They mentioned that they can't see themselves doing what I'm doing, where I'm just playing all the Yakuza games in order for the completion tasks. And I fully believe that. But I don't think they're incapable of it. But it does require a specific type of mindset. In my mindset, I could be doing this, and then I could be doing a million things while doing this. Like what I'm doing now. Like voicing my things that I'm talking about, practicing my inevitable summation of Yakuza 4 Remastered and where it belongs in the current modern standards in gaming. I'm taking this time to do it. So every time I'm filling a void, I'm making use of that time while doing all this over again. Okay, so we got new outfits. See, I'm farming these outfits while I'm doing this. Is what I'm doing. And then I'm learning more about what I can use for this information. Okay, so we unlocked... we unlocked 2 dresses? Let's look at what this dress looks like. Oh no, these are different color variances, right? Yeah, these are colored. So we unlock new color. That's weird. This set, you can have access to the flashy suit, but the new colors are unlocked in a second wave. That's weird. We only need to get 1 color of each set. So let's do yellow. Yellow's kind of nice. Those are kind of cute. Cute dress. We need to find 23 of these. So as I'm like just spouting and ranting, if any of this is interesting, I'm practicing. if you guys are not interested, or like if someone out there watches this video in posterity and absolutely disagree with me, that's fair too. In fact, if someone disagrees with me and, you know, this goes on, this goes in the video, someone comments disagree with me, it provides even more things. So my goal here is to rant, express, practice my I guess charisma or what have you. Right now, because I can, I'm maximizing the time that I'm using, and I planned to do this before I started to stream today. I planned to do this. I mean, actually, it's kind of a cheap excuse, or like cheap reasoning, because every time I get on stream, I do plan on talking about something, and one of the things is this. So it might sound like it's improvisational, but it really isn't. I rarely ever engage in something without a plan, and that plan is dynamic enough that it can accommodate. I mean, you need a starting point, but I have enough material in my mind that I could spin on the spot. So this is with practice. And I still trip, you know, my ideas are kind of branching everywhere, and now I'm ranting about ranting and intentful participation. However, it doesn't get better if I don't practice. And you can always plan a lot and, you know, learn and have a lot of knowledge and prepare a lot, but without execution, the practice of execution, I would be much, much worse than this. So to get to this point where I'm doing this cycling and filling in the B-roll about some complex topic, or maybe some people find it very, well, duh, it's very intuitive kind of topic. To do this, I actively participate in doing this. So whether someone disagrees or not, and etc., I'm fishing for that. And that's what I do. So anyways, active participation. And this takes a really long time. I'm telling you, I am losing, I guess I'm losing a couple. I'm not being as efficient. Basically, you take one loop around and then you go in, right? And then you get a chance. And I'm not actively tackling all the dresses at the moment, because I think there's still more. So it doesn't really matter when I buy the dresses. So this was going to take I was thinking maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours, but yeah, it hasn't even been 2 hours yet. So we're just looping, having a little discussion. The one thing I can note about this is it's kind of soothing to be able to do this type of loop while trying to sort out thoughts in my head. I don't know if you guys participate in this at all, but it's usually called a fidget. My fidget is I need to do something with my hands while I'm thinking. So a lot of times to give you an example, this is one of those examples where when someone says like, oh man, like these things are like, for example, if you play an MMO, right? And people are like, oh man, this dungeon is hard and all that stuff. To demonstrate my level of grind, I play Neverwinter online like for over 8,000 hours. I think I'm at 8,000 plus hours now, right? And what I do is I read and listen and watch something else while I'm doing the dungeons in Neverwinter. You can get to a point where you're optimizing your stimuli, like how you're processing the different things, and you're just getting checkpoints, right? Like I'm doing checkpoints right now with my eyes, but I am not thinking about what I'm doing on screen right here. I'm thinking about the conversation I'm having and what I'm reading from Worm while doing this, with minimal deviation from doing the cycle that I'm doing. And this cycle that I'm doing here can be very complex with a lot of practice. you can do the cycle to the point where you don't even remember doing it. So right now, I'm taking in the dress and whatnot, but yeah, we didn't get this one either. A sexy dress, huh? It's okay. I'm doing this cycle, but later I might forget what I did in this whole cycle because I'm more focused. I'm juggling my attention. So this is what I do. This is how I maximize, quote unquote, what people would consider multitasking, right? But it's really switching attention. So every time I'm switching attention, I'm actually not paying attention to something. It's just another part of my body is doing the action without me paying attention to it. So right now, technically, I'm not paying attention to the details that are happening in my screen over here. In fact, I'm just talking and trying to form an idea with what Worm said. So right now, I read Worm's message, but I'm forming an idea to reply to Worm while continuing to have a conversation or line of thought that I'm having right now. So I'm using that time that I'm filling in with the discussion that I'm having with myself in order to form an idea and an answer to Worm's comments while maintaining this walking loop. And all that is just snapping back and forth, right? The brain doesn't do all these things simultaneously. At least for most normies like myself, they're not happening simultaneously. They're going back and forth. So, give me a sec. So this is where I have to actively look at my screen to see short halter top. Oh, wow. That's interesting. The little, like, straps. Wow, that's... I don't know how I feel about that. That kind of looks, like, kinky, doesn't it? That kind of looks weird. It almost looked like they're like, spikes or something. That's kind of weird looking dress. I heard the term stim a lot, but haven't heard fidget much. Stim. This looks really weird. This dress looks really weird. The achievement didn't pop yet, so I obviously do not have 23 outfits. So we're gonna continue going around. Stim, huh? Like stimulation? Stim as in short for stimulation, Worm? Yeah, you require a bunch of stimulation. Like for me, my goal is to constantly be at max stimulation, because if I don't continue to occupy all my faculties, I get manic. Yes, and that's a loose phrase for 100%. I'm getting all the Steam achievements, and most of that involves 100%ing the worst parts, the quote-unquote undesirable parts of the game, like the completion parts of the game. So there are most of them involve doing that. However, it's not 100% as in everything in the game, because there are some that are like 95% or 96% or 97%, depending on what the Steam achievement has. For this game, for Yakuza 4 Remastered, I look at the Steam achievement requirements like a lot of times before as I'm playing the game. It looks like it's about, I would say like 90%, 90 to 95%. Like for example, a characteristic in this game are coin locker keys. You have to collect all the keys, but not true for all the Steam achievements. You don't have to collect all the keys. So that is technically not 100%ing the game itself, but it is completing. So I'm doing it for completion. I'm doing a Steam completion, which is what I do most of the time. I could go out of my way and spend like an hour to collect all the keys and whatnot, but whoops, I just went through 2 cycles of this. But yeah. So the answer is yes, I am, and no, I'm not. So to help you to strictly clarify, it's 100% Steam completion. So I'm using the profile to, and that's kind of putting a limit. It's putting an upper limit for me, because this could get out of control. Like, and you have to set your limits, right? Limits of where you feel completion is, and that my qualification is I'm doing everything for the Steam achievements. Now here's the deal. The trade-off is true too. There is things you have to do in the game that is not part of the Steam achievements, and vice versa. So like in Yakuza 3, you had to do something for a Steam achievement that isn't a completion task in the game. So the opposite is true too. And generally speaking, overall, in my to maximize my experience, I like to build my Steam profile. So I use Steam achievements, and a lot of times there are games I play where the game is not programmed as a completion object. The Steam achievements are a way many clever indie developers, certain notable indie developers, get the player to do something for an achievement that isn't programmed into the game. So like beating a boss in a certain way is technically not 100%ing a game. It's doing it for a Steam achievement, if you know what I mean. So there's pros and cons to my approach. And over the years, since I play a lot of indie games, Steam achievements are a place where the developers can be really creative. Like the one that I can think of is collecting garbage in a game. Like when you have a game mechanic where the garbage is meant to just be an inconvenience, a Steam achievement would be play the game when your inventory is filled with garbage or something like that. So over time, I have become more attached to Steam achievements. In this game though, this is more of a mainstream game. The stuff is the same. And the thing I'm collecting is the Platinum Achievement Award to demonstrate that I have observed the game enough, personally, for myself. Okay, I don't see anything new. Did I buy you? Yeah, I bought one of you. Thank goodness I don't have to buy all of these. Holy heck. Okay, we didn't... Oh, this is kind of cute. I like the... Like the belt thing is a little bit refined, and it kind of looks like a nice... Oh, this is a nice color. Let's buy this one. I'm basically just waiting for the Steam achievement to pop up. I don't know, I like this dress, especially when it was dark red when you hovered over it. Oh, you mean that other one? Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. I do like... It was a darker red, right? Like a rosy... I like this belt one. It's kind of nice, simple, but it has like an accent piece. We still didn't get all the dress, by the way. That was not the 23rd dress. But you can enjoy it. And also, I'm recording this for myself too. Like one day I'm just gonna look back on this. I'm like, okay. So even if I miss something, right? Say I talked about how I'm going through a loop cycle with my hands, and I'm not like really looking at the screen right now because I'm going through the cycle. Someone might notice something. I might notice something upon rewatch. And so the whole idea of me recording is that I'm streaming to record for posterity and streaming for exposure. And that exposure is maybe something I said upset someone, right? That's what I'm looking for. Maybe something I said made someone digress into something. That's what I'm looking for. I'm fishing for that. Maybe someone noticed I made an error. What if I said something wrong? That's what I'm looking for. It's something to talk about. It's something to stimulate my mind about. I'm not here to be right or read off a thesaurus or read off a dictionary in which everyone else can read that. I'm looking for something that grab someone's attention. So like, for example, if I upset someone by a very specific phrase, my first inclination is to ask them why it upsets them. And then they can tell me their story, right? The stuff. That's what I'm fishing for. So in all this setup and whatnot, I'm ranting and promoting a curiosity that I like that other people would be encouraged to do as well. So when you start playing a game and you're trying to provide commentary, the ones that grab me, the people that grab me, are their ability to constantly make observations every moment that they are on stream. And what I'm talking about is, I'm not talking about play-by-play react videos. I'm talking about something that goes beyond reacting. I mean, it's still reacting in a sense, but what I mean is on both a emotional and intellectual level. So having a conversation with yourself, having an intellectual response to your initial emotional response. Like, for example, if you get jump scared, you just continue getting jump scared or something. That's a intuitive way of experiencing a horror game, I imagine, right? Or when you get jump scared once, you start talking about it and you start rationalizing or talking about what creates a jump scare. What is the element of the jump scare that scares you in the first place? And then you focus on that, and then when you get the next jump scare, you can confirm like, yeah, it's definitely the sudden change in sound frequency, or etc. So you're actively participating and not just going along with the ride. And that's kind of where I feel the future quality of life habits that can really help people who like video games or who's into streaming and whatnot, or sharing their experiences. They can maximize their experiences and learn and have other people help you with it indirectly. When I mean indirectly is what you guys are doing now. Basically, I can do it myself, but the more the merrier. If someone's angry with me, I welcome that, because it's something that I can work on, or it's something I can discuss about. So everything is welcome, and that removes the burden for having to perform or behave a certain way or something like that. But it encourages welcoming and trying those new things. I swear I get jump scared more IRL in PvP games. I'm in anticipatory. Okay, so you hit a deep cut here. I don't play a lot of PvP games because it plays to my intuition, or I mean my lack of intuition. It plays to my profiling, my ability to want to read in people's behavior. So I become manic when I play PvP games, so much so that I'm often looking at something and then suddenly something happens and I get jump scared. So things like, oh my gosh, I know there's a guy around the corner. You look, not there. You look, you peek again, not there. And then someone shoots you in the back. Like, you get so honed in, it's like, oh no, it's 1v1, right? And then you get third party, and I'm like, and I get like a little anxiety from the third partying. That's kind of, it's playing on your expectations. But I was actually describing a very real thing where if you're actively focused on something, when you're intently focused on a task, it makes you susceptible to, outside your peripheral sensory input, right? But those are the moments that are great. Those are the moments that is pure investment, and that's when you get emotional. You thought this was Sims 3? It might as well be Sims 3. Right now I'm looping. I'm looping for dresses. I'm farming for dresses, guys. It might as well be Sims. because I'm actually farming for dresses, which involves me just doing the same loop over and over again. Is this new? This is new, right? This kind of looks new. Yes. New dress. I like this. Off green. Sage. Sage. So basically, just offers and co. What I'm doing right now is I'm ranting and digressing on something, but I'm grinding something right here. Basically, I can't let this girl become number 1 yet, because there's a Steam achievement that requires me to get every outfit in this game. But if you advance too quickly, you lose the ability to get outfits. So what we did was we stripped her down, not that strip, like accessories and stuff. And then we have to keep rotating and pass on. Son, calm down. We have to keep rotating and passing until all the dresses are unlocked. So while we're doing that, we're just discussing random things or things that are relevant to this. So we're B-rolling for dress. And until I get the Steam achievement that says I got all the dresses, we're just gonna keep rotating and keep passing. That's basically what we're doing. Apparently you can miss this by doing it too quickly. And I was like 14 dresses off. Like we're still, I don't even know. I think that was maybe dress. We still haven't hit 23 dresses. But let's keep going. So we have to buy 1 of each dress type. And they only get unlocked every 3 sessions. And every 3 sessions require 3 rotations around the thing. So, ooh. I kind of like this. Ooh, that blue one's kind of nice. Oh, I like those too, the circles. This kind of reminds me of matcha. Like, it's a matcha boba tea, you know? I like this. It's like a matcha boba tea dress. I didn't get the achievement unlocked, so we're still missing a dress. Yeah, matcha. Offers doesn't like matcha, guys. Just saying. It's okay, it's an acquired taste. We know that Coffers is like a 13-year-old, so it's fine. He likes chocolate and like cookies and cream flavor stuff. Matcha is nasty. Yeah, it's a acquired taste. What the heck? Oh yeah, this is, she's doing like all stuff. So this stuff, I never see this stuff. Like that stuff, like where she gets stressed and then she like hassles the thing. That was probably in Yakuza 3, but it never happened because there is an achievement that requires me to like stall, right? So we're seeing a lot of like animations that I don't typically see, and that's what I mean by Steam achievements. Like in the game, I don't think it has a... What does matcha taste like? Green tea. It tastes like dirt. It makes things a little dirty. Like coffee grounds and stuff. Yeah, it tastes like dirt. It's supposed to, it's a floral thing. So it makes it very earthy, like nutty and earthy. An example of earthiness would be like that people might like, that isn't an acquired taste. Unsalted walnuts. Unsalted walnuts. Have you ever eaten unsalted walnuts? How bland it is? Like, it just, you know, it's supposed to be very earthy and nutty, as in it's supposed to complement. So what I'm saying is matcha unflavored, like matcha without anything else, it's supposed to add the like that earthy smell and stuff to contrast with something. So in boba tea, you typically have sugar in it, like a bit of sugar, maybe even brown sugar, right? And then the boba has a flavor and stuff. The matcha is supposed to complement that. It's supposed to heighten and add another dimension to the taste. It's kind of like a cappuccino. You could just drink straight black coffee if you want, which I'm okay with drinking straight matcha tea. You know, no sugar, nothing. But in boba, it makes the beverage sweeter. It accents the stuff. So it's kind of like contrasting palates. When you have salted malt ice cream, right? The ice cream is sweet, but the texture on top from the salt actually makes the ice cream even sweeter. So the idea is matcha is often added into boba because it complements the other stuff. So it's kind of like also acid and sugar, or fattiness, fatty things. So if you add lemon or citrus like lime to something fatty like pork belly or something, pork belly is not a great example, but something that's really fatty, and you put lemon on it, it cuts and complements things. So green tea is more like for the smell that you get when you drink it. It kind of just, it's a dirt property. That's all I can describe it. It's a dirt quality. It downplays the potential sugariness of boba. So in fact, it's to a point, like what I mean is it's to help you handle the sugariness, but what it can do also when you do these things is you can consume less sugar. So if you're someone who's very sensitive to a lot of sugar, like be it how you feel afterwards or your current palate, adding earthiness things like green tea or matcha specifically. Matcha is a specific type of green tea that is largely from Japan, that's popularized in Japan, like the actual, so it's a type of green tea. It helps with people with sensitive palates, and that's why Sud and I always talk about matcha a lot, because if you have really classically maybe some aversion to like sugary beverages or whatnot, you can downplay the sugar by adding something earthy. And it's kind of like how I do this stuff, like this stuff is really sweet, so I typically take a sip of this and then drink some water, so I get the sugariness, really pungent, like strong sugariness, but the water is what's sensitizing me to the sugar. So I like to drink water before I sip something sugary, because it ultimately creates a habit of me being more sensitive to sugar, and I would end up ultimately consuming less sugar, and it might not upset me as much and whatnot. So that's kind of how it works. It's playing on human physiology, basically. Give me all that sugar in MSG. I do like my MSG. But here's the thing, if you don't have MSG for a while and then have some MSG, it's even more off the walls. But anyways, yeah, I do like my umami. I usually use the word umami instead because it's euphemism. MSG has a negative stigma that has been categorically misunderstood. So I tend to use the word umami instead. And you know, we're playing a Japanese game and we're all otakus, right? Umami is the sense, the taste sense that we're talking about with glutamates. We own this, right? Yeah, we own this. I remember the sexy dress, mermaid dress, two-piece. Yeah, we bought a two-piece, short halter top, long. They're not in order, which doesn't help. Like, ooh, this one looks, ugh. Sorry, that print. Oof. Okay, I'm going with something like this. This one's good. I like this dress. It's very modest. It has like a, I like it. I like the trim. The complimentary trim on the dress really gives it a lot of form. She's not very happy because all her outfits suck because there's no accessories and she's really stressed and all that stuff. I'm keeping her down I'm sandbagging. That's still not dress 23, by the way, guys. So we still gotta go look for more dress. If you want to know, I prepared 4 hours of things to say for this, expecting that this will take 2 hours. But we've already crossed 2 hours and 15 minutes doing this. Yeah, we're D-ranking. We have to keep her from number 1. I don't want to train another hostess. So we picked the first hostess we encountered because that's just fate. Her name is Kyoko. Oh, let me tell you a little bit about Kyoko. Oh no, she's getting... Well, she's she's very stressed. She just slapped another hostess. Okay, alright, well, she's a little bit tired, guys. I didn't teach her to relax and all that stuff, so, wow. So you can get super service, and you can get super disservice, I suppose. Oh yeah, she is not having it now. Yeah, I haven't seen any of these scenes in Yakuza 3, because it didn't require us to stall. But anyways, Kyoko is Bachi, by the way. That's the easiest way to explain it. If you're a weeb, you would know exactly what I mean. But we bumped into Kyoko at Bantam at a bar, and she has a band, right? And the band is suffering. Like, basically they're not really they're trying to make money to support the band, so all of them have part-time jobs, but she doesn't have a part-time job. So I picked her up. Akiyama just swooped her up and say, hey, why don't you become a hostess? And then that's where she is now. And we get to see the end of her story if I let her become number 1, which we aren't letting her become number 1 because we need to farm those dresses. But we'll end up seeing her end of her story at some point. Oh, she didn't come in. Or deliberately trying to end her session early too. If she somehow ends it. I don't think you can. Oh no. That's the second time she's not in. Wait, is she permanently not in? Can I actually lose her? I don't actually know if I can lose a hostess. Wait. Oh no. You know, I don't even know if you can actually lose. This is the first time she didn't come in 3 times. Okay. We're still fine. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. She's still coming in. She just needs to hold on for a little bit longer. She'll become number 1, I promise. She'll become number 1 with a new outfit, you know? The game put in so many outfits. Holy heck. Honestly, let me take a look. Completion list. Hostess maker. Yeah, so you have 3 hostess, right? And then you just have to increase them to the max. But the thing is, it doesn't tell you to collect anything. When all the dresses are bought, yeah. So this is what I mean by the Steam achievement thing versus 100%ing the game. The Steam achievement requires me to get all the dresses, but it's not a requirement in the game. Like, there's no checklist for buying all the dresses. Usually they're kind of synchronized, but these are the older games. The older games have retroactive Steam achievements added. They're desynchronized. But Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, Yakuza 0, anything post Yakuza 0, the Steam achievements reflect largely 100% of the completion. So Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and 2 were 100%. Like in-game and the Steam region. Yakuza 3 required about 70% of the total things that were listed in the game. But the biggest but is that it is 98% of the things you had to do that were rigorous. So like one of the achievements is to master all the mini games. So that is like the bulk of the time. So our game runtime basically met with 100 hours plus. It was about 110 hours, which is where Yakuza 3 typically, for like a leisure person, whoops, I've been cycling too much, clocked in at. Kiwami 1 is one of the shorter ones. It clocked in at 85. Kiwami 2 is a bit shorter because it's even more modern. It clocked in at around 78. Yakuza 0 is arguably the longest, and it clocked in at 150-ish. Yakuza 4, which is what we're working on now, because of the Steam achievements, I think it's going to clock in lower than the norm. Oh hey, she succeeded without... Wow. She actually... That was a super service. It's probably going to clock in at like 120 hours. And then Yakuza 5 is the second longest of all the titles, which is anywhere from 130 to 150. But I think it might be shorter because the Steam achievements don't really line up with the game's completion. And then the rest is new. Yakuza Like a Dragon 6. I'm gonna condition myself out of calling it Yakuza soon, because we're gonna have to get used to saying Like a Dragon, because that is officially that title, which is a funny trivia that I mentioned before. The reason why they are now officially switching over to Like a Dragon is because the last mainline game that was released is called Yakuza Like a Dragon. And it marks the first game that is both a Yakuza game and Like a Dragon. And I believe that's such a nice legacy to acknowledge the differences. And what is the big difference? Yakuza Like a Dragon is the first time both the localization, the dubbing is international. So it is the first mainline game in the series to feature American, like English, typically American voice actors and Japanese voice actors in the original release. So the game was released internationally, with the expectation that it has a Western audience and an Eastern audience. So from now on, after Yakuza Like a Dragon, which is Like a Dragon 6 or Yakuza 6, they have dropped the Yakuza name and assume its original name, which is Like a Dragon, because there's no longer a difference between them. It is the international release, and that marks a great thing. It means RGG has finally reached international status, and that's fantastic. It really means officially that SEGA, the publishing group, the one that owns the IP, has an in-house studio that makes Like a Dragon, and it has reached an appeal that it's lucratively and safe enough to release on an international level. And I absolutely love that, because let's just say there are still certain Japanese studios and publishers out there that is gonna make me really, really sad. But also, it's fine too, because I kind of like feeling sad every once in a while. And FOMO and stuff. This year, there's going to be a title that's released that I have been very loyal and nostalgic about this particular publisher. And they're releasing a game, and I have to wait 1 year at least or more before I can play it on my preferred platform. I'll let you guess who that is. I'll give you a hint. It's not From Software. What the heck? Where are my new dresses, yo? Wait, did I miss a dress? Okay, let's count them. Let's count them. No, it's not from software. Mazuku, it's not from soft. I just gave you that hint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20? We're missing 3? Holy heck. Final Fantasy 16, yes. Freaking Square Enix. Freaking Square. If there is any developer / publisher that I played more than Sega, is Square. And I'm not even saying the NX part, it's Squaresoft. Squaresoft has my life's legacy. If I had to do like a content creator spiel, the developer / publisher that made me who I am now, that made my legacy, is Squaresoft and Sega. And ironically, or like not ironically, coincidentally, I've been playing Yakuza, which this is the most Sega I've ever played since Squaresoft took most of my legacy in video gaming. And yeah, they still doing that. You were gonna guess System Shock. Oh yeah, that's true. System Shock is coming out soon. Unfortunately, I missed the System Shock days. Because I was Blizzard. I was a Blizzard boy. During the System Shock times. I was still Blizzard boy. So, the Blizzard is number 3. But I've fallen out of Blizzard. Like, technically, I'm still a Blizzard boy. Warcraft and Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, World of Warcraft, StarCraft 1, StarCraft 2, Diablo 1, 2. And then I stopped at 3, which I just played the demo, and that's it. Because then during that time, Overwatch and Hearthstone, and I still play Hearthstone now. So I've been a Blizzard boy as well. So those are the trifecta: Square, Blizzard, and Sega. They are the most overlapping. And by that, what I mean is I have the largest catalog. Like, it doesn't mean it takes the most influence. Like, it influenced me the most. I just have, they're the biggest publishers. So they have the highest frequency of overlap. I've played the most number of games published by them. But influences come from indie games most of the time. I mean, that's generally the go. Like, I liked Squaresoft when they were still, quote unquote, cue the memes, right? A small indie company, right? And Blizzard when it was still a small indie company, when they were starting up. And then now they're mainstream. So I still place 1 or 2 titles by them that are mainstream. But usually most of my influences come from indie developers. And they don't have the luxury of multiple groups releasing games frequently. And then this day and age, it's difficult to release games consistently, frequently, without risks. Especially being an indie company who's still trying to discover what is it that's going to make them mainstream. The closest guys I have is now officially mainstream, which I just mentioned a few minutes ago. Supergiant Games. They are officially breaking into mainstream, and that means I will probably fade away interest from them, because as much as I like to play Hades 2, it's ultimately less interesting to me than them announcing a new IP. And yes, it's a selfish request, because as I have gone through before, releasing a new IP is risky. That's why indie is so passionate, because they risk it all on the line because they have to create new IPs, right? Or stick with their original IP. Hence, Don't Starve, Stardew Valley, Terraria. It's difficult to take that business risk to release a new IP. And that's why I really appreciate, I defend developers all the time, even for mainstream developers, which is misplaced. It's a misplaced sentimentalism. I still defend mainstream publishers and stuff, but they know what they're doing with their iterative designs, so I don't need to defend that at all. However, I've grown habit of defending from the developer standpoint, because indie people get ripped apart and reamed if they ever suggest they have like a mainstream formula or they're high budget, even though they have to take the risk because they need to establish an identity, an IP, before going mainstream. So when an indie developer, like for example, looks like a mainstream developer, they get reamed for putting everything they have in it. They don't get a pass for having limited resources, overcoming stuff. If any of the things they happen to overlap with a mainstream developer, they are held to the same standards without any, like, it's a double standard basically, because it doesn't apply to them. And that's why I find myself on a defensive end most of the time, just to promote awareness that you don't become FromSoft overnight. And then when you just happen to like something and get inspired off something that's mainstream, unfortunately, it's ultimately the developer's decision to know that they're going to draw comparisons, right? So it's the risk they take, but they are taking a risk or trying to bring entertainment to someone. It's different when there's money in it, in my opinion. Like it works both. It works unconditionally. So when people say, "Oh, money is very important to the perception of a game's quality," fine, but it also works in the other way too, where money becomes a gatekeeper for that too. Much like emotions, if you love something of the same thing, it's not a double standard where when you get the same thing but it's not by the person you love specifically and somehow it becomes cheapened, like, well, then that's a double standard. So a lot of times emotions and interpret of business matters and stuff can be a double standard. Like any game that's a Souls-like is going to get reamed apart by having to draw comparisons with FromSoft when they, oh no, the slap, silent slap. So I don't particularly like double standards, and I don't believe that anyone should be held to a double standard, or try not to. And it's the same for that other person. So like it's all around unconditional. Keeping aware of double standards can help, ultimately even help yourself, right? Because you might make double standards for yourself and it could be killing your quality of life. And you apply double standards to others because of not, often it's an empathy thing where you have not been held to a double standard. So therefore, it's difficult to see that you're holding other things to a double standard. And that's reasonable. My take on it is having people point out their own double standards and how they're holding others to double standards, raise their awareness enough that it might actually be something they can use to improve their own life. Because what's a really classical way to double standard yourself to the point where you are miserable? Because, and then you apply that to everything else. What's a classic double standard? I don't have the genetics to run that fast, so I'm not going to. That's a double standard. So you're going to choose never to run just because you can't run as fast as someone who can run really fast because it's implied that they were naturally born to run really fast. That's kind of the idea. So whenever you think about it, I'm not saying you can't have double standards and you can not feel bad about things that are double standards or feel good about things that are double standard. Is the idea that if you practice doing that a lot, you're going to inherently do it to yourself. And if I can see that that is one of the reasons why you are suffering, it'd be worth it, in my opinion, to try to get the person to understand that doing the double standarding less may make you feel compulsive to do it less to yourself. Because a lot of things you repeat ultimately also repeats with yourself because you're reminded with it. And double standards are a big one. It's a really big one. And a lot of times it's always outward stuff that people focus on or get, told like, don't do that. That's not nice kind of thing. But inherently, you can motivate the person to see the damage it can do by pointing it out in their own lives. Like, I can't enjoy this because someone else, like, I like this, but someone else doesn't, so that's not fair. That's a double standard. I love this game, but someone else don't. That's not right. That's a double standard. Right? So you're applying different standards to that person than yourself. Like, or someone says, everyone's unique, but you're wrong. That's a double standard. If everyone's unique, then everyone like has a different take. So not anyone can be particularly wrong. Unless you're saying everyone else is wrong, and including yourself, right? It's a different standard. So the more you apply these things, you can be perfectly healthy. Being a principled person like Kiryu, for example, is a really principled person. He knows right from wrong. He will always promote what is the right thing to do and what is the wrong thing to do. But he's also happy. Sort of. It's kind of hard to know if Kiryu is happy. But he suffers a lot too. So the idea is, if you think it applies to you and raising awareness of it, it can make you a very happy person or a much happier person. I used to be the guy that applies a lot of double standards. But I realized those double standards stop me from doing things that, like, it was irrational. I mean, double standards are irrational most of the time. So, for example, touching grass is a great example. I'm sorry, guys. I know. I said it. Touching grass, or like running, like doing cardio, or something like I don't have to watch what I eat because I'm skinny. Things like that. Or like I feel like I'm fit and I'm not in danger, so I don't have to worry about these things. Well, you could always just do it because you want, like, it'll be something that you can do in the future, right? So a lot of times to get to that can-do attitude, the I can do it if I wanted to kind of thing, on paper, you can get to it even without the motivation to do so. And that comes with many of these types of perspectives. When you write on a paper, what do you do a lot? Like, how do you evaluate something every time? What's going on? I haven't gotten a new dress in a long time. Right? Hold up. Okay. I feel like I'm getting gypped here. Hold up. There are 23 outfits Okay. Okay. Yeah, there are 23 outfits. Hold up. I don't understand. Uh, is there a list? The last items you get are okay, let's look at this. Oh, maybe I did get them already. Is it not loading? The last items are the long two-piece dress. The kami dress and the cash couture. Couture? Couture? I don't know. Wait, so I do have it. Okay. Now I'm kind of afraid, but let's just... Let's do this one. I'm gonna reload the game and see... Wait, hold up. Maybe I was so focused on the task that I finished. I only counted 20 though. Hold up. Is it just me or I'm pretty sure I only counted 20 dresses. Is it possible to miss? Hold up. I'm seeing if it no, I don't have it. I don't have it. Fake news? Wait, fake news? Fashionista is the name of the achievement. Okay. How to get this trophy? You just need to purchase one of each dress type, not every color. This includes cosplay. Okay. 23, you unlock new every 3 shifts. That's what I did. If you don't, it might require you to intentionally fail some shifts so you can get too good. Okay. Okay. Okay, I did the 30. What? How am I missing 3? What? What? Do we just make her number 1? Yes? How do we get her to recover from her stress? It's okay, I got this. We got this. I forgot to change her dress, but that's fine. We'll just go through here. I mean, we engaged in all the like the bad stuff too. Maybe we get the last 3 dress on our milestone. There might be dress attached to becoming number 1. Or on the road to number 1. She's already become number 2. That's where we left off actually. We went to number 2 like incredibly fast. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention what they wanted. Oh no, because I was so focused on counting. Okay. I don't think I miscounted. I'm pretty sure. Okay. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I only have 20.
Listen to the beat of my heart.
That's just where I like this.
Be
this outfit, so let's go with this. Let's go with a cute design that we've already saved. We saved all our outfits. Let's see if we... Is there another cute dress somewhere? No. This is fine. We're good. Just use this. This is our cute outfit, by the way. This is before we got all the new dresses, though. I don't know if the new dresses are better. They don't highlight stats. You just have to guess. Oh, yeah, because it only emphasizes cuteness, right? We need her to relax, man. Just gotta relax. Too much stress. Listen, the only reason we're picking cute is because it happens a lot. No, or it's but flashy and gorgeous probably comes up a lot more, actually. Well, let's see if she's still on the table. Yeah, she's still on the table. That's fine. Don't give me that type stuff, okay? We still have to do the hostess stuff. I don't know who has to do the hostess stuff. I think Kiryu has to do the hostess stuff. Like meeting with the hostess. It's Kiryu's thing. Akiyama, this is Akiyama's minigame. Saijima? Something about treasure hunting. And then Tanemura is about something like cop related thing. I think it might be arresting crimes. And Kiryu has to beat up gangsters. Or something. They all have different requirements. Like they all have different mini games associated with them. Akiyama is a cabaret club owner. Hold up. Let's go check. I don't understand. Dresses list. How am I missing? Okay. Oh. I do see one. Okay, so there's a dress called... I'm looking through this list really quickly. There's a Cheongsam, a maid dress, and a schoolgirl uniform. Wait. Oh, those are 3 cosplay. How do you get the cosplay ones? Cosplay outfit. Yakuza 4. There are 3 cosplay outfits. Wait, what? Wait. What? No. I don't get it. How do you get that stuff? Oh, wait. Cosplay only requires that you get 10 requests total, not in one round. So if you're not doing well, just bear with it. Okay. Okay, so it's a milestone. It's a milestone. It's fine. It's a milestone. She just has to, like, balls to the walls really good. So, okay. What do we need? Gorgeous. And good looking. So, focusing on looks. Looks and gorgeous. Oh no, her looks department is actually bad. By looks, we're talking about the service skill. It's BSS right now, I think. So we need to train her, Yeah, she's B on looks. On understanding looks. Oh no, she failed. She failed on the looks training. Is there another like I wonder if any of these advanced dresses. Is this fancy? Sexy retro. Alright, let's okay, hold up. So we have this gorgeous setup, right? Oh, this is the thing we okay, never mind. Oh yeah. Let's try this. It's bad. It's such a bad outfit. We need to get her a new dress. This is just for stats, folks. Let's try this. It says it's sexy retro style dress, a real blast. So it's kind of like flashy and maybe okay, maybe this. Try this. She's number 3 already, but apparently we need to really knock it out of the park. So let's see if this is flashy / gorgeous, you know. It's not good enough. Gorgeous is still like not that good. The stats are not that great. We need her to get like an incredible amount of super service. So there's one super service. It's good enough for now, but we need to be able to cap it. Okay, so we need sexy. Okay, so gorgeous and charisma. No, looks. Oh, and refinement. Okay, so we have a choice. And smart. So we have a choice. We're gonna go with smart and refined. Those are we have a setup for that. That's really decent. We need to train her though. Actually, let's get rid of her. She needs to be in top condition to get a super service. What was it? We're going for refined and smart because she's already S on smart. We'll save this over this. I like that dress better. It's not quite, it's more flashy than what is our profile for, whoops. What's our profile for refine? Right, she looks like Yuki from Kiwami. She looks like Yuki from Kiwami 2 and Yakuza 0. She just needs pink glasses with this outfit. What else? So we need something refined, right? Oh, this is refined too. But this costs more. Don't at me, guys. I have my thoughts. Oh, this is refined as well. Oh wait, are they categorized? No, they're not categorized. Because this is a cute outfit. How's this cute? I don't understand. Hold up. Let's go to the bottom. Balloon, no. No. I mean, this might be mature leads to refinement, but nah, it's fine. We'll stick with what we have. I'm pretty sure this is like near max. Pretty sure this is still near max. Oh, it's maxed. Yeah, we don't need to work on refinement anymore. We still need to work on our gorgeous. Gorgeous is not capped. It's barely capped. Where's my super service at? What? She failed to get a what? Alright, we're looking for cute and charismatic. Alright, cute, charismatic, refinement is still on the table. Alright, I guess lecture is the only way we can get it. It's gonna increase her stress, but it's the only way we're gonna also hit on that B right there. Lecture increases all her skills, but it increases stress too. Still B, dang. Our cute wasn't really that great either. Like, it's not capped. There like another... No. Maybe that? I'm good. No, no. No. We're gonna try one of these. Maybe this? Let's see where her No. No, it's still like meh. It has to turn red. Like if it's getting close to max, the reticle, like the point turns red. Cute and charismatic. She got a super service, but that's not good enough. Not good enough. Yeah, I know her rank ranked up. Fair enough. Is her rank at number 2 again? Yep. Okay. Back in we go. Charismatic, flashy. I actually don't know how our flashy setup is. I think flashy and gorgeous is kind of go hand in hand. So flashy and charismatic. What's your stress at? Alright, we're gonna start with lecture. And have her relax it up. In a second shift. Oh, it didn't work? Oh my, oh right, the last thing we did was lecture. We can't do back to back even if it carries between sessions. So I forgot about that, my bad. That's an unfortunate thing. What was Flash like? I think Flash is already capped from this, but let's see.
Let it go, let it go.どう？似合う？
This is the best balance we have for Flash and Gorgeous. Not quite there.
こんにちは。
Okay. It's still a super service, so it's okay. Even though she's like stressed as heck. Gorgeous, flashy, charismatic. Oh, I like when they end up looking for gorgeous and flashy so you can get both. I don't think you can get the others. Only gorgeous and flashy are paired up. Right. Alright, lady, you're gonna have to chill, man. She failed to relax? What the? Uh-oh. What's happening? Do we have any more? No. I kind of want to tweak this too. Do we have anything more flashier? These are cute. Pretty. I mean, we can flashy suit it. I mean, it literally has flashy in its title, right? Let's go with this. Right? It's gotta be flashier than the thing she was wearing, right? It's really trial and error. There's I mean, she's hecka stressed out though. Nothing changed. It basically didn't even move. Okay. Fair enough. She's too stressed out to get a to get a super service. Can I please get you to just alleviate your stress? I couldn't even get her to relax anymore because I basically abused her. To stall the game. Actually, why do I... Oh no, I didn't even look at what they needed. Whoops. Actually, what if you had to cosplay for all the girls? So maybe I do have to do all three of the girls. We'll see. I've got to look at what the customers wanted. I was just so preoccupied with refine, smart. No, that's irrelevant now. Oh, come on, Akiyama. Hold up. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, nothing happened there. 200 regular customers. Okay. I don't know if that milestone means anything. I have no idea if that means anything. Charismatic and gorgeous. Okay. Dang it. I can't just like walk halfway. I have to like walk. I have to touch one of the corners. Charismatic and what? I've already forgotten. Speak to me, audience. Okay. I feel like I can find a let's start with free time. Oh no, wait, did I do free time last time first? Ugh. I'm not keeping track of what I did last. I think I did free time last. So this is gonna be a failure. She's gonna fail. Yeah. She's actually kind of annoying to train at the moment. Gorgeous. Is there something I can... Was that cute? No. What if I just straight up buy a sexy dress? Does that just work? What to try? They're not tiered in any way. It doesn't seem like it. We can try this. With what she currently has on. So maybe like this. Yeah, it made it worse. Actually, it increased her cuteness, but it didn't affect her gorgeousness. I can't seem to find the thing to peak gorgeous. The dress looks nice though, with what I have set up. Cute, gorgeous, charisma. We didn't quite land on the cuteness yet, either. We're just trying to get her to relax. She just won't relax. Okay. It worked. It does cost motivation, but still. So we're going... I like this. We're gonna save this under, this. And then, I don't think we got any, like, new stuff, right? No. Yeah, all the accessory stuff is already as good as it can get, I think. Let's try, so we tried the lovely dress, right? What about... I mean, the description's pretty good. This is nice. I like this gradient. This is kind of lovely. Let's see if this can increase her cuteness. Which is basically just trying the dress. It sucks! It's horrible! It's utterly terrible! What the... Dude, some of these dresses are... Man, dresses are not created equal. Holy heck, I don't understand. This game is so obtuse. Refinement. Smart, okay. The descriptions don't help. They're like debates. The description definitely do not help on what quality they give. Dude. She just doesn't want to learn about her looks at all. Don't give me that glare. This is your problem, okay, lady? Refine is all we got right now. Whenever Refine comes up, we pick Refine. The system is so obtuse. It'd be hard to get number one if I don't. All right, I need some help here. Um. Hmm. Hmm. What? Hmm. Doesn't help. I guess we're just gonna. Yeah, we'll just use what we have. Fine. Trying to see how to trigger his dialogue quicker. Oh, this is taking longer than I thought. Okay. I start. No, I forgot. I lectured last. Oh, I keep forgetting. I keep swapping the orders. Now she's gonna be all stressed and she's such a papega. You're such a papega. Oh my gosh. Why is the D-pad not... No, wait. We don't really need that. All we need is this, right? We'll just stick to this. This is probably good enough. So just cute sucks.
Let it go, let it go, gotta move on. Until the break of dawn, just keep on dancing. すごい
I'm telling you.
あの、これ、よかったら。
Is that good or bad? Oh. Does that trigger the dialogue? Can I leave just going up one side? Hmm. I don't think she's gonna relax. It's not gonna work. Oh, it did work. Okay. I guess I'll flip it for the next time. Oh, I wasn't even I didn't even look at what the customers wanted. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not triggered. You're triggered. Smart. Cute. Does she still pull it off? She did pull it off, okay. I need to figure out this cute thing. Okay. Let's see. Can't get her look skill up at all. What's that about? I'm pretty sure you can SSS. I triple S this. Alright, let's try. Let's look over this stuff. Okay. I think this is fine.
Let it go, let it go, gotta move on. Until the break of dawn, just keep on dancing. Let it
This
go,
is fine.
dance is always on the way.
Fine, sure. 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 Uh-huh.
Keep on dancing. Let it go, let it go, dance is always on the way.
Yeah. Glasses. We can make her actually look like Yuki. Oh, she has bigger glasses though, but it's fine. I don't know if that's gonna affect anything. Yeah, she has the hard earrings, necklace. What is happening? Alright, Zeker. Alright. Oh, wait, we do have new things. Hold up. That's refinement. There. No, flashy. That's gorgeous. Okay. No necklace. Wait. Okay. Do we have more rings? No, we don't. No, that's fine. Okay. Oh. I didn't even have a bracelet on. Maybe we try this. I think I'm pretty confident this is good enough. So let's save it over our Q profile. We changed a few things. Let's see where it is. I want her to have the glasses though. Just for posterity's sake. Because she has a remarkable resemblance to a specific character in a previous Yakuza game with the glasses. Oh yes, there it is. We have a max cute profile. All right, good. So basically, we have all of them covered. I don't think we're gonna change too much. The gorgeous and flashy could definitely be capped out, but I think this is good enough to make her number one. Man, she really does look like Yuki though. But the before was better? No, I suppose. That's not what the game says. Okay. You have something against people with glasses? Her nails changed, but that's about it. She added a bracelet too. Smart, gorgeous. Okay. I feel like we can tweak the gorgeous just a wee bit more. Let's try to get her one skill. Her service is not at triple S yet. I think that's what's keeping her from number 1. But this is failing. Lecture is failing a lot. Oh, okay. Lecture succeeded now. Good. Okay, it's finally at A. All right. What can we tweak with? Okay. We've been using this profile, but now we want to tweak it to the other side. So I think we were just synchronizing it with sure. Sure. This is for flashy too, right? So the contacts, row 3. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. No, I didn't. I think the 3 that I'm supposed to get is locked behind progress. So I don't know if it's because they need certain things to happen. But yeah, right now we have the showy rings. Is there something more? Difficult to fit into ensemble. Draws attention. This is our flat. Oh, we're looking for... Let's try this with... I think we're looking for a gorgeous profile. Like a max gorgeous profile. Okay. What is this? Extravagant? That sounds flashy. High class? No. Did we spend all our money on this watch? Yes. All our money. Dude, this better launches you to max gorgeous. Or else I need a refund. I need a refund if this doesn't work. That's 1,000,000 yen. It's not there. It's just not there. It's not peaked. We just can't squeeze that little bit. They're definitely coupled. Gorgeous and Flashy are coupled together. What? You didn't get a super service? Like what? All right, charisma and what? Gorgeous. All right. I think she needs to perform like a task. She needs to get requests, like specific requests, which hasn't happened yet. It doesn't look like it. Requests are a little bit different from service. Service is like non-targeted. It's random. Can I get a substitute dress to... Maybe we try this one? I mean, it literally says sexy dress, right? Come on, don't you debate me. Come on. Come on. Oh, you son of a... It's so unpredictable. Freaking... There's no way to know. It's so obtuse. I feel like I've maxed it. Like, I don't... Cute and good looking and charismatic. Okay, we can still... Yeah. The looks department is not great. Her looks skill set is pretty meh. Oh, but we have Flash, cute, and... Okay, this... Alright. We'll just get her to relax at the end. And then switch up her dress to give her motivation up. What? It drops her. Oh my gosh. Freaking dude. Lady, please. Why are you making this so difficult? Is there anything else that is... I mean, okay. Oh, this will take away from Flash, probably. But maybe it'll elevate... No, we already tried this one. It's not that good. But that's cute. I guess we just stick with Mermaid. What about this? No. That's elegant. That's refined and gorgeous. Nah, I guess we're just gonna stick with the mermaid outfit. Not the mermaid dress. It's just so close. It's right there. So much trial and error. Not even the 1 million yen watch was enough to get both flashy and gorgeous to max. Where's my super service? Dang. Alright, we're not hitting it. We're not getting we're not nailing the results. We're not nailing the results for number 1. Still need to get that skill up. Man. Just being such a butt about learning about looks. Refined and charisma. Yep. Okay. This turned out to take a lot more time. Alright, so we get it back up to A, right? Refine is capped. So is cute, so we just go... Just swap it up. I do want to put... Okay. Let's see that super service. Akiyama? There it is. She doesn't sound like Yuki though. We know the Yuki voice actress really, really well. Wait, oh, I wasn't paying attention. What was it? Gorgeous, looks, charisma, refined. So we'll keep refine. Where you have the other thing. We'll keep refine because we're not relaxed. We don't have to change outfits to increase motivation. Alright, she's like peak. She's conditioned well and all that stuff, so we've normalized again. Now we're expecting like 3 super services. Gorgeous. Okay. Okay. So brains over beauty, so smart and gorgeous. Okay. Do we have any other characteristics? No. So now we have to switch outfits. So we'll get her to relax first. Which will lower her motivation, and then we switch outfits to increase her motivation. And that's how we do it. And that's it. If we need to get the other girls, maybe there's 3 outfits to unlock, and they're cosplay outfits. And I have a feeling you have to do all 3 hostesses after all to get their cosplay outfits. So maybe they have to be like number 1. Like all 3 of them have to be number 1 to get the last 3 outfits. They're cosplays. So it's like it's a milestone of some sort. So I don't extravagant. So she's finally up to speed. But I think we have to pick up the other 2 hostesses as well. It can't be a coincidence that's 3 outfits. Smart. Okay, smart and gorgeous. Oh wait, I guess the 3rd round is not really that important. It's fine. Let's see if she gets number 1 at some point. She's supposed to get challenged. There should be like a cosplay challenge or something. That's what I'm trying to get. Her skill set is ASS. That was unintentional, by the way. I don't know how high she has to get. Cute. Smart. Maybe I underestimated. Maybe I wasn't close to number 1 after all. It went up so fast. It went from 15 to number 2 and then... Okay. We still have to train that last skill though. I don't know how many times we have to do it. It needs to be triple S. Cap stats. Cap it. Oh my gosh, it's still not S. It needs 1 more. Okay. Cute, right? I really like this. I like this setup. This one's good. Like the colors are on point too. Took a lot of trial and error. Cute, smart, appearance, refined. Guess we'll stick with cute and smart. We can't do refined and cute. We can only do gorgeous and flash. They seem to be the ones that are linked together. And I think we're gonna stick with lecture, relax, and then lecture, free time, and then relax. And then hope to lecture on the next turn, on like the next session. Seems the one-on-one looks talk doesn't, it's not reliable. Oh, hey, free time got her to get to SS. All right. She triple S'd. Is this it? Charisma. Lassie. So.
はいあ
Okay. Okay. So we're going more refine. We have to, we do have to, change up our outfit at least once in the rotation. But hopefully on the third shift because we want to relax her. But now we can swap between free time and relax on the second or third shift and then change outfits when appropriate to keep her stress at minimum. I guess I'm a refined and cute guy, I suppose. If it comes to like the eventual min-max that I ended up like ending up with, yeah, probably refinement or cute, I suppose. But I mean, gorgeous and flashy is, it's like 2 in 1, so
お拭きしますね
okay. I think this is it. Where's my like come on. Where's my challenge? It's got to be like an event or something. Number 1 is usually an event. Yakuza 3 was an event. Or perhaps I need to do oh, I saw the question mark. Or maybe not. What? Cute. We only need the type of outfit now, because we don't need the skills anymore. Because her skills are capped. Which makes me think, do I even need, oh I do. It caps her motivation. If I don't need to, this lecture does raise her stress. Maybe I could just skip and just go to encourage instead. Yeah, just encourage instead next time. Because she doesn't need to train any skills anymore. Yeah, so we do encourage, and then depending on the requests, do relax and free time.
どうかな
And that should be sufficient to keep her stress levels at the lowest possible. What? You serious? She failed a super service? Wow. So yeah. Oh no, I wasn't paying attention. I was totally not paying attention. I was so shocked by not getting a super service. Oh, that's my bad. Gorgeous. Okay. Not paying attention got a super service? What the heck? I totally didn't mean to. Oh well. I guess we just won't train. Okay, let's switch back to the chain and see if the necklace, and see if it's the necklace. Oops.
Let it go, gotta move on until the break of dawn. Just keep on dancing. Let it go, dance your sorrows all away.
Oh, hey! The chain is slightly more flashy. Only so slightly. Okay. So, maybe we can push a little bit more. Come on, dude. Give me like the whatever is supposed to happen. I feel like I'm missing something. We'll do this one more time. Okay. We don't need to train anymore either. I think if she's not motivated when she comes in, and you just swap dress, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't know how many, maybe the milestone is how many super services she gets, but sometimes the number can be extraordinarily high for these games. That's basically what I'm doing right now. Maybe he can tell me something. Well, first you need to clear the missions you are given. You may run into some trouble, so you need to solve. And finally, raise your attribute. Okay, they all need to reach S. I hear that once a girl reaches the highest rank, it'll never deteriorate. For cells are, you'll need to make, okay. If you do that, you'll get, oh, I need to make 150k in one, I need to make 150k in one sitting. But, doesn't really. Oh, I wasn't paying attention when I was distracted. Dang it. Ah. I'm getting too hyper focused. Oh, whoops. I chose relax, didn't I? Instead of free time. Let's take a guess. Oh, I should, what was it? The chain is a little flashier without any sacrifice. What else can I do? Maybe a ring? Oh, I can't even afford that. Holy expensive. So there's still the ring chance. Maybe earrings? Oh, okay, wait. What the heck? Skulls? Mature. Maybe we can try some of these? Let's try this one. Huh. I mean, I don't even know if I wasn't paying attention to what they wanted. I'm trying to cap out gorgeous and flashy. That took away. The earrings were worse. They're like slightly worse. Charisma. Oh no. Okay. It might have been cute, or it's either cute or refined. I screwed the pooch on that one. Fine, I guess. Okay, so these earrings are worse? I don't know. Let's just update on Flash. Actually, what if we switch back to pretty sure it's slightly better. It's like inching just a little. See the man. Really? I don't understand it. I don't understand. How much is she making? 100? 105? That's not enough. It's not making enough. I need help. Hmm. Don't understand. Okay. Maybe we just roulette with what we got. Just roulette it. I'm convinced. Well, now we're completing it. Yeah. I mean, this is typically how Yakuza games go. The mainstay mini games take over like 10 hours or so. They can be up in the upper levels of 10 minutes, 10 hours. I told you, 90% of the game is not what we did yesterday. I spent 10 hours going through the MSQ of Yakuza 3, but that represents 10% of the game. It took 10 hours to do 10% of the game. Smart. Gorgeous, okay. Refined. Can't do gorgeous and refined at the same time. What you say is kind of ironic to me because doing something that... Oh, she failed to free time. Oh, that's interesting. So that's not safe. It's kind of interesting that you require mental power to do something that disproportionately have less mental power requirement. If you know what I mean. Like consistency has the lowest requirement of mental power. Sorry. Charisma and gorgeous. It's a fun observation that happens with people these days. Usually the tasks that require the least amount of mental power are the ones that are considered very taxing. Like running requires a lot of mental power. It's very ironic, but it's a skill that can be very great. Well, here, no. That's highlighting that's highlighting exactly the opposite of what I'm saying. People are psychologically thinking the laziest, lowest amount of persistent mental effort tasks are the hardest and mentally taxing ones. I'll give you an example. Meditation is one of the hardest mentally taxing tasks for a vast majority of people in today's society. But meditation requires the least mental taxation. It's actually developed to do the exact opposite. But because of the normalization of busy bees and the hustle culture, the tasks that originally were designed to alleviate how much effort it takes ends up being the one that requires the most because it's not normalized. It's not a practice skill. Like going out for a walk is far more taxing than going for a sprint. Watching a slice of life show is far more taxing than watching an action anime. Like in terms of like regular generalized statistics. A game that is action-packed is less stressful than a game about fishing. That kind of thing. It's because of normalized behavior. So what I'm slightly hinting at is I think you do have the mental power to do that what I'm doing now. Absolutely, without a doubt. But you are normalized. You are normalized to a specific type, and I understand that it can be very stressful watching what I'm doing right now. However, I don't doubt you at all that you could do this if you wanted to. But what you do tell me when you make a comment like that is this disinterests you enough that you don't feel that it would be too taxing. So for me, I'm expressing that I could do this for hours and it would be considered relaxing to me. I'm getting less and less drained from doing this. I'm actually gaining energy from doing this. Yeah. Oh well, that's nice. I'm glad I'm not making you anxious. I can take that. But I definitely think you can do it for sure. It's the mindset and getting used to doing it, right? So I've done this for many years now. So this is where I get most of my energy. When I stop streaming and doing this stuff, it's when I get to the real work, like the work that stresses me out, which is things like going out to work out and eating well and sleeping and stuff. This stuff gives me energy now because it's the most normalized thing I do every day. So even you can stare at a blank screen and find it very relaxing if you wanted to. But starting sucks. Starting is often trying to get into the habit or establishing a habit can be very difficult. It's the goal of my message. My message is often when something seems out of reach, it's probably very realistically a habit you're not used to yet. But it can most definitely be within your reach if you choose to want to try it, right? Enough. But when someone says that, it also gives me a clear indication what they're interested in, like the stuff that they're interested in. And it's safe to say you are not interested enough to 100% games for a habit. So that's very understandable. I think you probably strike me if I had to deduce from what entertains you. PvP games, session-based games. So if I had to guess, you're probably someone who plays Valorant. Or maybe even a battle royale. Maybe even toss in a battle royale here and there. Session-based games are your GOAT. Interesting. CSGO? Okay, CSGO is great session-based. Rocket League. And Osu is a session-based game too. So you're playing on session to cater to your short periods, right? There's very start and stop. And that checks out. It checks out really well. So you're not in a situation where you like something that makes you feel bad. So to speak. That's what I mean by checks out. You don't play Valorant. That's interesting. I would have thought you might have picked Valorant over CSGO. If you know what I mean. Maybe you do both. I was gonna lean on Valorant because it's kind of like the kind of a new age thing. But CSGO is a classic. Oh, okay. So you went back to CSGO? Okay, fair enough. Yeah. When I said you might play a BR game, the might is because BR can get a little long, like on the long side for one session. So it's kind of stretching it. And then I wouldn't go as far as like a MOBA, like League of Legends, because their sessions can be slightly longer. Well, yeah, Worm, because there are people now where CS Source, right? CS Source is not supported anymore. You know what I mean? Actually, I didn't even realize my emote comes up as that. How did it? How did you even tab into that? It starts with my name. How could you even tab into that? Yeah, so there are people that are born even before CS Source anymore, so after, sorry, not born before, born after. So it's like it's getting into the classic now. When I use the word classic, I mean no longer it's the last thing that's supported. It's the oldest thing that's supported for official competitive gameplay, for example. So the CS Source was phased out 2 or 3 years ago, like in the front line as a mainliner. Oh, you mean classic? Oh, you mean classic is a cool bait? No, I was referring to your cool bait emote. Are you talking about the lol emote? That requires you to hit M, like spell my tag before it. So I don't know how it baits out the emote. When you said cool bait emote, as in like when I think of bait emote, it's the thing where you like unintentionally hit the emote because you're typing a word. But my emotes, the emotes that I drew, are difficult to bait out because they require to type my entire tag, like my Twitch channel's name. So it'd be very difficult to bait anyone to accidentally typing those emotes. So I was kind of curious what other emotes were being baited. Oh, is it because I'm not seeing some emotes somewhere? There's a chance that I don't have an emote displayed or something to myself. Charisma and cute. Okay, this isn't working. I think I'm missing something. Something's not working here. Like, it's not triggering the #1 thing. Or, like, she's not making enough money, basically. Oh, classic is an emote in case that's confusing. Oh, okay. I don't see it on my screen. Okay, so that's what you mean. Okay. It's a duck smoking. Oh, my FFZ / thing is not displayed on OBS. So, for clarity. So I'm reading, I've deactivated a lot of the quote-unquote bait things so I can actually read people's messages. I'm not very on top of the emotes. So all I saw was classic. To resume the topic of classic, I use the word classic probably non-traditionally. It's a classic if it's still supported. So it's the oldest thing that's supported. The format for like games that are still being supported. It's the last relic. So CS Source is retro now. Flash and charisma, if you know what I mean. It's retro as in it's out of phase. So the classic, the standard is CSGO now. Usually I use the word standard. I don't know why I use the word classic there. It is the mainliner for the publisher. So CSGO is the mainliner now. And CS Source is a retro game. For example, Overwatch 2 is the classic, the standardized. And then Overwatch 1 is retro. It's no longer like the mainlining support. You can have niche groups and unofficial groups support the game, like fundamentally and we're talking about competitive games here now, not single player games. Single player games run with a different category of wording, but yeah. At least I don't think there are any official Valve supported things that are bigger than CSGO. Overwatch 1 basically doesn't. Fair enough. Do you think CSGO basically exists in competitive play? I mean, not CSGO. CS Source? Like Source 1? I don't even know what they call it. CS base? Just CS? I wasn't paying attention. I think yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Flashy. It's a weird example, but there are not very many examples of competitive games that become retro. So, like, for example, StarCraft is a great example. There are very few competitive games that don't just stay with the stock games. So there are very few examples that meet that requirement. The special situation that Counter-Strike is in. It doesn't happen very often. Like, you could argue StarCraft basically doesn't exist anymore either. StarCraft 1. But it's because it's got stopped supporting. You got me confused with CS Base and CS1. You mean CS Source? Yeah, I mean CS Source. I'm pretty sure driven competitive scene because it's a community driven, so it's not the standard. When you say standard, when I say classic, it's a standardized one. A community driven scene is not standardized. It's whatever the community wants. Like, Osu doesn't have a standardization still for competitive play. It's an organization level support. Community driven is not considered standardized play. Community driven means the community makes the rules. They vary between community, like the sub communities. So like a Osu tournament, like 3 different Osu tournaments, they are community driven. They're not standardized rules. You can agree to use standardized rules, but it's different than CSGO. And like MLG, like Major League Gaming and stuff, it's kind of like the difference between professional and amateur. Professional has standardized play. Amateur play is community driven. So that's what I mean. But I don't use the word classic. I didn't really intend to use the classic too much. I meant to say standard. It's the CSGO is the standard now. And CS, anything before CSGO is no longer standard. But you can have like Super Smash Bros. Melee tournaments and stuff. But the standard is Ultimate. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. StarCraft 3. It would be interesting to see if Blizzard ever plans on StarCraft 3. Oh wait, was that a joke or was that a real question? I'm sorry. I actually misread that. I thought you might. I made the assumption that you were joking. Because there's only StarCraft 2. Did they? Have I been living under a rock? I don't think there's a StarCraft 3. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's no StarCraft 3. RTSs do not bring in enough. RTSs do not bring in enough money for the production. What could you have been thinking of though that had a 3? Like, not recently, but a little bit recent. What could you have been thinking of? Maybe Diablo 3, but that's like 5 years ago. Diablo 4 is about to come out. I think it's this year. Warcraft 3 was like 20 years ago. So, not 20 years ago, it's like 15 years ago maybe. I need to think of a better example because your Overwatch statement is I dig that. Your Overwatch statement is fair. Fair game. Whoops. I didn't mean to click on that. It double tapped up. Yeah, that's fine. Is there a game that has dual support? The fighting scene. The fighting scene is probably the closest worm. I think the fighting game scene is the closest to an example of dual support, but they still mainline the games. So like an example I can think of is Street Fighter. That there's double Marvel versus Capcom, Mortal Kombat. Some of them still support two different standards. Like the games are largely in parallel, or mainly just the 2D fighters tend to be in parallel. So like maybe Blaze Blue and Guilty Gear Strive, because Blaze Blue is not necessarily Guilty Gear Strive, but they're in the same house for competitive play. And I'm specifically talking about like Capcom Cup and whatnot, like the Capcom Pro Tour thing. Maybe Call of Duty, because I think that might count. So like the Treyarch ones versus the Infinity Ward ones, they're both supported simultaneously, but they are different developers too. They're same in the same house, but they're different developers. So we're not doing the whole same developer with two primary games. Flashy smarts. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand why I'm not triggering this. So let's put this on the shelf. She's not making enough money. Wait. Yeah, she's just not making enough money. She needs to make 150, and I'm at 115. Yeah, she's at 115. I'm just not making enough money. Alright, hold up. I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Real quick. I refuse to believe that one of the hostess can't get number one. Right? Right? But I think I need to... Like, everyone keeps saying it's easy, but I don't understand why it's not going up. Hmm. I don't understand what I'm doing. I don't understand what's going on. I feel like I understand this game enough, but what is going on here? I really thought we just like go and then it's all good, right? Huh. Or is it maybe it's not possible until after I complete. All right, all right, all right. Well, we'll just go to a different task, right? It'll resolve itself. I feel like we can go to a different task and then come back and see what happens. Maybe even the outfits might be related to something that I'm not aware of at the moment. So let's go do some sub stories. Like this guy. We know the big beginning of this guy's issue here. Yeah, this is our scout. So it's a Elise Club scout that Akiyama hired. What are you up to here? PS3 model. Look at that low polygon count. Working hard? Don't be slacking off now. Oh, hey there, boss. I think I did this on our MSQ run just because we wanted to sample it. I thought this was part of the requirements for the MSQ. Don't hey there, boss me. All these girls walking by, you've got to talk to them. Yeah, this is where we teach him how to like approach a girl. To scout for them, not for dating purposes. Like that one. Aw, some other club got her. I'm just not cut out for this job. What? Quitting already? It's your choice, but you'll be making a little. You're being a little hasty, don't you think? It. It's just that nothing's going right. I call out to some girl and she either glares at me or ignores me altogether. I'm starting to get a complex here. It sounds like you talk to a lot of girls. How many leads did you get today? I think he says 1. Leads? Come on, you know. How many phone numbers did you get? How many girls? 1. You've got to be kidding. I'll be living off breadcrumbs and water at this rate. I'm not too happy about it myself, you know. I wish there were an easier way to make money. Well, I think I can understand how you feel. Just how you're calling out to these girls anyways. How? Like, normally, hey, want to be a hostess? Like that. Then what? What if she says she's not interested? I say, aw, come on, why not? Give it a shot. I don't blame them for giving you the stink eye. Maybe it was fate. I saw you here today. I'll give you some basic lessons in scouting. Whether you learn anything is up to you. Oh wait, this might be the one. No, this isn't the one. There's also another one we completed in Nakamichi Street where it was a race to get numbers, but it might be this one. Huh? You mean you can scout, boss? He's a pep. What kind of idiot do you take me for? I tried my hand at all kinds of hostess club jobs before I came to own one myself. Wow, you sure don't mess around. I mean, he's the boss. Now when it comes to work, anyway, that's the trick to getting rich. Now it's time for you to, that's a really big D cut, by the way. Now it's time for you to take that first step. Come with me. I see him like do the little head shake. He doesn't actually do it. It's just my imagination. Aw, do I have to? Yep. Now, get moving. Seriously? What a drag. Lazy peeps, I tell you. Lazy peeps. The first rule of scouting. Never let a girl pass you by. Oh, wait, it is this one. It is this one. We're on Nakamichi Street. This is the one that we did in our MSQ run. Thinking it was involved in progress. You've been standing around all day with only one lead to show for it. Proof positive you've been playing hooky instead of working. Look, you can talk the talk, boss. And I see what you're saying, I do. But can you walk the walk? How good are you really? You seem confident enough, so I guess you were probably really something at one point. Still, I get the feeling your skills are pretty rusty. You really want to go there. Okay. Give me 5 minutes to do some scouting on my own, then. You tell me how many leads I should score in the amount of time. Seriously? Well, gee, I don't know. I'm kind of clueless when it comes to this stuff. I noticed. Ouch. Fine, alright. If that's the way you're gonna be, then I'm not holding back. How about 3 times the leads I pulled in? That's 3 people. You need 3 leads to win. Fine, but why 3 particularly? Because a real master ought to be able to do 3 times better than a normal person, right? There's so much about that I could go on about, but let's just say it deals with how multiplication works and the perception of effort when it's multiplicative, but let's just... It's actually more exponential, but it's fine. Whatever you say. Okay then. Here I go. Clock starts now. And then we basically run around and chat up everyone. And there's some really funny ones here. So let's start at North. Hello there. I'm a scout for a hostess club. Hee hee. Little old to be a scout, don't you think? Ha ha ha. You got me there. Believe it or not, I'm actually only 32. So, do you already have a position somewhere else? Uh-huh. At the club in Roppongi. Oh, I know what that means now. Okay, no wonder. I knew there was something about you. Ever give any thought to switching clubs? Well, actually... Oh. You're right, the guy. Hey, you. What do you think talking to my girl? Hi, Chikun. I've been waiting forever. Oh, she's with you. I was just hoping she might want to give out a club a try. Are you crapping me, pal? I should chop off your fingers for that. That's a Yakuza thing, by the way. Unfortunately, Akiyama is a very, very skilled kicker. Okay, we gotta speed this up though. So let's just we scored a lead. She ends up joining us. It's just the timer's ticking, so no embellishment. I'm sensing back off, I'll call the cops. Well, she was just that person not the brightest. I'm a scout for Jose. Any chance to be interested? Foreign language. Oh, this game features foreign languages, by the way. 4 different languages, including Japanese. Perfect timing. We're at a club now. I was just wondering if I should try somewhere else. Okay. Saitomi. Okay. Yeah, she's not happy with the quota, basically. The restrictive nature, the requirements to keep the job. What is this? Pachinko. Oh, this is something else. This is dealing with the app. They're introducing smartphone tech now and mobile apps, blogs and whatnot. You know. Oh, this is where I try to scout the person's girlfriend. Like Akiyama tries to scout the girlfriend. Does he fight me because he's angry? Oh yeah, he does. You have to exhaust all the choices to end the thing early. It's safe to say that Akiyama is very good at kicking butt. Literally kicking butt. So it's fine. She doesn't actually join us. It's just the disgruntled boyfriend, you know. That's not art. You look like you needed money, we'll just say you're cute, right? Did we get a lead from this? Yep, we get a lead from this. I think it was 4 or 5 leads. It gets more than 3. As long as we get them. There's a lot of money. I do need money, but not that badly. Oh, okay, well. Feels bad, man. I guess we should have went with the dream approach. Okay. Just unsure. Another scout. Oh, we fight him for the privilege of scouting her. That's fine. Kick. You actually have to tap that many times and find out what the limit of his alpha kicks are before you complete the finishing blow. I was just using how much life he has left as a gauge. Oh. Okay, yeah, he tried everything. Okay. Harder than you remembered, eh, boss? What? You managed to get 4 leads? In only 5 minutes? Heh. I could have done better if I were younger. Wow, boss, you really meant business out there. Now you've got me all motivated, too. Deep cuts, guys. Deep cuts all day long. You know me and sub-story deep cuts. We're gonna be here for a long time if we digress every single time. I'm gonna go and give it everything I've got. Excellent. That's all I ask. Good luck. Yes, sir. And the boss man emerges with dignity intact. Akiyama plays the cool face, but he is like the goat of all goats. He doesn't make it. He's very disinterested in self-interest. His idea is to buy into dreams. He believes in buying into people's dreams, as long as they're a pure character. But he holds himself up as like a con man. So he kind of comes off as a con man, but in the end he follows through, unlike a con man. More like a motivational coach, if anything. Alright, what's wrong with you? Why are you lying on the ground? What's the matter? You're sweating like crazy. I was going to buy some stomach medicine from that drugstore, but I can't move another step or else. Yikes. Don't move. I'll go buy some for you. Just hang in there, okay? Alright. Oh, he just does it automatically. We don't have to go and do it. Well, feeling better? I think I'm over the worst of it. I guess it wasn't such a good idea to eat 20 yakiniku restaurants in a single day. I'll do it. Really? 20 of them? You must really love yakiniku. Oh no, no. It's my job. Sorry, I should have introduced myself earlier. I'm Ajikawa of the Michelle Guide Corporation. Is that a deliberate, like, it's so close to Michelin, but, you know, with a slight, is that a little shade at Michelin? I truly appreciate you stepping in to help upon seeing me squirm like that. Thanks a million. It was nothing. The name's Akiyama. I'm a money lender here in Kamurocho. Michelle Guide. Isn't that the company that publishes restaurant guidebooks over in Europe? I think they're really taking a jab. No, but it's not really. They don't really publish guidebooks. That's right. I mean, you could consider them as guidebooks. Now we like to include the best of Kamurocho in a Japanese edition of our legendary guidebook. I'm here doing research by eating myself silly and passing out on the ground with stomach pains. But this place just has too many restaurants to try and find the hidden gems. He burped at me. Can you really judge these places properly when you eat so much at once? Very, very practical question. Sure. They say an empty stomach is the best condiment, but empty or full hardly matters to us pros when it comes to reviewing a given dish. I beg to differ. Ah, I see. So, simply knowing a lot about food isn't enough, huh? Impressive. Thank you very much. I'm embarrassed to admit, however, that Japanese food isn't an area of expertise. Okay. For days now, I've been wandering blindly from restaurant to restaurant. It just proves I need a local to point me in the right direction. Akiyama-san, you said you worked in finance here in Kamurocho. You must know all kinds of high-end restaurants in the area then, yes? Just go to Conrai. I mean, yakiniku. Which place serves yakiniku? Well, when it comes to spending money on food, I'm not exactly what you call frugal. It is fair. Akiyama is quite spendthrifty. Excellent. I've been searching for somebody like you. Would you be so kind as to tell me about some of the better restaurants you know? I'll gladly compensate you for your time, of course. I don't see why not. There must have been some reason I stopped to help you, so... Sure, I can show you some places. Really? Thank you so much. Could you first tell me about your favorite yakiniku restaurant then? Okay. And if you could tell me which of their dishes has the most mouth-watering texture and what their most unique, awful dish is, that would be great. Oh, I talked about awful before. What awful is. And, now we're not gonna go into that. Some pretty specific requests you have there. Many of our readers consider themselves foodies. They prefer selections that are not only tasty, but that makes for good conversation as well. Okay. Sounds rough. Oof. There goes my stomach again. I'll rest for a moment at a bar. At a bar I know. At least until my stomach settles. I'm terribly sorry, but could you come to Earth Angel in the Champion District once you're done gathering restaurant info? Oh, sure. Hope you feel better. So, mouth-watering texture and a unique awful dish at my favorite yakiniku restaurant. Right. Right? That's right. Good luck. Thank you. Ow! Okay. Okay. The one that Hana-chan likes so much? Do I know? Hana-chan. Like, this is the beef bowl place. Wait. Let's look. Yakiniku, huh? Bantam, Conrai. I don't think Conrai serves. It's not Pronto. Gelato area. Sushikin. Cafe Alps. Watami? Watami's actually... Watami's a new place, actually. Not in the other games. Oh, that's a big guy. I thought I was aiming at someone else. Oh, it doesn't, hit stun them. Alpha kick is not good enough to hit stun them. From that state. Alright. Let's go to see what Watami serves. I don't see any other sub-stories. It's kind of weird. He has 16 sub-stories, but I don't see any other new ones. Oh no. There's a guy in shenanigans. Oh no, I'm heading towards the wrong thing. Actually. Oh, he has a running kick that's useful. For, yeah, for 8. Hello? Okay. Huh. Oh, I also have the revelations, right? Yeah, the perfect shot revelations. I can do. But let's go to Watami. I heard it. Must look. Is it in Public Park 3? Oh. Excuse me. Nothing to see here. Just picking up a key underneath a guy. Alright, let's go to Watami. What are these guys doing? Did you hear? A kidnapper took a little boy as a hostage and is using him as a shield on that roof over there. I saw a woman detective chasing after them though. Hope everything's alright. Oh, this is the snapshot thing. Yeah, the revelation blue. Oh right, we had to go upstairs and downstairs in this game. That's right, there are different levels. Forgot about that. There's rooftops and parking lots and underground malls. Do you serve yakiniku? Yeah, this is definitely new. The inside, it's a different restaurant before. All right, let's take the tropical sunrise. Sounds amazing. No. You do not. Oh yeah, this is different. Oh my gosh, it's making my mouth water. Yeah, let's take the sashimi platter. Delicious. Okay. Uh, we can go upstairs here somewhere. Oh no, that's downstairs. Oh, it's over here. And then we can take a revelation. I'm pretty sure we got this revelation on the... Wait. Hold. Stop yelling at me. What? Oh, is it below me? Oh no, I see it. Okay. There's a kidnapper. We saw this revelation before. There's a kidnapper and a girl pointing and a female detective. The resolve's pretty fun. Oh, there it is. The kid takes him out, don't worry. It's not the kid, I'm just kidding though. It's a combo. There it is, folks. Bam! Wrecked. Yep. I think this is a rolling attack from Yakuza 3. It's the headbutt thing to the groin, or to the lower abdomen, really. I forgot what he does. Oh, this is his reverse kick. Yeah, his reverse kick and then the bicycle kick to the back. He has to be being attacked from behind. Yeah, we use this tech quite a bit. I don't think we need to recollect moves that we already have, but... Wait, I see it. I see it. Okay. There's no reason to be up here anymore for the time being. What? Oh, I see it. These are actually kind of fun. Figuring out where they are. Eventually, though, there's gonna be like one that we don't get, and then we get a whisper, you know? We get a whisper to help us out. But usually we get the items really early and just equip them so that as we're going around the town, exploring. Alright. Still not quite sure. It's not Kyushu. Kyushu is a ramen place. Kyushu number 1. Yakiniku. Is it really Konrai? Konrai is just like the answer to everything. Let's go to Konrai. They have a very varied menu. Like quite varied menu. Ye old reliable Conroy. That guy is up to no good, and somehow I just walk by that guy without aggroing. That's crazy. Oh, hold. Dang it! Did anyone see a sparkly? Oh, I alpha kicked too long. Oh, he was the only two left. I was getting ready to kick whoever comes behind me in the crotch, but he was the only. Oh, it's really close. Oh, there it is. It's right on the floor, right in the middle of nowhere. Okay. All right, now let's go into Conroy. Let's check out the menu in Conroy. Hello. Oh, I forgot I have to be hungry. Dang it. I need to take damage. Is it Conroy though? Oh, there's more? What? What? Oh, I see it. Man, these keys though. Is there anything in this lot for Akiyama? No. Oh, something I really appreciate is the extra like creases and stuff, like the folds that they've added to add a little texture to lack of a better word, to add texture to the texturing of the character models. I really appreciate that. In the older like even Yakuza 3, most of it is like really pressed. Everything is pressed. And it makes it really awkward because you can see the folds while what the rigging does to the folding of the suit. But now they added texturing of the like to Akiyama's suit anyways. Is it the light bulb? Okay, I see it. Oh my gosh. It's just right outside the... Okay. Okay. Oh, blue is a memo guy. What are you memoing about? Beer? Okay. You got one. Oh, okay. This is the thug. I need you to tap my face. Do it. Don't worry. I won't fight back. I promise. Just kidding. No. For real though. Just someone hit me, please. 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 Why aren't you guys attacking? Why are you so passive? Oh, okay. That works. Ow. Man, that face kick camera direction. Saucy, I tell you. Very saucy. Bam! It's so satisfying. Oh, poop. And then the slight camera shake. Reminds me of old school martial arts films. That's a weapon shop. Alright, let's go back to Conrad. Imagine if they changed this indicator sound to like a Discord or a Steam sound. That would be so troll. And I was like, bloop? Like, what? Did I get a Discord message? It is the classic sound, though. Heard it too many times. Except for Yakuza 3. Yakuza 3 doesn't have this sound yet. So it's a familiar sound being brought back. Yeah, Conrai does not carry yakiniku at the moment. It's a barbecue place. Oh, yeah. Let me get the ice. The chuck ice steak. Delish. As always, guys. As always. Thank you for the meal. So it's not that. It's not Bonton. Is there one in the top left? Is it really the Beeple place? Oh, I see a sub-quest. I see a sub-story. Let's go! What are you guys doing? My friend's boyfriend proposed to her on the rooftop of Malay. Isn't that so romantic? Surprised they even got up there. Only authorized, yeah. She said her boyfriend did everything he could to make it happen. Isn't he wonderful? Oh, hey, how about we go get something good to eat? What is that related to? I don't really know. Anyone seen the sparkly? It's probably inside here. Okay. This is the male entertainment booth, okay? Male entertainment. Oh, hey, there's a memo here. Might do, yes. Oh, no, this one's too unscrupulous. Alright, but can you give me... Oh, it's to tell you about the hostess club stuff. Okay, fair enough. Yep. That guy just tells us info about the available clubs. Which, if I had to guess, Club Shine, Club Jewel. Maybe there's a new club. There's probably new clubs here now. But it's usually Club Shine and Club Jewel are the mainstays. Oh no, it's the same. Wait, what is this sub story? Oh, you guys? Man, you look sketch as heck. Forget it. Those girls hate my guts. Don't give up now. After all, you've only seen 3 of them. Yeah, well, each one gave me the same open-mouthed stare. My best jokes flew right over their heads. I'm telling you, it isn't working out. It's no use. I'll never manage an article on Hostess Club tips and tricks. Imagine giving tips and tricks on going to Hostess Clubs. Excuse me. I hate to interrupt, but if you're not going in, would you mind moving aside? Sorry. We'll get out of your way. Wait, aren't you Minamizawa-san from the Mars fight? Oh, it's him! Oh, that's right. No wonder he looks like a goofball. He still looks like a goofball. This is from, Kiwami 2. All the way back from Yakuza 2. This is the dynamic duo. Wait, what happened to your buddy? I forgot his name. What is this dynamic? His, partner in crime. I only remember Minamizawa because he's the guy that's a Pepega. Of the 2. From the Mars Fighter comedy duo. Wow, I'm a big fan of yours. Wait, Akiyama knows the Mars Fighters? We only bumped into these guys as Kiryu. So, to give you a callback, in 5 years ago, Kiryu was just chilling, you know, actually 4 years ago, Kiryu was he had some business down in Sotenbori, Osaka. And he was running his cabaret club, Foreshine, with Yuki and all that stuff. And you chill out at the local bar called Still. And this guy in the bar, his friend, sucked at comedy, like legit sucked. And they did like a straight man routine. Straight man and honest, like the honest man and the I forgot what it's called, but it's straight man and the dynamic, like the duo comedy act, right? And he talked about his friend got in, like, just did something else, and he ended up joining the Yakuza or something like that, and then started beating up on people. And this is the guy. We basically punched him in the face, and we punched some sense into him. And then they ended up being a comedy duo and became very successful, called the Mars Fighters. But then 2.5 years later, in Yakuza 3, you find out that things didn't go all that great, and the other friend, Minamizawa's friend, came to Kamurocho to look for him, this guy, because he was worried. He heard that he came to Kamurocho because he was struggling and all that stuff, while the other guy became a TV personality. And now here they are again. I wonder what's going down this time. His jokes sound like they suck still. See, Minamizawa-san? I told you. You have plenty of fans in Kanto. Are you here for work? Hope it goes well. I'll be rooting for you. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Minamizawa-san, this is your chance. This fan of yours seems to know the nightlife around here. Maybe you can tell us about the hostess clubs. What are you talking about? You want me to embarrass myself in front of a fan? Here's the thing, Minamizawa-san. Entertainers have to be responsible if they want to get hired back. Fulfilling your assignment is paramount. Keep up the spoiled brat act, and I'll see to it that you never darken the doorsteps of our publishing house again. Oh, she's one of the editors. Probably. Alright, okay, I'll do it. Excuse me, do you happen to frequent hostess clubs, if I may be so bold as to ask? Actually, technically, we haven't frequent any hostess clubs. But he is a hostess club owner, though. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Wonderful. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ashibe, an editor for Casanova, a magazine for men who want to become more popular with the ladies. And, I'm Akiyama. The thing is, Akiyama-san, we've commissioned a series of articles from Minamizawa-san here on some tips to use at the club Jewel and Shine. Okay, Jewel and Shine is still around. Cool, are still around. But it seems they do things differently out west, where Minamizawa-san is from. He's having a hard time hitting it off with those Tokyo girls. Yeah, he's from out west, so the Osaka and Sotenbori, so not quite east enough in the Tokyo area. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Do you think you can give Minamizawa-san a little info on some of the girls at the clubs I've mentioned? Can he? Do we have to go to the actual clubs first? I'll pay you for your time, of course. Come on, Minamizawa. Don't you have something to add? Please. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I could tell you about a couple of my favorites. This is news to me. That'll be wonderful. Thank you very much. We're working out of Uez Bar in the Kamurocho Underground Mall. Oh, okay. Could you stop by there when you have some info for us? Please, whatever you can. Whoa, that's a deep bowing emote. Sure things. I'll see you later then. Okay. Do I have to collect the information though? I was saving the cabaret stuff for... Oh, hey, it's a rich guy. I was saving the cabaret stuff for Kiryu, because we have to do it with Kiryu. I didn't think we had to do it with Akiyama and stuff. Wow, this guy has a lot of life. Holy heck. Do I have a charge attack? I don't know if I have a charge attack. I don't. Man. It's so efficient. Akiyama is so efficient. Give me your money. Oh, okay, I'll take that. That's fine. It come in useful. I'm curious if you can do all the mini games with someone. Alright, you know what? I still need to find the yakiniku place. I'm so tempted to okay, so we did Art of Scouting. There are only 16 sub-stories. So actually, with that said, then let's try to make some headway. I'm really enjoying just walking around and seeing what's different, but okay. Basically, we're just looking at the title. How do I start this one? Wait. Okay. Okay. Sure. Oh, we can't even do that one. Pimp My Otaku. Taniguchi's probably in front of it already. I should head over. Okay. Let's try to Pimp My Otaku. I don't remember which one that is. Alright, where is it? Let's look. Anyone see it? Where is it? Where are you? In the more recent games, they don't do like verticality. The like Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, and Yakuza 0, they don't usually do verticality. But in like 3 and 4, and I imagine 5 is the same, there's quite a lot of verticality in the key lockers or locker keys. All right, let's check if this place has yakiniku. I mean, I doubt it. This place is gyudon and curry. Oh, they flipped it this time. The to-go. Oh no, I'm not hungry. Dang it. They flipped it for Smile Burger in Yakuza 3 and I was not. Not a fan. Where like it asks to go first as the default as opposed to eat in. But that's just a little thing. What are these guys doing? This money under, I think it's called Sky Finance. I heard about murder. Oh, this is related to the MSQ that's nearby. Oh wait, can you bot me one, please? Oh, I wonder what happens if you fail this QTE, actually. Oh! Okay. Oh, and you start off dazed? Okay. Wow, you actually have a reversal recovery. Uno is your name? That's kind of funny. Thanks. Oh yeah, level 20 is the max. Oh, crush. Interesting. I didn't even unlock all the things yet. Have I unlocked everything? Oh no. What is this? Boozer, Taunt Master. Oh, is Taunt Master the right trigger thing? Oh, you have the default. It just strengthens it. Okay. Alright. Let's look at layoff already. Hmm. You guys? Yakuza in the no. Guy finance got caught up in some trouble, but honestly, I'm not surprised that Akiyama is a real strange guy standing right in front of you. You know that Akiyama guy, Aniki? Of course I do. Ain't no one in Kamurocho Underground who hasn't heard of him. Clearly you haven't seen him, because he's standing right in front of you. I'd keep my distance if I were you. Yeah? I heard some Yakuza busted into his place though. The rich? Never gonna fight their own battles. It's just stupid to start messing with them. Believe me, you don't want to ruffle Akiyama's feathers. I'll never do anything stupid like that. Know your place, buddy. Just kidding. I don't know if there's a point of no return yet. Maybe I need to trigger this thing. So let's go save. Wow, save points are not very available. Because we're trying to do it in the story. That guy's up to no good. Dang it. Wow, we did not get a lot accomplished today, huh? What the heck is... Did someone just throw a cone into view? What the... I dare you hit me. Oh. Oh, that is the pole crush. Okay, trees are fair game. Wow. Trees are fair game for that heat action. Okay, fair enough. There's a guy in front of the Millennium Tower. Maybe we can do that. In front of the Millennium. What the heck is Neo? You? That new girl at Elise, Lily-chan, is so easy on eyes. I swear she does more for my health than any of those Turner drinks. Whoa, that's a lot of heat, buddy. Hey, Neo. Yeah, but isn't she older than me? That's what makes her so great. She'll spoil you like her own little brother. She'll let big sister take care of you. Believe me, you need more than that. But deep cut. She's not there anymore. Hello. Hey, son. Again. Is it this guy? Oh, this is Taniguchi. Akiyama-san, I got all dressed up, just like you said. Oh yeah, this is the one that we're helping with the date. You're, serious, right? I just want to make sure that outfit you're wearing is serious. Yeah, I'm serious. Oh my gosh, what a dork. Wait. Ouch, that guy's trying way too hard. See, if two random girls on the street think your look is atrocious, how can you ever hope to charm a hostess? Oh, that's right, he's in love with a hostess. And we're trying to help him out, and he spent a lot of money trying to charm a hostess. Like all the monies. Heck, even 100 million yen won't help you like this. Man, there must be something you can do. A man's gotta be particular about his appearance. I'll help you evolve from a caterpillar into a butterfly. Wow, that's Akiyama. Calm down. Calm down with the metaphors. But I don't have any money. Don't sweat it. This is where Akiyama comes in. He's like filthy rich. And the best part about his character, like one of the biggest goat about this character is he wants to make people's dream come true. And because he's filthy rich, money is not an object to him. Consider it a reward for being such a loyal customer. Alright then, let's do it. Alright. So we dress him up? Oh, yeah. Okay. Excuse me, I'd like to purchase a complete ensemble. Clothes and accessories both. Certainly, sir. What kind of ensemble would you like today? Can't go wrong with a chick suit. A wild American casual look might work. How about a psychedelic 60s look? I'm kind of curious what they consider as an American casual look. Let's see. Do you have anything you would call American casual? Ah, yes. I know, just the thing. I'll take that then. Thank you very much. Now, what accessories can I show you? A no-nonsense vest. A styling hat. How about an afro wig? An American casual. You know, I really want the stylish hat. Let's go with the stylish hat. Let's see. Do you have any sophisticated hats? Ah, yes. This particular style is proving to be quite popular among the elite, I hear. I'll take one of those then. Will that be all? That's it? What do I owe you? That'll be 98,000? Alright. It's been my pleasure. I look forward to seeing you. Okay, I want to see this. Come on. What do you look like? Oh! Honestly? It's okay. It's actually not that bad. It kind of looks like a budget Leon Leon outfit with the cake cone. You know what I mean. That freaking brown jacket that Leon wears in the first sequence. Anyways, I'll let you guys use your imagination. Although I'm pretty sure he's wearing just black pants, right? Or very dark jeans. Anyways, nice. You look like a brand new man. Now, time for a little practice. What? What? But this isn't your club. It's Mickey I'm after. You idiot. Mickey's one tough cookie, but I guess I don't need to tell you that to the guy who spent 5 million yen on her. That's a lot of money, guys. Not every day you drop 50,000 on a hostess. She's not the kind of girl you can you can get simply by dressing the way she likes. You don't need to learn the right things to say to her. Now. Oh, I'm doing the 100 1 to 100 conversion for rounding. And also you're using today's exchange rates. The year is 2010. Now it's time for a crash course in talking to girls at this club. What? You're not gonna bail on me? You're not gonna bail on me, are you? It wouldn't be much of a crash course if I stick around. I'll just give you some advice. Huh. I mean, 30K is a lot of money. Like 36K, that's a lot of money too. To give you an idea of the money though, champagne, that's not enough to buy champagne. So I guess it technically isn't that much for this area, like relative to the game's stuff. So like in Yakuza 3, you had to woo hostesses. The cheapest champagne is 50,000 yen. Yeah, the cheapest champagne is 50,000, which is quite expensive. I think Kiryu to woo like 10 hostesses dropped 6 million yen. 6 million to 7 million yen. So we average about like 500 to 600-ish yen per hostess, something like that. It's very rough rounding. So what advice should we give this person? The important thing is to be assertive. You have to sell yourself. Pay attention to what she's saying. I like the third one. Let's go with conscientiousness, right? To paraphrase that famous Shakespearean quote, "Fickleness, thy name is woman." Wow. Oh, Akiyama comes off as someone who's a little bit romantic person, because he mentioned femme fatale, or explained he ends up falling for femme fatale. That's the poetic foreshadowing. But fickleness, thy name is woman. That's interesting. That's an interesting Shakespearean quote. I was expecting a more classical Shakespearean quote, like one that's more stereotypically used. That one's interesting though. They're always changing their minds. So are men, but you know, that's not the culture we live in. Not the culture we're living through, Akiyama. You have to figure out how they feel and respond properly. I see. I'm not sure how. That advice is a little nebulous, Akiyama. What I'm trying to say is it's more important to listen to them than it is for you to talk. Fair, I suppose. By listening, you can sense her mood. Perhaps. Which makes it easier for you to respond. But that's normally a hostess's job to do just that. Huh. Fair enough. In any event, you'll get far with the hostess by getting on her good side. But whatever. But whatever. You need to practice. Good luck. I mean, practice is probably the GOAT right here. Alright. Go get him, Tiger. Okay. Godspeed. It's not going to end here. He's going to fail and we're going to do it 2 or 3 more times. that hat. Akiyama-san. How'd it go? I tried listening just like you said, and it worked! I mean, I'm flabbergasted, actually. I guess girls like it when guys do that. It went really well. If only it doesn't work that way. Excellent. I think I'm getting the hang of this. Great. Then why don't you go see Miki now? I can't. I have a date with the hostess from this club. Wow. Okay. A date? But what about Miki? I'm so over Miki. Would you mind telling her that for me, Agiyama-san? Ugh. Youth, man. Youth. Go get him, Tiger. You mean all this training was a waste of my time? Ooh, we already talked about that phrase, wasting time. It reveals that Akiyama has an incentive, right? He has an ulterior motive. Not at all. See, I like this. Not at all. Thanks to you, I'm a new man. I really appreciate your help. I'd like to give you this as a thank you. I won't be needing it anymore. Shiny stone. Wait, shiny shine, love shine? What the? Well, I'm off. Goodbye. Okay, Ryoko, let's go. Not the ending I expected, but whatever. Well played, RGG. Generally speaking, when you have 3 choices, there's a maybe I picked the 33% chance, but generally it gets way more complicated. Like it gets overly complicated, and it becomes an ordeal. But let me see what this thing is. Hold up. Where is it? Shiny. Whoa, 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 whoa. Shiny, shine, love, shine. An anime that's popular with young girls and older men. Strangely enough, they give you this. Oh, it teaches me how to mod weapons. A wooden collie stick as a base. Cutie girl stick. It requires a wooden collie stick as a base, a large blow-up doll, and a broken radio. Love shine sticks. A cutie girl. So, cutie girl sticks. So the base for that. And a super high voltage battery. And shards of bulletproof glass. There's an innuendo thrown in there somewhere. Without a doubt. That's laced with innuendos. Alright. Akiyama versus Hostess Clubs? Oh. Did I just go to Earth Angel? I'm here already. I'm near Champion District, so it's fine. Oh yeah, and different language people. Can I just straight up interact with different language people? No. Why are you guys standing here? Here we go. The Champion District. Boy, this place never changes. Sir, is everything okay? Oh, it's more than okay. Changes of plans, though. We're gonna be drinking here tonight. Okay, but I should warn you, I don't know the first thing about bars around here. Those Akuma joints sort of intimidate me. Ha ha ha. I feel that. But lots of actors, celebrities, and writers got all their starts right here in the Champion District. This will be a new experience for you. I'll even show you one of my favorite spots from way back. Do I know this character? It's not a sub-story, so... They said Earth Angel, right? Fun dude. By the way, this is an Akuma bar. Mama's still here. Hello, honey. Can I take your order? Oh, okay. So no special interaction. You know what? But we'll take something. Let's get a Yamazaki. You know, let's slurp back the 12-year Yamazaki. Slurps up. No, we're good. Thank you, Mama. Oh, is it this guy? Oh, it is this guy. It's Faux Hawk, though. Akiyama-san, you have those mouth-watering texture and awful dish recommendations for me yet? Oh. Could I just guess? We didn't find the restaurant. Let's just guess. Sure, I'm ready. First, please tell me what your favorite yakiniku shop is called. Oh, we already know. It's Conrai. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay. So they're looking for a yakiniku shop, but not necessarily a dish labeled as yakiniku. It's Conrai on Shichifuku Street. Ah, so there's a great place on Shichifuku Street. Is there? Tell me, which of their dishes have the best mouth-watering texture? Interesting. It's definitely gonna... We're probably gonna lean in on the grade A Kalbi. So that's what you should order when you want to experience unparalleled texture. Now, what would you say is their most unique offal dish? Oh no. Yeah, and do they even have a liver sashimi? I just perused that menu like really rapid. No, let's go with the harami. I think this was on the menu. I don't remember the horuman yaki though. Well, that was easy enough, wasn't it? Alright, I think I've got it. And my stomach's calmed down a bit, too. I'm going to run down there and try those delicious dishes myself. Oh, you sure you want to do that? I'll be fine if I stick to your recommendation. Monka, after all, I need to make a note of the place's ambiance, too. Alright, well, don't overdo it. I won't. Oh, and I have something I want to give you, so meet me here afterwards, alright? Sure, enjoy yourself. Good luck. I actually want to go back just to see. Alright, do you look... You kind of look like there's a sub-story going on here. Oh, hey there. You make yourself at home now, okay? I'm Michiru. Just started here the other day. Hope you stop by sometime, sugar. This character was introduced in this game. And in the MSQ, he ran into him while witnessing a murder scene from Lily-chan. At a nearby bar, actually. Oh, good luck. Yeah, thanks, Smoke. Good luck with school. Thanks for hanging out and chilling. Good luck, good luck. Rest well. Yes. I want to head to Conrai and see how good my memory was. Choto your face. I'm not gonna wait to get into combat. Alright. Oh, they didn't pick salted tongue. I mean, is tongue not an offal? There was harami. So, oh, they did have grade A sirloin, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, they do have. Oh, haruman yaki is tripe, beef intestines. I mean, they had liver sashimi. Oh, they actually have all of it. Oh man, harami wouldn't be an awful dish. It's not an awful dish. They did have liver sashimi. So this one is either Horumanyaki is probably the awful dish. A reasonable awful dish. Oh, they don't have kalbi anymore. Oh man. I missed on... Yeah, I missed on all of it. Yeah, I totally missed on all of it. All the responses were not accurate. Well, it's fine. We took a gamble. They don't have kalbi anymore. What the dip? Okay. What else can we do? Make it big with FX. Maybe I'll go Senryo. We're already over here, so let's go down Senryo. FX, like movie effects? Huh. I don't see anything. Wait, is the massage parlor still here? The massage parlor is still here. Oh, that guy's up to no good. Stop! Okay. Wait. Is this the one with the, like, the soba noodle thing? Oh. 4x. This is where we got an email. We got an email on our phone about this. Are you here for the 4x information session? Thank you very much. We're gonna get scammed, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm a little interested in 4x, yes. I came by to learn more. Thank you very much. Please, right this way. Scam. I appreciate you taking time out of your busy day to visit us here at Seal Trading. I'm Saki, the company president, and I'll be conducting your information session. Wow, an audience with the president himself. Indeed, I'm very excited about the product we have to offer. Oh wait, is this like the water purifier thing from Yakuza 3? First, may I have your name? It's Akiyama. Thank you, Akiyama-sama. Now, Saki-san, what exactly is this 4x thing anyway? Well, we're in the middle of a foreign exchange boom these days. Oh yeah, foreign currency. That's right. Foreign currency. That's what the email was about. With all the kinds of products on the market, but ours is truly a cut above the rest. Are you familiar with how Forex works? You make a small investment and convert it into several times that amount in foreign currency. You can expect high returns, 10 to even 100 times your original investment. Scam. Ah, but you can just as easy loan 10 or 100 times your original investment too. You're absolutely right. I see you know a thing or two about this after all. Those losses can be a real problem. Now, with your average Forex trade, any loss becomes the responsibility of the trader who put up the money. So basically, they have no liability. Scam! But we're different. Oh, okay. We have absolute faith in our Forex investing system, so if one of our trades should fail, you can rest assured we'll cover it. Okay. Assume liability. Interesting. So the investor gets nothing but profits. Exactly. If it sounds too good to be true, it's obviously too good to be true. But you know, our company takes responsibility for all trades. The investor doesn't have to worry about a thing. And at 30 to 40% profitability on a monthly basis, our results speaks for themselves. The handling fee is just 1% of profit, so you can see how you stand to gain. So let me get this straight. So my money will increase by 29% every month with absolutely no losses. Neat. And for a limited time, invest at least 1 million yen with us right now and you'll receive 200,000 yen cash back. Wait, but then you just invest 800,000 yen. We'll add that 200,000 yen to your investment. Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. Making your profit that much greater. 1 million yen right now. Right now. He's a billionaire, by the way, just to keep you in. Just to remind you, Akiyama's actually a billionaire. Oh, well, it's not as though we expect you to walk around town with 1 million yen in your wallet. That's why we're offering low interest loans so you can get your feet wet in the world of Forex without dipping into your savings. Ah, I see. Forex and loans both. Who knew? That's kind of how I'm picturing Akiyama. He's just like smiling, it's like, scam, you know? That concludes my presentation on our company's Forex products. Do you have any questions? It sounds like I make out like a fat rat, but does your company profit from this? Yes, we're grateful for the many clients who've invested with us. Our company is growing and our profits are constantly on the rise. Ah, so you spread your profits thin and wide. That's one way to do it. Did, you have any other questions? If something should happen, will I get back the money I originally invested? But of course! Our company compensates for any loss with its own money, so your initial investment will never decrease. You see, technically what he says is true. But if a company defaults and bankrupts, they're still saying they're trying to compensate. But if they're unable to compensate, it doesn't mean they won't try to compensate. And that's kind of like a very touchy wording right there. Provided the company stays in business, there you go. You mean. What I want to know is, what if the company goes under? Can I still recover that deposit? Exactly. That's what Akiyama... See, Akiyama's a businessman. Would it be a trust account? Would it be a trust account? Is the investor's money kept separate from the company's funds? This is liquid. Liquidity is, or perhaps a solvency. Either or. Basically, if the company defaults, do they set aside funds to be held accountable for a loss? Stashed away nice and safe in a bank somewhere. Meanwhile, this Pep Akiyama just stores all his money in his office in a vault that's not even locked. Yes, of course, at Tauto Bank. Tauto Bank? Are you sure you don't mean Tauto Trust? Oh yes, that's the one. My mistake. Your investment is deposited at Tauto Trust, where it's safe and sound. So what do you think? Have I convinced you of our program's many benefits yet? Do we just go along with it, just for the heck of it? Yeah, let's just go along with it for the heck of it. Who knows? This might be my chance. This might be my chance. Where do I sign? I mean, Akiyama, I feel like in his personality, he would actually just do it anyways because money is not an object to him. He likes to play play the game. Thank you very much. Now, you're interested in the 1 million loan option today, is that correct? Allow me to prepare the necessary paperwork. Trust, guys, just trust. Be like Kiryu. Channel Kiryu. Akiyama. Wait, I was planning on blowing him off. How do I wind up with a contract? Oh well, exactly. Who knows? Just believe, guys, just believe. Don't worry. Oh no, here's the phone call. Did we lose it all? Hello? Hi, this is Officer Sasaki from the Kamurocho Police Department. Am I speaking to Shun Akiyama-san? That's me. You signed a foreign exchange contract with a company called Seal Trading, is that correct? Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Well, I'm calling to let you know that they've been arrested for illegal business practices. What? I'm in the process of calling potential scam victims we found in their client list. You're really lucky we arrested them before they actually got any money out of you. Your contract was for 1 million yen, but don't worry, it's null and void. I see. Just remember, if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Got it. Alright then. I'll call you again once we know more. Okay, thanks. We gave them a shot. And talking about getting lectured, at least Hana-chan didn't hear about it. That would have been brutal. I still would have done it. Like, I think I empathize with Akiyama so much in the idea that if you can remove the resource of money, I would probably just take that gamble all the time. Like Kiryu is a pure heart, but his situation doesn't allow him the pragmatism to make money, right? To gather money quite a lot. But I would still do it. Like it would be interesting if this I would go one step further and try to turn the scam into a legit business. Like, hey, you know, can you actually make it work? Is it possible to make foreign currency exchange work? I actually know a little bit about that, like doing that kind of thing, but I would still do it if money was not an object. Like, just believe in someone. Even in a scammer, like, if you can reach out to a scammer, maybe turn that career and their skills in scamming into something else, that'd be amazing. Okay, so you had to reject it. So basically, it's a check mark right here. So you had to reject them, basically. But nothing happened, so that's probably what I would say. These things have a habit of resolving themselves, but the journey and having the faith to trust someone, even when it's clearly not. If you're in that position to do so, I would just do it anyways. Just like Kiryu in this situation. Just, sure. Okay, let's strictly go back to the Earth Angel bar. I would take a chance if I could. And I did. Because Akiyama is loaded. But in the game, we're also loaded for completing. You get 3 million for completing the playthrough. The MSQ playthrough. So we have funds as well. I'm gonna run around here. Okay. We gave all the wrong answers to this guy. He couldn't even order the dishes we suggested. So let's see how it turned out. Akiyama-san, I went to the yakiniku restaurant you suggested. It struck me as being a little different from what you described. We only gave one valid dish, and it's not even the dish that he's asking for. Nevertheless, the ambiance was quite nice, and I was able to gather a great deal of info. Glad I could help. Oh, this will be very useful when it comes to writing the gourmet guide. It isn't much, but I'd like to give you this as a token of my thanks. Akiyama-san, this is truly presumptuous of me, but could you maybe find me another restaurant or two? Okay. What? Didn't you get your yakiniku fix? I think I have a handle on yakiniku, but then there's sushi, ramen, sweets, all sorts of cuisines that we need to investigate. So, sushi gin, Kyushu number 1, and the gelateria. What? The whole 9 yards, huh? I don't think I could stick around for all that. How about just one more then? Find me an outstanding ramen shop, Kyushu number 1. The apple of any middling gourmand's eye. There are too many ramen shops in this town, impossible to narrow down for someone with only a passing acquaintance with Japanese cuisine. Well, maybe just one. What would you like to know? Oh, thank you so much. Let's see. I need to find out about the stock they use and any distinctive toppings they offer. Tonkotsu ramen, chashu. Distinctive toppings, huh? Something that'll make me sound like an authentic ramen fan, like this such and such was brought all the way from the heart of who knows where. Chashu tonkotsu ramen. That's it. So the stock they use and any distinctive toppings. I'll check out some of my favorite places. Alright? There's only... like you said, there's only one ramen shop that I keep coming back to. You know what would be a great scene? Maybe it happens eventually in the Yakuza series. I don't know. All the characters just walk into that tiny ramen shop and share a bowl of ramen. Like just have ramen together. A ramen meal together. You know, Akiyama, Tanemura, Saejima, Majima, Kiryu, all of them just like broing it out at a ramen shop. we're just gonna go in and answer the questions. It's fine. Let's go. Sure, I'm ready. First, please tell me what your favorite ramen shop is. Kyushu number 1 star, man. It sounds like a real hidden gem. And what can you tell me about the stock they use? Tonkotsu. Pork bone stock. Tonkotsu. Also, tonkotsu. There you go. They must be very particular about their soup. Now, what sort of distinctive topping might they offer? Chashu. Braised pork. From Okinawa. I'm not actually sure if it's from Okinawa, but... braised pork. I guess that's why he went to Okinawa, huh? The guy that was making instant ramen version of Kyushu number 1 dish back in Yakuza 3. Oh, how wonderful. I think is also what fute is, or I forgot what the Okinawan term was, but that in Yakuza 3. But anyways, it's the special pork. Oh yeah, and we had that sub story in Yakuza 3 about the special pork, the scam special pork. But they do offer specialty pork from Okinawa because we are familiar with that due to Kiryu's adventures in Okinawa. Oh, how wonderful. I'm definitely going to have to try it out myself. You've really piqued my interest, and I think I'll head over there. I wish I could also. The Kiryu scam was they were running a special golden pork from Okinawa, but it was really just cheap pork that was passing off as a label. That was the sub-story in Yakuza 3.
Yeah.
When it comes to food, I trust your intuition. Oh, and about your compensation. Think you can wait? Yeah, alright, we're good. Good luck, my friend. Godspeed. This one I'm confident about, because there's sub-stories with this one. Conrai doesn't really have too many sub-stories. They're usually like sub-stories that don't deal with the food at Conrai, and the Conrai menu changes quite noticeably. But Kyushu does not change. What the heck? Excuse me? Do we need more time to pass? Hold up. A gourmet, I wonder. Okay. Hold.
チャンピオン街の中の、はい、復帰しました。はい。じゃあ、
Hello?
これからどうする？たくさんいますよ。
Hello? Okay. So it's definitely... Oh, got it. Alright. Let's go back to Earth Angel. What's going on? Why isn't he back? Alright, I guess we'll what else we got? So I can't really trigger this for whatever reason. Okay. I can pass it Kuwet's bar. But do I have to sample the club life? Wait, there's a sub-story that unlocked. Yeah, it looks like the sub-stories I have are prerequisites for other sub-stories. There's something in front of the Millennium Tower across from it anyways. Come on. Oh no, wait. This is it's Club Elise. Wait, is this that Pepega? Or no, it's not the Pep. Hello, Akiyama-san. Yo, I thought I'd drop in and check on the club. How are things? Remarkably well, given the state of the economy. Really? That's good to hear. But what? Well, it's Miki. Oh, it's a continuation of what's his name, so it's not over. What about her? Maybe you better ask her yourself. She's in today. Alright, have her stop by the dressing room. Sir, the manager said something was up. Everything okay? Oh, I don't know. What is it? You can tell me. You probably didn't know this, but up until recently, I had a regular name, Taniguchi. Oh no, here we go. Taniguchi. That's right. He was kind of a nerdy creep, but he rounded out spending a lot of money on me. 5 million yen. Huh? So you know about him? No, not really. Anyway, what about this Taniguchi guy? Well, he suddenly stopped coming to the club. Not our fault. He never struck me as particularly wealthy, so I just figured he finally ran out of money. She's correct. And now that Taniguchi's not coming around anymore and you're too devastated to concentrate on work. Is that it? Absolutely not. I wouldn't shed any tears over one or two fewer nerd types in here. Trust me. So what is it? I just saw that dorky Taniguchi walking around looking like he owns the place. It's like he had a major makeover. And what's worse, he had another hostess on his arm. He didn't run out of money after all. He changed his image, made himself all cool, then he dropped me for some other girl. Surely losing one customer doesn't bother you this much. It's a matter of pride. It's as though somebody told me I was a good match for only the nerdiest customers. I've lost all faith in myself. Now that I think about it, a lot of my customers are kind of weird. It's not true. Fewer and fewer customers ask me for me by name. Maybe it's time I leave this job behind. I have an idea. Why don't I give you a refresher course in hostessing? Help you boost your confidence. A refresher course? Sure. After all, I'm the one who got you into this mess. Huh? Never mind. Anyway, hostesses need... He slipped, but it's fine. Anyway, hostesses need to make their customers fall for them. Hard. You know that, right? Right? From what I've seen, you have no problems entertaining customers in the club. Then what am I missing? Are you getting dates after work? No, not really. There you go. What you need are dates. Consider them insurance, your backup plan. You think so? You bet. Dates are different. It's just you and your customer, one-on-one. How a hostess acts and the impression she makes at one of these special events have a big effect on her customer. I see. How about I give you some tips on how to make a customer fall head over heels for you? Yes, please. Excellent. Come with me. Yes, sir. What is he? Where is he going with this? Sushi-gin. How do I know this is Sushi-gin? Without even having to look where we are. Kiryu is singing in the background. He's singing Kamurocho Lullaby. And there's only one restaurant that has this backtrack. It's Sushi-gin. Well, it's not the Kiryu track. He does sing it, but it's not specifically the track in karaoke. But I'm not sure if it is. It sounds really close. But that's Kamurocho Lullaby. Like, that's not him. But this part, I don't think it's close to Kiryu's, like, the track in the karaoke track, but I don't think it's identical. Anyways, we're gonna hear that later, but it's all the way at the end because Kiryu is gonna be doing the karaoke stuff, not the other peeps. Although I kind of want to hear if they do sing. Maybe we should play a track on Akiyama and see if he sings. All right. First, let's go over the basics of how to interact with a customer on a date. I'm listening. How do you interact with a customer on a date? Act exactly like you do at the club. Be more guarded. Be more open. How do... Wait, how do you interact with a customer? Who is he? What is that pointing to? Like Akiyama or be more open? You should be more open and honest with a customer when you're on a date with them. Oh, in comparison with the club. Oh, I get it. Open and honest. That's right. Why do you think guys ask hostesses out on dates anyway? I say they want to get to know us better. Exactly. They want to get closer to you so they can stand out among all your other clients. That's why you should be a little more open on a date than you are at the club. Okay. He'll think he's the only one who gets to see who you really are, which he'll figure makes him somebody pretty special. I get it now. Basically, interacting with a customer differently will make them see your date as more than just business. I mean, that's fair. It'll be something personal, an experience for him and him alone. Right. So what will it be? Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna... You gotta wait. You gotta wait on your date, man. Not so fast. There's a little trick when it comes to ordering, too. There is. Of course. You gotta ask. When it comes to time to order. Interesting. When you go out to eat on a date, it's important to order your date's favorite dish. Really? When you see him at the club, get him to tell you his favorite in advance. Make sure you remember what it is. Then, when you're on a date, try to order it in a very matter-of-fact way. Oh, your favorite is such and such, isn't it? Honestly, you don't have to be on a date to do that, in my opinion. But this is 2010. I actually, like, normal business, company, all that stuff, remembering details about people that share and bringing it back over and over again is like the safest. It's one of the safest way of breaking ice. So, latching on to any details like that, it doesn't necessarily have to be on a date situation, in my opinion, obviously. But for individuals who don't want to be hyper attentive and maybe they're emotionally compromised in many situations like nervousness, anxiety and whatnot, telling yourself to focus on these things can be very helpful. But you just take it all in, just observe the entire time. But you being able to do that requires the person that's in a well-practiced situation to not be compromised about their own information. So, like, if you're constantly in a social situation, you are already well-practiced and well-rehearsed on explaining anything about yourself. So you alleviate all that anxiety and stress, and it becomes very trivial to remember the new information coming in from your company. That is the assumption I'm making. So I'm presuming the person is already comfortable expressing themselves. But if you feel, social anxiousness and a lot of juggling, and this can be really hard to remember, generally speaking, the first source of that anxiety is how unpracticed, like not practiced, you are about yourself. You can alleviate if these type of situations are very rare in natural occurrence. You make the conversation to yourself, and it can be a good primer for that. So you can practice expressing yourself without necessarily having someone to express it to help ease in with the transition. Anyways, that's a slight digression, but thought that came to mind. That will make him think, gee, Mickey bothered to remember my favorite, and then he'll feel like you two have bonded. Again, it doesn't have to be on a date. It can be in any context with a person. Remembering details about them while you're really rehearsed about the details about yourself helps. So whenever someone says, oh, you don't need self-awareness to be a conscientious person, That's kind of true. Like, they're separate things. They can be compartmentalized. When you look outward all the time, you can be compartmentalized with looking inward. But here's the catch, right? They're not unrelated to each other. When you liberate resources on one end, you can redistribute those resources to focusing on something else. So, like, if you're unhealthy, you need to distribute resources to stay healthy. But if you already stay healthy, those resources can be redistributed to something else. So when you're practicing a video game, if you alleviate resources that you have to deal with in other game things, like becoming more efficient eater, more efficient health-wise, your workouts become more efficient because they need to happen, you liberate more resources. It's the same with, in my opinion, it's analogous to conversation. If you're terrible at interviews, dates, companies, you can alleviate certain things by being more efficient at the things that you think you already do well. You can do them better. And then redistribute all that effort to somewhere else in the discussion. So this is one of them, I guess. It's a great example. It's a very common example of how to create the feeling that someone is conscientious about another person. Because you're no longer concerned about yourself. If you can get over your lack of self-esteem about needing to be right or wrong in a conversation, you're not concerned about correcting people. You're not concerned about your own feelings anymore because you already know what they are. So you don't have to express them to the other person. And that gives you all the time in the world to, not really all the time in the world, but a lot more time to focus on what the other person is telling you. Because you're not spending effort thinking about how you feel anymore. And that's kind of what I mean. Like, a really great, charismatic, and conscientious person isn't exclusively non-selfish. They're probably selfish enough already to be self-aware, so they no longer have to concern themselves with being selfish. They don't really require time for that. Being comfortable in one's skin is another way to put it. If you're really comfortable in your own skin, you actually inherently become more conscientious. Because where else are you going to spend your time engaged in? Not yourself anymore. You're already so sure of yourself. So you can choose to end it there, which most people do. When people are so sure of themselves, they become infatuated with themselves. But you could challenge yourself and say, well, you know so much about yourself now. How else are you going to entertain yourself in a conversation? You concern yourself and challenge yourself with understanding the other person. So it's one and the same, in my opinion. There's a fine line between someone who's egotistical and someone who's egotistical and conscientious at the same time. That's a really fast mini tangent. Anyways. Okay. But the real key here is to add, I like that too, to establish empathy while you order. Why is that? Well, for one thing, so he's suggesting, Akiyama is suggesting things that someone would do to engage the situation, but that type of advice can be the foundation in which someone establishes empathy. So just the act of doing it may intuitively lead to two people trying to empathize with each other. So it might sound superficial at first, like, man, what Akiyama is saying is just, that's just lying. Like, you're just pretending like you like something just because that other person likes it. You could be pretending at first, but it's also an action. So when you make that action and you invest into that action, you might end up liking the thing as well. So you can play to someone's intuition. So say something like, oh, you don't really like this, but someone does something that you don't like. Well, can you see how they like it? So you can start by saying, oh, I like that too. It's like, well, how are you going to play up that? Well, you have to place effort into figuring out how you could like it. So that's kind of, it's a shady ground because it can backfire as well, but it's a high risk. It's a high barrier. So if you know that someone likes something and you don't understand how you're going to like it, that could be an interesting challenge. And saying you like it could be the first step. Not that this is what this is implying. I'm just talking about like a more complex analyses of interpersonal communication skills. Well, for one thing, when your date says she likes the same food you do, it makes you happy. It also means you have similar interests. Oh, I get it. But what if his favorite happens to be something I absolutely hate? I can be a very picky person. You're a professional. Just grin and bear it. That is another deep cut, and Akiyama is strictly creating the segregation between a date between a professional entertainer and a date for personal reasons, right? Like a non-professional. So this is the word that I use for professional. Like what Akiyama specifically stated in this particular situation is how I interpret professionalism as well. So this is more of a client and person, not in the sense of dating as in a personal relationship kind of thing. That's the segregate, and that's also a big segregation between being an expert and a professional. You can be a professional expert or an amateur expert. Amateur experts are emotional. You can know a lot, but you can choose not to behave professionally. No, do I have to? I guess I'll try. That is a very amateurish response. There you go. What did they even order? This looks amazing. I mean, what did you even order? Not so fast. There's another technique that comes into play when eating your meal. Where are you going with this, Akiyama? Is there really? Tell me about it. The thing to remember when eating is... maintain your image as a hostess? Create a domestic atmosphere? Create a domestic atmosphere? I don't know what the second statement means. Like, I guess a household atmosphere? Like a friendly environment? Like eating casual... Let's go with professionalism. When eating your meal on a date, you have to eat with elegance and grace so as not to ruin your image as a hostess. Why is that? So Akiyama's assuming her image as a hostess is elegance, and because like if the hostess image was to be cute and clumsy or like whatever that reflects their kind of attraction, right? Like their professional image, act that way is probably why. But he's making the assumption like he knows Miki already, which I don't as the player, but he probably already does, and is limiting the writing flexibility. That's how I'm assuming anyways. I presume that's the case. The customer no doubt has a mental picture of the hostess he likes. Ruin that image and he's in for a rude awakening. It is very much that. You're at your most vulnerable while eating, making meals particularly dangerous. But if that's true, there's not much point in eating together, is there? I mean, it doesn't exactly flow with what you say before about projecting a sense of intimacy. She's making intimacy synonymous with honesty. That's I think that's a fallacy, but that's a logical fallacy. However, I'm curious what Akiyama's written to say. You sure are sharp. I knew I could count on you to notice that. Well done. No, the real key here is... Oh, I see. So you're pretty much roped into saying the quote-unquote the correct thing. I disagree. That is compartmentalizing, where that intimacy must be born out of intimacy must involve, like, honesty ends up being leading to causing increased intimacy, or vulnerability must lead to intimacy. I think that's a stereotype, but that's a very common convention, but I don't necessarily think it's appropriate. It's like the common thing between a professional and a client. Like, for example, a psychologist, right? Someone who's treating a patient. If the patient is being open and honest, it doesn't necessarily increase the intimacy. It can, and it noticeably probably does. That doesn't mean you assume that. When dining with a date, you have to maintain proper etiquette while at the same time creating a domestic atmosphere. I don't know what that means, but maybe they'll explain. Domestic? Really? That's right, a hostess is typically seen as the polar opposite of a domestic type. Like a housewife? Like, are we talking about the house here? So by projecting this homie aura, yeah, okay, they're talking about the house. You accentuate the gap between the two lifestyles. Accentuate. A hostess who might seem a little distant at the club comes across on a date as friendlier and more accessible. That's fair. It's like you said before, you have to project a sense of intimacy. That's technically not what he said, but that's probably what he's inferring, because they're on the same page and I'm not. Exactly. So how do I do that? Let's see. If a dish uses seasonal ingredients, for example, point out that out to your date. Interesting. Or if a meal is nicely presented, say you like to try making it yourself one day. Play up the fact that you can cook. Okay, so that's something they know of each other, I suppose. I don't know. You'd be hard-pressed to find a guy who doesn't love that. In that day and age, probably. Anything else? So he's making the assumption that she gathered all this information before they go on the dates. Like, at some point. Because, it would be reckless professionally to make that presumption and it becomes not true, right? When your date says something tasty or what have you, wow, they even added or what have you. That's a phrase, that's an American idiom. Say something along the lines of, oh, I'll keep that in mind. It's almost like saying, I'll make that for you sometime, right? Yep. It's just the promise of your cooking, though. You don't actually have to go through with it. You only need to hint at the possibility. Right, right. This has been very educational. I agree. Now, there's one more thing I'd like you to remember when it comes to paying the bill. Okay? The trick about paying the bill is... Go Dutch! Take out your wallet like you're going to pay. Oh, that's interesting. So you play the slow pause game. When dinner's over and the bill arrives, always take out your wallet and act like you're going to pay. You want me to put on an act? That's right. Just pretending. Seeing you prepare to pay like that transforms the evening from a customer-hostess interaction to a much more private, intimate meal. Again, 2010 stereotype. Your date will feel an even closer bond between the two of you. Plus, he'll be impressed by your manners. Ah, I see. Your date will insist you don't have to pay, of course, at which point you thank them and put your wallet away. This way, you're both satisfied and he keeps his pride intact. Got it. Dates provide another setting for building a relationship formed at a club. Make the most of the situation by meeting outside the club and you can project a sense of intimacy you can't create at work. Fair statement. Your customer will feel close to you and he'll come to like you more and more. This has all been so helpful. I'll give it a try then. Good luck. The times, man. Times have changed. Obviously, I'm talking about a different culture. This is Japan, so I have no idea. I'm just drawing contrasts. I'm comparing and contrasting from the stateside and a very regional perspective of the stateside. I've got my confidence back thanks to you. Okay. Yeah, that was the initial goal, actually. I'm happy to hear that. I think I'll send that Taniguchi a message. Sometimes confidence can be built on just knowing more things. And that's kind of, in my opinion, a great take-home message from this. Just when things are not so sure, when emotional distraught comes, getting more clarity on just anything related can be very cathartic. Right. What now? What right now? Uh-huh. I've got to get that newly hatched hunk away from that other host. Ooh, there's a little spice there. Well, I won't try to stop you. Good luck, Miki. You go get him, Tiger. Oh, where's your hat, dude? What happened to your... You're wearing your all-jean outfit with your plaid shirt. Wait, what happened to the outfit? He ditched it. Miki, it's been so long. Didn't you get a huge makeover? You heard about that. I guess Akiyama-san must have told you, huh? Akiyama-san? No, Miki saw you walking around with your new look and another hostess, wink wink. Oh, right, well, I had more girls coming after me once I changed my image, but we never lasted longer than a date or two. I felt like I wasn't myself, like I was living a lie. I guess even the best makeover in the world is really only skin deep. I eventually came to accept that this is the best style for me after all. That's when I got your message, Miki, and now here I am. I'm so sorry, you must have really missed me, but I won't stray again. See you at the club. Rip. That's a cute resolution. I like it. I like it. Well done. That's cute. I was invested to see what happened, but alright. The pullback. Let's see if the gourmet guy is back. So far these are great. They have a theme to them too. They're playing off Akiyama's personality pretty well. They're a little bit of a different flavor. Say what? Am I like right on top of it? Oh, wastebasket. This was the same position as Yakuza 3. That was Mandarin. At least it sounded like Mandarin. The characters can speak 4 different languages now, like around the areas. They change. So it's a very neat little addition. Oh hey, it's a rich guy. Give me all your money. I feel like our playthrough of this game is gonna balloon very quickly here. Get up. Okay. Oh, that's not a good one. At least give me a toughness infinity or something. You alright? Are you back? Can't karaoke in here. Oh, he's back. Akiyama-san, I just went to the ramen shop you suggested. They did indeed have some delicious ramen. It wasn't exactly as you described. Wait, hold up. And the owner got a little upset when I talked to him. Wait, hold up. Oh, I hope I didn't get you into trouble. Oh no, the place is definitely guidebook material, so I'm grateful. Wait, something changed about Kyushu number 1 star? Interesting. Anyway, Akiyama-san, I really want to thank you for all your help. I hope at least some of the info proved useful. Yes, your tips got me well on my way to writing. Alright. What was that sound? Wait. Hold up. Now we gotta go to Kyushu number 1 star. Something changed about Kyushu number 1? Maybe it's not pork from Okinawa? What could it be? Hold the front door. Hold up. Let me check this menu. What you do, Pops? What you change? Grab this. Oh, a freaking fool. He has a menu. A memo. Oh, the weapon shop. Yeah. Dang it. I need to get bopped. I need to find someone. Come on. Alright, dude. You got one job. One job. Guys? Okay, thanks. Oh, I can't. I keep forgetting. I can't grab on the ground. I can't grab people while they're on the ground. Alright. Let's see what changed about the menu in Kyushu. Kyushu number 1. Oh, maybe we need to pick like a Kyushu related thing. Let's see. Oh, maybe Kyushu? I mean, they still have the Chashu Tonkotsu. Oh, maybe. Oh, here it is. The spicy roe imported straight from Kyushu. Okay, fair enough. They were referring to the Mentaiko Tonkotsu. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I didn't check all my options. I was just biased towards the Chashu. Okay. All right. So we got 5 out of the 15. I don't even know where the Uez bar is. Like, where? What is that? Hot spring? Oh, there's a hot spring place. All right. This place is open? This is the pachinko place. So they added a pachinko and a hot spring mini game of some sort. Moto clinic. Huh. I don't know where that bar is, but before we do, we're already here, right? We gotta see if Akiyama actually sings. I would do the karaoke with all 4 of them if it's a thing. Okay? Maybe we can get his rendition of Kamurocho Lullaby since I'm so tuned in on that piece. Let's see. Okay. Akiyama, alright. Okay. Can you only sing certain things? Oh, interesting. Oh, he doesn't sing any of them. Alright. We gotta do it, you know? We gotta do it. We gotta do it. It's a necessary part of the experience. Oh, wait. Wait. Maybe he does sing it. Oh, dang. He's a good singer. Whoops. Oh dang.
一輪のお前という名の雪月花
That is his.
ネオン眩しいカムロ町二人紡いだこの歌をカムロ純恋歌と名付けよう
Nice. Nice. Well done, Akiyama. A very tropical theme. We don't need any particular score or completion. But we're seasoned, you know? Seasoned. Raindrops. I wonder how he supports this. I guess he just claps on the couch? Are you on the couch? I kind of like it. Raindrops. Yeah, so his singing is that one. The Pure Love, Kamurocho. And then now we rely on... かいかいかい Some humming. Fair enough. Oi, oi, oi. Whoops. Oops. They got him to hum. They got him to hum. All right. All right. We're gonna extend our session. Just to hear the third song. And then we'll play the one that he sings again. Pure Love, Kamurocho. Pure Love in Kamurocho.
Let's get to the top!
Whoa, Akiyama, calm down, please. Oi, oi. Oh, get to the top. I get it.
Let's get to the top!
Let's get to the top. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow, that's slider speed. Holy heck. Oh my gosh. Whoa, rap god. This is great.
Alright! 天中をかまそう燃えたギブコンソール世界に下そういただきへ GO 行こう1、2、3世界にジャンプ and step Let's get to the top
Oh, that's so good. They got him to rap or hip hop more, but closer to hip hop rap ish. Nice. Worth. Oh, I can't wait till we get Saijima into karaoke. Alright. We're totally gonna listen to him, hear him sing again. He has a really great voice. He actually did clap on sync every other beat. Oh. This way is great. He does a lot of ad-libbing. Nice. I'm so looking forward to karaoke with the other characters. I want an ensemble. I want all of them to sing together, you know? Where is that at? Give me like a, give me like a boy band song, right? Just have all four of the guys sing together. Where's my boy band song? You know, it's got to be like a really hard boy band song though, like a heavy boy band song. Like hard, like super hard. Going in. Okay. All right. So I can't seem to get this thing to engage. So we're gonna save it. And we're gonna move the MSQ one more. I thought this was the point of no return, but maybe there's one more. I don't think this is a point of no return because the last event is meeting Minami in that one club, and Akiyama confronts Minami, which is like the new guy on the block that works for Majima. And the event doesn't actually happen at the office, so let's just make the office happen. Oh, I thought I saw it for a moment. Ah, here it is. Not okay, man. It doesn't get old, man. Right. Let's... What happens here? But after all the self-defense training I've planned. Yeah, this is the... he basically is telling her that, nah, Lily-chan's gone. She's to the win with the money, and Akiyama is not gonna ask for the money back. But Hana-chan doesn't get it. And then she quits. Hana-chan actually quits after this. So, we still have to do this sequence. I forgot about this sequence. But, I don't know if... Okay. Yeah, we run and chase her to Children's Park, basically. She has no stamina gauge because we just run all the way to Children's Park. And this is where Hana-chan quits. But, man, when she came back at the end, oh my gosh, it's so good. And I really hope we get to see more Hana-chan in Yakuza 5. In the next game. She's such a great new addition to the supporting character cast. Yeah, basically, he doesn't take responsibility and she's fed up. But she does come back, though. Hana-chan's worried about Akiyama. And Eddie is... They bring up Eddie, which Eddie is the girl that Lily-chan resembles. Or Yatsuko Saijima's... the sister of Saijima, have a really uncanny resemblance to her. And it's not clear if Eddie is Yatsuko. It wasn't very clear. They do look identical, though. So it's what spawned his infatuation with Lily-chan. Or Yatsuko. And then Hana's quitting. So she's gonna leave, but she'll be back. Still, it would have been great for to see if Tanemura and them interact with Hana-chan. Hana-chan is like the feisty character, archetype that was largely absent, honestly. Oh yeah, this is the last event where we have to go to the club. I don't know if this locks me out of the hostess thing, though. I'm here to do all the sub-stories. Is the goal. And then we'll do all the other stuff possibly in the premium adventure if we miss any. What? It's not this thing. This is the garbage icon. It's in the trees? Wait, is it really referring to this thing? No. It's not referring to the manhole, which is a foreshadow. It's for Saijima's chapter. What? Under the bench? Is it telling me something underneath I can't get until later? There's no way, right? And each one of them has unique locations for the locker key, maybe? R. Oh, I see it. Wow, it's really up there. Okay. I don't see any other sub-story icons. I think I might be locked out of the release thing. Maybe not. Let's go over there. We can save at the Millennium Tower. I feel like they run a lot slower in this game. Alright. Where is this at? Is it... It could be below me. That is a possibility. No? Interesting. Oh yeah, and I can do that. I have 7 stuff. Huh. Well. Face kick. Man, that face kick is... It's like, it's so nice. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see it. Dang. Wow. That one's the tough one. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is the Minami thing, right? I don't know if we can go past this point. But this is Minami, the underling. The new underling for the captain, I think. Possibly. Or a lieutenant for Majima. So this is Kamurocho Lullaby too. Now I know. Now I understand why he's singing this. Because of Yakuza 3.
誰やお前は。
この店のオーナーの秋山というものです。宗社さんは？
俺は真島組の南っちゅうもんや。
Minami. He looks like a rat.
真島組？それってカムロ町ヒルズ建設に絡んでる東上会の大幹部の？
そうよ。真島組や。
Yeah, that. Look at his face. He has like, they deliberately accented his two primary teeth too in the front.
おいおいおいおいおいおいおい。ああ、お前ら声出せや。
Nah.
あれ？あらら。何やっとんで悪い。
いや、送信ボタンを押したつもりだったんですが、押し間違っちゃったみたいで。
Akiyama is so good. I really like Akiyama. His attitude is everything I can't be.
押し間違えた？兄ちゃん、その話、ほんまやな。
His spirit and his like, his principles I empathize with so much, but his personality, like his outward interaction and stuff, I can't ever imagine being like
南
that.
さんでしたっけ？
So it's wild playing a character like that.
南さんのご用件は何なんでしょうか？
おお、それやそれ。この店にリリって女がおるって聞いてな。なんや、えらいべっぴんさんらしいやないか。そんでちょっと指名したらなあかん思てな。
リリーですか。申し訳ありませんが、彼女は本日をもって店
Oh
を
wait, we
退
kick
店
his
しまし
face
た。
in. Normal diff.
そら困るわ。
彼女に何かご用ですか？
そう。俺も親父からその女連れてこい言われただけやからな。
親父？親父って真島さんにですか？
そういうことや。せやからリリって女の居場所教えてもらえないか。
This game, I would agree,
お客様、
not necessary for Kiwami 4 or
キャストの
Kiwami
プライベートを
5.
教えるわけ
They
にはいかないん
really
ですよ。
honed in
そういったご用
on
件でしたら
the
お引き取り
PlayStation
ください。
3 engine that they had. So it's up to, like, the remaster helped
私はね、
with a lot of the
一度
things.
自分の店で働いたキャスト
But
を理由もなく売るような真似はできない
Yakuza
んです
3
よ。
is rough
なんや、
around the edges.
かっこいいこと言うとるやないか。
ええ、私は常にかっこいいオーナーでありたいんですよ。
おもろい兄ちゃんやな。じゃあけど、こっちも遊びやない。ヤクザが何もせんとタダで買えるわけがないやろ。
金ですか。
んなもんちゃうわ。ちゃんとあんたの口からその兄ちゃんの居場所聞き出さんごとには変えられへんねや。
どうしてもお帰りいただけないようでしたら実力行使ということになりますね。よろしいですか？
ほう、いい度胸しとるやんけ。ほんならこっちも力ずくでも教えてもらうで。
Oh, he doesn't even have a rank actually. It's just of the Majima family. Can he dodge the entire alpha combo? Oh yeah, he can. Oh yeah, he has fire breathing. That's right. Oh, I got hit. Oh, I thought I quick stepped that. Hey. Akiyama is so fast. He's like incredibly responsive.
まだやこんなんで終わりと思ったら大間違いや。
しぶといね。さすが真島組だ。
くそまた負けるわけにはいかんのじゃ。
やめや。
There he is.
お前の歌は宴会の時だけで十分や。
親父親父まさかあの真島組長。
We don't have to complete all of the stuff. It's largely fine because they're at the end of the chapter you can do it too.
リリっち女を探しとる。
Like of all the
ここに
chapters.
おるんやないのか。
彼女はもうここにはいませんよ。どこに行ったかも知りません。
そっか。遅かったっちゅうことか。
リリに一体何の用です？リリは柴田組に追われていた。まさか真島さん。
So we
その
know
ことに関係しているんですか？
that Lily is Saijima's sister,
柴田組が。
which is basically a sister to
教えて
Majima
ください。
at
真
the
島さん。
time. Majima knows who
一体何
Lily
者なんで
is
すか？
without a doubt.
なぜあんたたちに追われなきゃならないんですか？
None of this is known to the player until much later, though.
安子ちゃんは俺が守らなあかんや。
Yashiko. So,
安子。
uh,
それがリリの本名ですか？
he
なんで
drops
あ
that
なたが
name,
守る必
but you
要があ
don't
るん
know
ですか？
the significance until later. Yashiko Saijima.
俺の償いやからや。25年前のあの日のな。
償い？
And technically, you, the people who played this, oh, it does complete it. That is the point of no return. All right, well, we'll just keep moving ahead. It's fine. Weird. I couldn't find the sub-stories as easy as I think. So we'll probably have to just play whatever sub-stories we have and then move along until we get to the next one. I don't think anything's missable, per se. So now we're at Saijima's thing. It leads directly into Saijima's 1985 hit on Yue Seiwa's plan.
おう、よだい。
And this is actually the first time you see Yashiko, Majima, and the reverse. But for most players now, they would already know this scene from Yakuza 0. Because that's how Majima is introduced. To explain why he lost an eye and he's like stuck in Sotenbori.
これがいわゆる環境破壊っちやっちゃ。
お、自分ちょっと頭良さそうやん。
当たり前や。オゾンがどうこう言うてたわ。
誰がや？
うちの親父が。 島の案がなんや世の中の流行は環境問題らしいで。これからうちらの業界も環境に気ぃ使わんといかんらしい。はあ、アホらしい。おれ。
スイカや。
せや。こないに暑い日にはちょうどええ思ってな。
へえ、春先でもこないに立派なの売ってるもんなんやね。
ま、ちょっと高かったけ
All
ど。
these scenes hit so different now because of everything you know.
まあ祝いみたいなもんや。
前祝い？
おう、やすこ。せっかく兄弟が来てんね。
So right now, all three of them are in an apartment around the Champion District
はいはい。
on the east side of Kamurocho. This is after they moved to Kamurocho
なんかつまみもいる？
from Osaka.
頼むわ。
わかった。
なんや、やすこちゃん知らんのか。当たり前や。明日人殺しに行きますなんて言えるわけないやろ。他にも言い方あるやろ。俺ら二人明日から長いお勤めや。最後の別れくらいちゃんとしとった方がええで。いらん、そんなもん。縁起でもない。
So one of the biggest twists in this game or in this story is that somehow Majima in that bag he got a bunch of guns and somehow all the guns are loaded with rubber bullets. And you can see that there was a clue in the bag that so somehow between now and when he acquired the guns, the bullets in the guns are all rubber bullets, special issued, and that box is supposed to indicate that. There are 36 slugs, and it came from that box, and it's a police issued ammunition. It's an experimental ammunition to use to suppress non-lethal force to suppress people using a gun. So all those bullets are rubber bullets. That's one of the bigger twists in this whole thing. And it's actually orchestrated by the police chief. So somehow, oh, it's because one of the guys that work for the police force right now is Yakuza. And he's in cahoots with more or less the Tojo clan. So they gave Majima the weapons to use. It's Shibata largely orchestrating this with Katsuragi. But Katsuragi is part of the Ue no Seiwa clan at the moment, and he's one of the guys that are gonna get shot by rubber bullet. I wonder if Shimano knew though. It wasn't ever revealed if Shimano knew anything about this.
兄弟、関西弁忘れとるで。あ？お前、人が真剣に喋ってる時に。俺は覚悟できとるよ。俺もお前と同じや。笹井の親父の。
So they belong to two. Sasai is his family. Sasai is the patriarch of his family. So they are in two different families that belong to the Tojo clan.
冴島大河っちゅう男がこの登場界でどこまで登れるのかをな。冴島。 何しとるんじゃ兄弟。くそ。
What we know now is that Majima got intercepted by Shibata, and then Shibata stopped him from showing up. So Majima refused. He was gonna come anyways, but he got suppressed by Shibata. So he wasn't able to make it. Majima was instructed for Saejima to take the fall. Like, it was all planned by Shibata and Katsuragi, which is in there, in that group. It was a complete... Everything was already set up. But Majima refused, but he was forcefully prevented from going to Saejima's side. And that's the Ue no Seiwa's current... I guess they might go by chairman? Because it's not necessarily a patriarchy like the Tojo clan. And that's Katsuragi, who technically is Tojo in the present day, or like the current day, but he's the guy who set up everything with an inside guy with the police force and set up the whole rubber bullets thing. So every single shot here in this scene, no one actually died, and it was cleverly done in a way where the only person bleeding from the bullets was him. Saejima got shot. Like, he took a bullet to, I think, either the shoulder or something. And that's the only instance of blood, outside of, like, punching someone really, really hard. Or kicking someone. So if you look really closely, all the scenes didn't really actually show anyone die. Or any of his bullets hitting, like, killing anybody. Like, penetrating anybody. Because this series does show blood. But none of these people actually bled when he shot them. That's what you're supposed to believe, because that's what actually happened. So they were just incapacitated from the force of the non-lethal shots. See that? Could be suspicious right there, right? But that might have been the suit. And then there's punching. There's blood from the punching. But that's it. Like, just like all the soup stuff. Yeah, see, like there's a spatter, like a tear in the shots, but they're black. They're like the gunpowder slamming into, you know, like the residue slamming into the opponent. And then the splashing is the soup broth, not really the blood. And then the only time is the shot. See, he didn't bleed. He got hit with the rubber bullet. So that was one of the bigger, like, that's the biggest twist. That had like a because of Yakuza 0, that has a huge payout, because it's like Yakuza 0 all the way to Yakuza 4 before you find out what the heck happened in this scene. Yeah, so the color that you saw that splashed up when he shot was the guy hitting like the soup. That's Katsuragi right there. Katsuragi wasn't gonna kill Saejima. You might be thinking like, oh, how could he miss so close by? It was not his intent to kill Saejima in the first place. He's the mastermind behind this setup. So if he was gonna make sure his shot cleared, it wasn't intended anyways. He didn't want Saejima to die. He wants Saejima to take the fall. That's what you have to believe. You have to believe that somehow Saejima was not trained well enough in his young age In 1985, Saejima is actually one of the oldest of the characters. I think he was, at some point I knew his age. I think he might be 20? He's either 20 or 21 or something. And he's 45 in this game. Or 44 or 45. He's like 2 or 3 years older than Majima. And Majima's like 1 year older than Kiryu. Or 1 or 2 years older than Kiryu. Or something like that. I would have to refresh my memory. But then he got sent to prison for 20 years. Oh yeah, he's 20 years old. Yeah. So he got sent to prison for 25 years. And then suddenly he's getting transferred to a fake prison. A special privately owned prison. To wait out the rest of his death row sentence. And then you learn more twist. That the prison was funded by Jingu from Kiwami 1, who was funneling money from the Tojo clan for the sake of the Omi Alliance collusion to fund this prison, how they get rid of troublesome Yakuza people. Or just people they want to disappear. And it throws back all the way back to Kiwami 1. Where Jingu is the father of Haruka, and the husband, the temporary husband, the betrayal husband of Yumi, which is technically Kiryu's first love interest, and the mother of Haruka. So it gets like transported to this secret penitentiary that isn't on the map or anywhere, and no one knows about it. And he's a butthead. This sequence. Yakuza 3 has that boss, Tamashiro, that would stop anyone from ever completing the game. This sequence right here, this sequence going from Akiyama to this sequence. If you don't do like second tasks, like I basically skipped a lot, right? Because I didn't know when the end is. If you don't do a lot of things on Akiyama's chapter and you're just like, oh, I had enough of this stuff, and you come to this, he doesn't get any experience. So the experience is gonna be the same. You're vanilla. This sequence is guaranteed to stop people from finishing the game. Like, what I mean is, like, if you can't get over this sequence, it's almost incredibly likely that you stop playing this game, because you can't actually do anything about it. You have no upgrades, no nothing. You just turn it to the lowest diff, and it's still frustrating. But I did it on hard, but it's still... It's about like the phonetics of the setup. It was just so crazy. But now this is the second time we're going around, because now he has upgrades, so it's not as bad. He's a butthead. Shut up, butthead. Yeah, this sequence, historically, in my 36 plus years, this is on top of the pile. It's easily the top 5 most brutal. Brutal, feel bad. And then now we get a warm welcome because everyone... Oh, and that's Hamazaki from Yakuza 3. So immediately you get introduced to Hamazaki, who stabbed Kiryu at the end of Yakuza 3. And they didn't know what happened. He just basically got sent to prison too. There, a lot of the Yakuza in this prison belongs to Ueno Seiwa clan, which is the one that he's responsible for annihilating, more or less. 25 years ago. It's already been 25 years though. Seijima is now 45 years old. Kiryu is Kiryu is 41. He is 41 in this game.
あんたに親取られてから20数年。この日が来るのをずっと待ってたぜ。
This is so different now. Now that I feel security in understanding how Saejima fights.
そんな簡単なもんじゃねえ。
But the first time I played through it, it was like, I think the second day. Oh my gosh. This was so toxic.
あんたに死刑は必要ねえ。きっちり俺らの手でぶっ殺してやるぜ。
People will destroy controllers playing this sequence. This and the last fight in the very, very last boss fight in this game will get people to destroy controls for sure. Wait. Hold down Y within after and oh. Right. It's really different. Like, oh, I didn't clear it? Quit anyway and continue with the story? Yeah. Oh, they even added that. That's awesome. Not completing the story because you're too powerful. That's hilarious. Hamazaki?
お前の人生がめちゃくちゃになったんは親が死んだせいちゃうやろが我も極道の端くれやったらな人生のケツくらい自分で吹け
Yeah, Saejima is like the rough, bold Kiryu antagonist. Like he is an absolute. If I had to compare like dog stereotypes, he's a bulldog, while Kiryu is like a golden retriever compared to Saejima. Saija is more like okay, Kiryu is more like a Doberman, right? Like a Doberman, and he's a bulldog, without a doubt. But they are both like unbelievably, relentlessly loyal. Like easily one of the most loyal and most convicted, like committed characters. Foolhardy in every way. Like the last of the honored Yakuza stuff, which Mine failed to appreciate in Yakuza 3, more or less. And Hamazaki gets to learn. Hamazaki learns from it because he will be reminded that Kiryu believed him, even though he stabbed Kiryu right in broad daylight. That's what leads to Hamazaki's redemption arc in this sequence. It's a great sequence. Saejima trusts Hamazaki because Hamazaki lend an olive branch. It's dishonorable even if to abandon someone, even if they had a history. Much like what Kiryu would do.
Sotoのやつに指示して、あんたの口座に1本振り込ませておく。それでいいだろう。
ちょうど車検でな、新しいのに買い替えようと思ってたんだ。
I'm gonna blow my nose. One sec. Allergies, man. Allergies.
あんまり長居すんなよ。じゃ。
All these scenes are so good. like rewatching these scenes now. Although we don't have to rewatch it because I'm gonna probably do it again when we do the legend run. So we basically explain about the penitentiary. So basically, like, the facility is privately contracted. It's not on the map anywhere. And it's basically a place for people to just disappear. To disappear people. And now we go to the courtyard. This is where we come up with the escape plan. That scowl. His face, man. Yeah, that's right. Hamazaki breaks the news to him that what he did in 1985 didn't stop the UA Seiwa clan from thriving. Yeah. And the Tojo clan is bending over backwards a little bit to satisfy alliance with Ueno Seiwa, because the Tojo clan is pretty much crippled now, because all the old Tojo clan infighting and all that destroyed its leadership. He also gets told by Hamazaki that basically he didn't kill anyone. And all the people that actually died, is later revealed that Katsuragi was the one who got up from the fake bullet hitting him, like the rubber bullet. It's not a fake bullet, it's a real bullet, but the rubber bullet hitting him, he killed all the people to frame him. Oh. And not only that, what he did to help his patriarch, because he's super loyal to his patriarch, Sasai actually ended up being the scapegoat. So not only did he fail by following what he was asked to do, he destroyed his family, his Yakuza family, in the process. So pretty much everything. And yeah, the Shibata family rose because Shibata and Sasai are like rival smaller families, but it's Shibata who was colluding with Katsuragi to set up the downfall of Sasai, which now Shibata and Katsuragi is trying to use the Ueno Seiwa clan, who they plotted with, used to manipulate, to try to take down the Tojo clan, or what remains of the Tojo clan. And that is pretty much the main story of Yakuza 4. Ueno Seiwa is picking a fight with the Tojo clan because it's weak and vulnerable. Daigo is reeling from all the chaos and losing and recently getting shot and all that. The entire leadership is gone. Hamasaki is actually the oldest leadership outside of Kiryu.
年前のあの事件実は
So everyone's gone except Daigo. Daigo is the oldest. But
あの
technically,
日あんたはもう一人の兄弟分と
Saejima is one of the oldest Tojo clan members. Which in the end of the game is pretty
奴は来なかった
cool that he ends up
そうだろ
becoming a patriarch for the Tojo clan of his own family.
実は
Oh, actually, and Majima. Let's not forget, Majima is still around.
最初から計画されていた
Is
ことだ
truly, with Kiryu, the last flag bearer of the Tojo clan. Yeah, just being told, half your life, more than half his life, was for naught. And it had the exact opposite consequence. But really, Hamazaki's kind of manipulating him. Hamazaki is lighting a fire under Saijima's butt so that he can use Saijima to perform a successful prison break. But it is during the prison break that Hamasaki learned that Saijima is a man of honor. And there's only one other person that has ever done that, and that's Kiryu. So he has a brief road to redemption, before he takes the bullets, protecting someone after realizing, much like pretty much every other villain in this series, they realize too late, and in a different lifetime they could be friends. So now we gotta make a Gatling gun. So here we gotta get Gatling gun ready. And Kamiyama got arrested somehow. He got arrested from the time he met Akiyama till now. He crossed and got basically selling illegal arms. But we're very familiar with Kamiyama now. He's a weapons specialist. So now we have to find a chain. It's one of these guys. Did you have the chain? No, this is the food thing. Oh, and it's Rafute. That was the word that I was looking for earlier. Is it these guys? Yeah, that guy. Okay. No. It's these guys right here. It's one of them. Give me your chain, buddy. This guy. And we fight. All these fights were incredibly infuriating. Because all they do is clinch you. This game clinches you from behind all the time. It cancels you out of everything. Like this. That. Not this time, though. Oh, wow. That's a trade? Get that out of my house. Alright, so we take the chain. We need to get a hoe, I think. Let's just unlock all these things. Okay. We need to get a hoe. Okay. Oh, a pitchfork. Sorry. We need to get a pitchfork. Which, one of these guys is a farmer. I think it might be... No, that's the smoke guy. We need to get a smoke for that guy. Was it this guy? No. It's not this guy. No, that's when we get the smoke from the guy. But, oh, here it is. Never mind, it is them. It's the guy on the wall that has the smokes. So we're just gonna borrow the hoe from him. Oh, we need to get a smoke. Here. Yep. And then he tells us about the smoke. Grab the smoke. He liked that we ruffle some feathers. Like he watched the fight and gave us the smoke just for the entertainment. But now we need a light. And this guy has a light. No. Someone has a light. Oh, no. We have to get the lighter from behind the gate, I think. Yeah. There's a lighter here. And then, walk over here. I don't think there are sub-stories here that, hopefully not, are missable. I think this sequence is just completely, contained. And then we beat the crap out of him. Because he's a butthead. Oh, he's not fast enough to do wall bounds. Okay. We take the hoe. Pitchfork, hoe, you know. What have you. Come back. In the chain, and then we got it. And just like that, Kamiyama just created a Gatling gun using his hands, produced a Gatling gun out of his butt, and then we're good to go. And now we need to find a place to hide it. We hide it here. There we go. Now it's time for the prison break. The most easily my top 10 most incredibly frustrating experiences I've ever had. Which is great. Now in retrospect, it's just, you know, another experience. We pulled out some massive gimmicks. It was really tight too. Even with some of the healing items available. We had to do the last sequence with no healing. Or maybe we might have had one healing item. But we just had to do it with no hit. And we found a sequence that allowed us to no hit it. So it was fine. And it gave us a better appreciation for charge attacks. More or less. His downswing on the wall bounce, on the floor bounce, follow-up was like the GOAT. It was the thing we could cycle with perfect timing. He gets out. throw a bed over the railing to attract the attention. Then Hamazaki goes off, finds what he needs to find, and they meet up at the warden's office. But it is a sequence that is horrendous. It has snipers, freaking guys that throw grenades that run away from you. Ugh. Man. Payback time. Now I really feel like Saejima though. On the second playthrough, now it's game on. You felt so gimped. The first playthrough is absolutely gimped.
こんなことしてどうなるか分かってんだろうな、おい。うわおい、俺も出してくれ。お前には懲罰棒も生ぬるい。
No, we're just gonna kick your butt.
今すぐここでぶっ殺してる。文句はねえよな。
It's still gonna suck a little bit. It's done suck.
手加減はなしだ。奴を絶対この部屋から出すな。
There is an easy mode, so if you fail something enough, it'll ask you if you want to switch to easy. So, the whole point of doing a normal run is there's an achievement that's separate that you can't revert back to easy and whatnot. But we did it on hard before already. It's because of the timing of the charges that allows you freedom of letting go whenever you want. So if they're attacking, you can challenge them with the armor. That made all the difference. That's what made the difference and how we got over the sequence eventually. You have to play like you're challenging them. Not play like a Fate, you know, like try to dodge out and then get a back hit or something. He's just not that agile. And you're always stuck in like small quarters. And his attack is like 180, so when you pause, the AI just like doesn't have a response, and then you can challenge him. It times with their attack, basically. It just happens to time with their attack. You can hold the charge just long enough so it lines up super well, so you can be really consistent about it. And it worked on the boss too, the guy, the head guy. That's a butt hit. Actually don't know what happens when you fail. We're fighting this boss guy now. And he's permanently equipped with that stupid baton of his. Ow, ow. He's not done though. Wait, he's not done. There's still more to him. That's fine. Oh, this was a weird one where you pick up the key off him, but this rarely happens. And I like walked around in circles until I was like, oh wait, the guy. Alright. And then now we're gonna meet up with Hamazaki at the warden's office. And Hamazaki finds the incriminating evidence that he wasn't looking for, but he found it anyways. And he eventually shares it with Kiryu, who funds the prison, which turns out it was actually Jingu that was involved, which is way back in Kiwami 1. So it came full circle. Like everything came full circle. And now the sniper. Ugh. This part could be just annoying now. Hit stuns is basically the thing that made all of this rough. The sniper. The snipper. We wait for Hamazaki to take care of the snipper, but in the meanwhile, freaking... Okay. Freaking... Stop it. See, that's what I mean. Like, you don't get to choose how you roll. It just rolls towards the guy that you're not even targeting. And his recovery sucks. That's fine, though. Yep. And it leads into a shot in the back. Like, over and over again. And now, there's a guy who runs away from you. And throws grenades. Stop! Oh my gosh, you little piece of garbage. Yeah, see. And I have no throws on the ground. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, alright. Oh. Can he hit me through here? No. Oh yeah, and they just sit there and clench you out in the open while the sniper shoots you over and over again. And we didn't have heat action either, like on grounded units. You can't complete a combo. Alright, and then there's a guy that throws grenades. Oh, thank goodness for down heat action. Now Hamazaki is gonna come up. It's so much less painful when you actually have moves. Hey, Hamazaki. The music, though. I'm not even getting the healing items at this point. Such night and day. And this is on normal, so it also helps that we're not getting chipped to death. The clinch fest. Huh. What else do I have left? Dragon defense. What does this do? I can defend against knives and stuff? Huh. Oh, that's cool. I like that. That's actually pretty sweet. Underappreciated. We gotta go get the grappling hook. And this is where Hamazaki turns over a new leaf. This is the pivotal moment. It's not, yeah. It just, everything works out, you know? This is the moment.
もともとこの脱獄はあんたが計画したもんや。そやからあんたが先に行かんとあかん。あんたが生き残らんかったら俺にとってこの計画はパーや。何言ってんだお前。俺はもう何も失敗しとうない。絶対に後悔しとうないんや。それにあんたは嫌なやつかもしれん。
The subtle music, the strings swelling up in the background.
俺はそれだけで十分や。お前、やっぱりまだ25年前のこと。ええから早せ。刑務官が来てまうぞ。佐島。
Your butthead.
佐島、早くしろ。佐島、何してんだ。早く。あんた。
I was in disbelief at this point. I was like, no, not another fight. Like, there's no way, right? He doesn't go against all of them. It can't be that toxic. The game can't put you up against like so many of these people at the same time. Like, there's no way they would do that. No way, right? And they did. And even worse than that, the very last boss in this game, I was like, no way it could be all of them, right? It's the same situation. Like, you have to fight it. There's still fewer than it showed, but dude. Ow. Yeah, he reads inputs, so he's always spacing properly. Unless you challenge him. We basically know his vulnerability, so it kind of removes the concern. And you hit a lot harder, and they have a lot less life from hard. And you have scaled up already from levels, so that's kind of why it seems very less long. And but it just means you do it over and over again, a lot more frequently and a lot more accurately. Back to the swelling string instruments in the back. There it is.
あんたあんたなんでなんかよ後味悪いじゃねえかあのまま行ったんじゃそれによお前が二人目だったんだ
That's the Kiryu drop.
Huh?
You're only the second one.
俺のこと信じてくれたのがよ
Such a short line. It's only 2 lines, and it means like an incredible amount. That's like the charm of this game series. There are so few words spoken, but it carries so much weight.
ここまで来れば大丈夫だあとは溺れ死ぬ前に陸地に上がれるかどうかが問題だお前には時間がない先に行けそやけど俺はお前は死刑囚だ脱獄したら真っ先に殺に追われるのはお前だあんたそれに俺には切り札があるさっき所長室で探してたやつのことかああこれさえありゃ俺はまだ這い上がれるさあ行けほなな兄弟兄弟ああ形はどうあれ俺とあんたは同じ罪を犯した仲間兄弟や冴島冴島冴島こっから無事出てやるべきことがあったら二人で組んでやり直そうぜ俺とお前が組めば最強だ東上界いや日本の頂点だって夢じゃねえなどうだいい話だろ山崎だからお前はここから浜崎
The butthead.
この野郎浜崎
さ冴島
He doesn't die here though.
桐生だ
He doesn't die here.
こっから出たら桐生って男のとこへ行け
Although when I saw it, I was like, not again. But it ended up happening again.
沖
Like
縄にいるその男を頼れ
it happens so
桐生だ
often.
ぞいいな
When you're rooting for some guy who's just turning around the corner and they just rip it away. But then they might come back only to be ripped away again. And it's basically like what I would say is it's done really cleverly in a way that it's always in the company of a honorable character. An honorable character that you can only feel the anguish and the betrayal, like the feeling of betrayal hits really hard. So Saejima is taking place of Kiryu, because if it was in Kiryu's position, he would feel exactly the same way. Where it's a waste of life when people give up. And that's the bottom line. And they wouldn't ever give up on someone. And that happens all the time in this, just to make it like hurt a lot. You just, when people die, it's around someone like Kiryu.
もうマメちゃんと言うこと聞かないとダメだよ
And you can just see the anguish in their eyes. Like Yakuza 3 when Rikia died. Oh my gosh. Freaking. It's the only time that Kiryu's voice actor, he practically like wailed. Like even in like Yumi, when Yumi died in Kiwami 1, it was still like relatively tame, but Rikia, oof, that one hit different. But yeah, he happens to wash up on the shores of the guy that Hamazaki wants him to meet, which ends up being Kiryu. And this whole exchange is so good. So obviously Haruka is extremely trusting. She inherited Kiryu's tutelage, so you see a person in need, you help them. Except for one exception, it was Hamazaki, which even that turned out to be pretty incredibly touching.
起こしてごめんねゆっくり休んでてじゃあ私はおじさんに連絡してくるね
ちょっと
This was subtle, but also very sus. But yes. It's very real, right? But it just shows his discipline. And Kiryu witnessed all this. It's later revealed that he was there anyways. The man of the hour.
おかえり
ああもう大丈夫なのか
うん大丈夫みたいだよあそうだ私ちょっと町のスーパーまで行ってくるね晩ご飯の用意しなくちゃそれじゃあ行ってくるね
I think one thing that this game executes very well is even with how limited their rendering engine is, they rigged it so well. Like the even the lack of how rigid their character models are, they still were able to do non-verbal communication, like excessive non-verbal communication or implied non-verbal communication. So basically, this is a really touching moment because Saejima actually ends up finding out that he ended up washing onto the doorsteps of the person he was told to look for. And then Saejima says a false name, Suzuki, which, you know what? That might be a callback. I don't know if that's a callback. He could have picked any name. He picked Suzuki. So here's the thing about the Suzuki name. Suzuki was the guy who didn't really show up too much in Yakuza 3, but he's the guy who was doing the deal that started all this problem. So Suzuki was the politician that wanted the deal to open an Okinawan resort that was taking this very land that Kiryu owned, essentially. So I don't know if that was intentional or not, where they decide to choose Suzuki. But a lot of times these things aren't just coincidences, because they could have chosen any name, generally speaking. And you might be thinking, well, it could be a coincidence, and yeah, sure. But a lot of times this game, even numbers, like how much a currency a character is carrying, or what kind of number, like seemingly random number is on a board or something, were intentionally done in this game. It's the attention to detail. Especially Majima so far. At least I noticed that Majima has specific numbers tied to him, because his name, his given name, actually can be interpreted as numbers. And obviously he lied and talked about all this stuff, and Kiryu was like, nah. Kiryu's been around the bends. He wasn't fooling anyone. Like Saejima, Kiryu was just being respectful and trying to allow him to feel comfortable enough to open up. But no one was pulling a fast one on Kiryu. He's been around. He sees all the tales and signs of inmate, and probably, and you know, he has a tattoo on his back. Basically, Kiryu is trying to ask him what he needs. And then Saejima approaches him for help. And then he feeds him like this soppy, this story about someone on the boat. Like the boat went down, and then he survived the boat, and everyone else drowned. And then he's asking for Kiryu for some money and a plane ticket to Kamurocho, because he has to go to Kamurocho. And then this is where Kiryu's like, nah, you came from prison. And then basically just, here's the deal. I know exactly what you need and all that, but I can't help you if you don't tell me what you're really doing. Right? But in the end, he slyingly saved Saejima's face, like his pride and stuff, by getting what he needed. Because Kiryu is ever the trusting person. And they share stories, because both their stories are kind of similar in a sense of prison time and experience and whatnot. He basically said, no, I'm not going to help you. But he ends up doing it anyways. Because he doesn't believe in revenge, basically, is the idea. It doesn't help anything. So good. So good. It's so overly dramatic, but so good. But eventually Saejima indirectly provides a good reason, and Kiryu helped him. Oh, this is where the first time I fought Fuck Kiryu here. Kiryu tiger dropped me and half my HP disappeared. I'm like, yep. I see. That's how it feels to get tiger dropped by Kiryu.
なるほどな。どうやらあんたは俺と同じ匂いの男のようやな。
It's true. They really aren't that different.
俺もあんたと似てる男。
Because he's talking about Majima.
安心したわ。
And also Kiryu is talking about Majima. So this scene was so good because if anyone has played all the Yakuza games up to this point, the dramatic irony is off the charts. They're literally talking about the same person when they're like referring to things and whatnot because they're practically brothers at this point. And it's so good. The payout is so good. Anyways, gotta kick his butt though. It's OP as heck, man. Oh, he has a guard counter too. Stun lock. I still wouldn't mind seeing a Kiwami 4 though. The first thing Haruka does is get up and worry about the person that just shoved her into the ground. Oh no. Yeah, and this is the post PTSD from Haruka's perspective too. Haruka still hasn't, at this point, Haruka still hasn't gotten over the Hamazaki incident. It's like, you almost killed me. I still trust you. Haruka's like, ain't no way. I can't deal with that anymore. And then eventually, it was like more open-ended. She had to accept it, but not be okay with it. Like, still not be happy with it. Basically, she hates him, and Kiryu is ever the present person to try to reason that hate doesn't result in closure. Kiryu excuses himself, but he's really getting what Saejima asked for.
玄関先に置いてあるバッグ、その男の荷物らしい。
そんなのあったの？
さっき海辺で見つけたんだ。もしそいつが目覚めたら渡しておいてくれ。
Yeah. And that bag is just basically what he needs.
わかった。
This one draws a parallelism. It's actually very symbolic. They fought each other, just like Majima fights with Kiryu to figure out what their intent is. So it's kind of like a echoing of the theme. How do you know what the resolve and the point and conviction of a person? They fight it out, and it's supposed to like be a echoing of basically what Majima and Kiryu has. How do you resolve issues and communicate issues when you can't express it properly? You fight and demonstrate your spirit and your conviction. And because of that, Kiryu trusts him. So immediately afterwards, Kiryu just had a 180 spin and say, yeah, I'm going to help you. And that's what he did here. And he excuses himself cleverly to save his pride and face. But obviously, you can read into Saijima's inference. He probably already knows what Kiryu was doing. Like, he's trying to... Haruka is the one that's in the dark, right? But it's two men saving face. Like, one of the things is asking for help is out of desperation, and Saijima is probably a very proud person. So I think one of the things that have Kiryu excusing himself is to save face, or like to demonstrate that he accepts helping him, but without necessarily being there to witness it, right? It's kind of like a courtesy thing. It's a really nice little touch. I might be reading into it too much, but generally speaking, a man like Saijima and a man like Kiryu would have the same empathy for each other about being desperate enough to ask for help. And that's... yeah, and then the music kicks in. And it's like incredibly emotional. Like if you can ever empathize with that, how a proud and honorable man ends up asking for help out of desperation, only to know that he happens to coincidentally meet another person who knows exactly how that feels. And Kiryu does it with the utmost respect that he can. And that's what Kiryu does. It's such a great scene. It's so wonderful. I practically brought to tears because it's hard. It's hard for someone who's independent and proud to ask for help. It's so good. I really like that scene when he pull out the money, and like this whole thing, so good. All the way from like the prison break to here, but the combat, that prison escape scene, oof, it was so painful.
絶対にこの恩は忘れへん。またいつか必ず会おう。そう伝えといてくれ。
わかった。
They did. It's so great. I really was worried here. I thought they were foreshadowing like Saijima dies in this series and he never re-meets Kiryu, but that's not the case. Yeah, see, Kiryu didn't really actually leave. He just chilling. It's not a coincidence that he comes back right away, but so good.
そうか。
そうかっていいの？まだ怪我治ってなかったみたいだけど。
ま、大丈夫だろう。
大丈夫って。
So good.
おじさん、そういえば買い出しは？
ああ。やっぱりこの時間じゃ店開いてない。
Yeah. Yep. Yes, Kiryu, you went to go get groceries. Yep. But you know what's crazy about that? Haruka will probably know in the future. So I'm waiting for like Yakuza 5 when I'm playing Yakuza 5 and 6. How much Haruka picks up on the adult language, the nonverbal communication. I don't think in terms of like American writing, like what I mean is like another cultural writing, this type of thing doesn't happen very often in like video games. I don't think it's like very important either because it's hard to empathize. But for me, as someone who is multicultural and have a really big Asian like adoption of Asian adoption culture, like the face culture and whatnot, that's how I read these scenes. Like it is really different in my opinion. It's so heavy. That scene was incredible. Like it actually brings a tear to my heart how well executed it was. Like you're talking about a guy who's been in prison for 25 years, betrayed by his sworn brother, don't know whatever happened to his sister. His entire family was ripped apart, and he was just told that he spent 25 years in prison doing nothing. Like everything went wrong. And the first people he meet is someone who is redeemed and touched by Kiryu's light, right? Hamazaki. And then just so happens life threw him a bone and he washes up on Kiryu's shore only to be touched by Kiryu's light again. Like it's incredible. And you know, when you start thinking about the cynicism that flows in, this is what video game and fictional stories can portray. In reality though, a character like Kiryu and Haruka would not be long for this world. They would have to be ridiculously lucky over and over again, and Saejima ridiculously lucky over and over again. But that's what makes these video games, work of fiction, so much more larger than life. And that's, in my opinion, feels so much more meaningful. And not to take a jab at the more common stereotypes or like the common vogue now, it's so different than watching a show or playing a video game where the winner is always the winner. Like you're the good guy, so you're destined to win, and yeah, it's kind of hard, but you as a player think it's hard, but in the end the narrative is that you win, you overcome the odds over and over again. But what odds? There's no story driven odds, there's no suffering, there's no insecurities, fear, all that. And this game does do that still. Like it's only heavy in that sequence because you know all the details of the character. You don't get to choose to always make them a winner. And other games, that's what I mean by when games are not narrative driven, they're lore driven. And then even then the lore is not used for world building. And a great example is every character-driven game that uses a blank slate hero to project your own persona through. They represent your difficulties, like beating a boss in FromSoft games, like the agony and stuff. The triumph is a projection of yourself. But here, in this game, in order to understand how I feel and what the developers are trying to portray in Saejima's relationship with Majima and Kiryu, you may feel entirely different. Because they're trying to tell you how you should feel or wanting to convey. And for me, as an Asian person, like an Asian, multicultural Asian, it hit so hard. Like it was easily one of my favorite parts in the story in Yakuza 4. But then there's Akiyama. Like everything is so strong in this. I actually think Tanemura is the weaker of the stories, but I think that would resonate far more with people who are about like right and wrongs, right? And Kiryu is actually one of the weakest chapters. Like, but he is really strong compared to any of the other games. Like, the weakest chapter in this game is far stronger than the vast majority of mainstream games. And what I mean by that is to sacrifice that for this makes sense, in my opinion. Mainstream games are mainstream because you don't need to craft and invest so much into building the baggage and the weight of these pieces. Expecting someone to go in over 400 hours of games across ups and downs and 4 different games in order to finally get to this point and feel this way, it's a tough ask. You want to knock it out of the park with one game. So, and then you want to knock it out of the park with that other game and standalone games. There are very few games now that exist where the baggage is the weight of the game. The weight of the game is the legacy, not the player's experience. Like, oh yeah, I love Dark Souls 1 and I always pick on FromSoft because they represent the gold standard that attracts a loyal fan base. Your legacy is you as a player, how your experience of Dark Souls 1 through 3, like 1 through 3 and whatnot. But my experience is constantly different with Yakuza because it's not my experience. It's the experience the story is trying to tell. And that story is going to be different 5 years from now or 6 years from now. The literal story is not going to be the same. Is going to be the same. But the meaning of the story is going to evolve. It's going to mature. It's not the same when you're projecting yourself. You're always living with yourself. So that stuff will continue to just be very familiar. In my opinion, anyways. That I have to say something about that scene because it's so good to me. Anyways, it's one of the sentiments that I want to end today with because we're finally maybe we're on chapter 3, so we have to get to chapter 4 and then we'll try to do some of the sub story and his mini games, and we have to minimally at least do karaoke. But we're gonna go save it, call it a day, because man, there's something about so much adversity and then someone getting it's like K-dramas and C-dramas, and if you're ever, one last note is like, if you ever wonder what the fascination, if you're one of those people who don't resonate, what is the fascination with watching extremely long dramas? Like, why do people like like Korean dramas, like Kanto dramas so much? That what I'm trying to convey is largely what makes dramas so compelling, only if it reaches your resonance, like if you're able to resonate with it, because each moment of those characters become incredibly complex. Obviously there are dramas that fail, right? Like where it becomes superficial and everyone's a plot device, etc. Certainly there's that. And it's not because, in my opinion, writers are incapable of writing that. Like, for example, a show fails because everything feels like a plot drama, like a plot device and whatnot. It was intended, in my opinion. Often writers now are pressured to create set pieces. So generally speaking, move it along kind of feel, the hustle culture. Like each scene has to be meaningful. It has to impact a lot of meaning, as in like pragmatic, objective logic. Like, oh, why are they sitting around talking and looking at each other? What's the meaning of that? Like, that's a waste of time. Move along, move the plot along. That stuff, if you're in that category, it's going to be very difficult to appreciate what I'm saying about games like these and movies and things. You have to feel it. And honestly, you might never, for those people, they might not ever get to that point of view, but the older you get, the more experience and baggage you have, you become exceedingly well at hyper-focusing on the weight of things. And that's kind of where I am. Like, as a kid, I was very lacking in sentimentalism. Like, I was not very an emotional person. I mean, at the moment, I'm still not very an emotional person outwardly. But because of my life experiences, it's kind of shaped all this. And now you just see the pain. Like, it's just... I'm obviously biased in a sense that I'm imparting even more into the game. There's no guarantee that the writers would directly suggest that was their intent, but it's story writing like this that allows you to project and interpret at the same time. Not if this made sense, how'd I feel about how difficult the boss is. All the thing that I just said for the last 30 minutes, like talking about the characters and the stories and the reaction to the little things that I've noticed over and over again, they have very little to anything to do with how I play as a player, like how the game plays. Nothing was really actually played. I did make some remarks about how the game felt difficult, like here it was frustrating and stuff, but that's like a tiny drop in the ocean of being invested in fictional characters, basically. But you might be a lot of people would end there and say, well, you're getting so emotional and attached to fictional characters. What's the point of that? That's such a waste of time. Why don't you invest in real people, right? All the time you spend in video games. That's kind of myopic in the other way, where you compartmentalize and don't extract the use of understanding fictional characters, the circumstances they are, to further enhance your interaction in IRL. Some people would say things like, well, it's a fake character. It doesn't help you with real life things. Like, well, now it's the people who are overly biased on the other end of the spectrum, who is incapable of seeing the redeeming qualities of understanding someone through the lens of their artwork and creation in order to connect with them. Like, for me, if you give me a piece of your work, like a piece of your, that is a window to that person. So when you play a video game, you can visualize the people behind the video game. If that is not a great way to learn how to interact and understand someone, it's a missed opportunity, in my opinion. And it's exhausting and it's difficult. And I know, but generally speaking, if it's too difficult for you, then you don't care about it enough. And that's fair enough. It doesn't interest you. But telling someone that you can't understand why fictional productions like this help you interact with real people, it's that you, the person, cannot. Doesn't guarantee that that other person can. And for me, all this stuff, it creates stories, things that you can use to connect with someone, even if it's at an arm's length. Like our experiences, the experiences I'm sharing now when I'm talking about this game, can be a vehicle to connect between someone, right? Anyways, gotta save. We'll come back to this. I don't know if I'm gonna have digressions in this, but I guess I will include this digression here. What would this be like? I guess it's about storytelling, right? Yeah, there are two digressions today that I kind of want to highlight. All right. As always, whoever is listening, chatting around, just hanging out, for those who watch the videos, I suppose. Hopefully you guys enjoy yourself. And I guess tomorrow's Monday. I'll be back sometime. And until then, stay safe, guys. Stay healthy. Exercise a positive mindset, get that positive energy. And I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care now. Bye.